This is a Miami Sports Music Podcast Network production. This is the #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers, let's go.
I know the whole city riding. A little early, it's a bit surprising. Business moves, now we enterprising. Switch it up, now we improvising. Go to get
what's up, ladies and gentlemen? It is your boy, Stephen D, and we are live right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network, home of the #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? I am your host, Stephen D, Stephen Daniels. You can follow me on social media at Stephen D SKPL. Spread kindness, positivity, and love. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What a morning do we have for you? Man, I am super stoked, super excited. Woo! How a lot can change in less than 12 hours. Heck, in less than 24 hours, the landscape for the Miami Dolphins looks like it has changed a little bit. We got a lot of news to talk about this morning, a lot of stuff to talk about. It's Wildin' Out Wednesday. Woo! We got a big day. We got a big show. We got a king side show. Again, my name is Stephen D. You can follow me on all social media at Stephen D SKPL. Spread kindness, positivity, and love. You can follow Miami Sports Music on all social media platforms at Miami Sports Music, except on Twitter, where it's at MIA Sports Music. Make sure y'all do that. On your way in, hit the like button. It's free. It doesn't cost anything. Make sure you hit it. Subscribe to the channel. Make sure you subscribe. Come on, subscribe. If you're not already subscribed, what are you doing? Forget about it. Forget about it. Subscribe. Make sure y'all do that today. Also, hey, look, if you want to sign up and become a member of the family, my Vin Diesel voice, family, make sure y'all do that today. Sign up, become a member to the channel. Can we get 2 new members to the channel today? That's my goal today. 2 new members. Would love to get 2 new members to the channel, or people that used to be members that need to renew and come back. I just dropped the link in the chat for you to sign back up, join the channel, get access to perks. It is such a good way to, show the love that you have for the channel here at Miami Sports Music. A lot of cool things that we have going on. Just like the #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers. Hey, look, if you want to help the channel grow by donating, there's lots of different ways you can do it. You can use the YouTube live super chat, which is the $ below the bottom of the chat. Right now, you can use that. If you're rewatching this, you can use the YouTube live or the YouTube super thanks. It's not YouTube live because you're rewatching this. YouTube super thanks, which is the heart sign with the $ down in the middle. And the only way you would see that is when you're rewatching this. Any way you donate in those 2 ways are greatly appreciated. It's a big deal. It helps the channel grow. If you're planning on giving higher amounts or doing, any of our giveaways or anything like that, we use Cash App and PayPal too. You can use $ MSM Podcast Network or use the QR code that's right on your screen, or you can use MSM Podcast Network, QR code right on your screen here for PayPal. I want to remind y'all, we are doing a Super Bowl box pool with the giveaways that you see on the left-hand side at the end of each quarter and at the end of the game, obviously. It's $50 per block. The remaining money that's left over obviously will help the channel grow, and we're also going to give a portion of it to the Dolphins Cancer Challenge too. So we want to start filling up these boxes, $50 a box. Send the box numbers and names to vpmiamisportsmusic@gmail.com. And when you send the money on Cash App or PayPal, because those are the only 2 ways we're accepting money for this, make sure when you send the money, you at least put your name and the number of the box you want in the message and the payment. Don't put Super Bowl box pool in the message of Cash App or PayPal or anything like that. Just put your name, the box numbers in there, so I know which box numbers you're going to get and that you already paid for it. Okay, so make sure y'all do that. It's a big deal. We have amazing sponsors here at the show. I'm going to break it down for you here in the rundown. ZSM Sports. ZSM Sports is the #1 place to get your cards, jerseys, balls, and hard to find items. Make sure you guys do that today. You can follow ZSM Sports on Twitter at ZSM_sports. I do want to remind you, he's got a really awesome autograph signing alert. Saquon Barkley will be signing with him. If you want to get it, he only has limited amounts of signings for this. So if you're interested in getting a Saquon Ahmed autographed, make sure you reach out to Zachary over at ZSM Sports today. You can reach out to him best ways on Instagram at SportsZSM. Make sure you all do that today. Hangry Owls, good food, good mood. If you're in Pembroke Pines area in South Florida, you got to go check out my man Hangry Owls. Awesome food. Make sure you give him a call before you stand there and say, hey, look, Steven's sending me to you at 305-279-5332. And make sure you go follow him on social media at Hangry Owls. Vasasaur. We love some Vasasaur. Born and raised the official beer of Clock Blockers, a beer created for the fans by the fans. Just like Miami Sports Music Podcast Network, a network that was created for the fans by the fans. We love Vasasaur. I got to roll the R. Vasasaur. We love Vasasaur Brewing Company, located in Wynwood, Miami, Florida. And they're the official beer of Clock Blockers. And, we got some big stuff in the works with them come next year. So make sure y'all do that. It's good stuff. A great place to sit.com. You need tickets to the hottest events in all around the world, not just America, all around the world. Concert, sports, theater, anything you can think of. A great place to sit.com is the place to go. And let me tell you why, because the price you see is the price you get. When you go to other third-party ticket sites, you see all these third-party ticket service fees at the end. So the price you see is not the price you get, but the price you see up there is the price that you would pay when you check out. It's absolutely amazing. And if you give them a call, which is awesome, the cool thing about when you give them a call at 954-989-7979, use the code word DWA, and they'll give you an addition. If you call and do the order and give them that code word DWA, they'll give you an additional 5% off on your tickets. All right. So make sure you guys utilize them. They're, here for us and they're here for you. So make sure you guys go to agreatplacetosit.com. And last but certainly not least, Tail Greeter, our title sponsor of the show. We love Tail Greeter. Tail Greeter's been with us since year one of the podcast network, and they keep growing with us, and they keep sticking with us, and we absolutely love them. Download the app today on your current Apple or Android device today. All right, I got to say something nice about Apple. Every day for the next 30 days, I think I'm on like day 7. I think I'm on day 7 or day 8. I have to go back and look, but all right, my one nice thing to say about Apple today. Apple have really cool earbuds. I like their earbuds. Okay, I got to say something nice about Apple. I'm team Android all day, for those of you who don't know. So if you're new listening to the show, I've been, talked into that they donated enough money to the show one day. Said, if you donate X number of dollars, I will say one nice thing every day about Apple for 30 days. So that's what I'm doing. I'm a man of my word. I'm keeping to my word. They have nice earbuds, okay? The earbuds are nice. They're AirPods. Okay, that's what they're called. They're AirPods. Team Android all day. That's all I'll say. I'm not going to say anything bad about Apple. Wait till that 30 days is over, boy. Whew! I got a lot of stuff built up in here. Anyways, we got a big show lined up for you today. Just want to remind you, hit the like button, donate to the channel, help the channel grow, share the link. Only 21 likes, over 70 of y'all watching right now. Make sure y'all do that. Okay, big show today. It's Wildin' Out Wednesday. For those of you who don't know what Wildin' Out Wednesday is a special day here on the morning show, because what we do is a full panel of people, and I'll get to that a little bit later. It's not going to happen right away because I'm going to talk about the breaking news. I'm going to talk about my views of things. But when I open up Wildin' Out Wednesday, it's a free-for-all. And the first, 10 people, 9 people that get up here, they fill up the board, they get on the panel, and they discuss the latest and hot topics. But here we have a little twist of a panel show. Again, this is a network that's created for the fans by the fans, right? So what you're able to do is control what the people say. If you don't like what somebody's saying, you can pay for them to get kicked off for 10 minutes, the day, the week, whatever it is. It helps raise money for the channel. It's a fun way for you to control what you want to hear. And this is it. This is a network that's created for the fans by the fans, and you all get to run the show today. So how it works on bands, you donate $10 to the channel, they get timed out for 10 minutes. You donate $50 to the channel, they get timed out for the day. They donate $100 to the channel, they get gone for the week. But at any point in time, they can themselves or somebody else can pay double to bring them back. And it wipes out that current ban. And that person can no longer ban them at that particular price point amount. They have to move up to the next one. Okay, so hopefully I explained that correctly. Hopefully you understand it if you've never been here before. But it is one of the favorite days of the week. A lot of people love it because it's where's the word? Where's it at? It is chaos. Absolute chaos and madness when we get up here. But we're going to take a little bit of time to get to Wildin' Out Wednesday today because, again, there's some breaking news, a lot of breaking news that happened this morning. And, I want to give you my 2 cents worth and my thoughts of it. So, a few hours ago, breaking news happened by Adam Schefter. Adam Schefter broke the breaking news yesterday or this morning that former Broncos head coach Vic Fangio is scheduled to interview today for the Miami Dolphins defensive coordinator job. Which is absolutely amazing. Sean Desai, Ian Rappaport also reporting that Sean Desai will also be interviewing today too for the defensive coordinator position. Yesterday, if you go back and listen to the show, and if you didn't get a chance to, go back and listen to yesterday's show because it was a pretty awesome show. Darth Vader, I'll get to your $2 donation question here in a minute. Let me get to the Vic Fangio stuff first, and I'll even star this. That way I make sure I come back to it. It's pretty awesome because yesterday we ended the show and we're like, look, these names that we have, for those of you who don't know, if you go back and listen to yesterday's show, I had 5 people that I wanted the Dolphins to look at yesterday. Vic Fangio being my favorite effort, and this is all for the defensive coordinator position. Vic Fangio, and there were 4 other, and the 5th was Sean Desai. So Sean Desai and Vic Fangio were 1st and 5th on my list, along with Lovie Smith. I can't remember the other 2 names off the top of my head at the moment because I'm just drawing a blank. But there are plenty of people that Mike Zimmer, that was the other one, and Steve Wilkes. Those were the 5. In that order, too, by the way. So it was Vic Fangio, Mike Zimmer, Lovie Smith, Steve Wilkes, and Sean Desai were the 5 defensive coordinators I wanted the Dolphins to go look at yesterday. And I said, the odds of Miami doing that, because they just, for some reason, don't normally go out and look at the people. Like last year, I wanted Doug Peterson to be an odds-on favorite. And he was never really a favorite to come down here to Miami. He ended up going to Jacksonville. It was what it was. And I'm like, look, we sit here and say McDaniel's this guy, but can McDaniel recruit a high, like everybody and their brother wants Vic Fangio. He's a top 3 defensive coordinator in the league. Let me just throw that out there. Vic Fangio is a top 3 defensive coordinator in the league. So what we have to do right now is recruit the hell out of a man that everybody and their brother wants to recruit. Okay. And so I didn't think that, I didn't necessarily think that it was going to happen. But I also said, look, I thought Boyer was going to be gone, but I was very surprised that they didn't pull the trigger the day after the season ended. They waited a week. And so yesterday I said, look, I'm surprised that they don't have on the list Vic Fangio to interview yet. But I said they waited a week to get rid of Boyer. Maybe it'll take, a week to bring Fangio in the building because he's an assistant. He's a special assistant. He's not like a coordinator or anything. He's a special assistant to the Philadelphia Eagles right now. But unless you're like a coach inside the coaching staff, he's an advisor. That's what he is. He's an advisor to the Eagles. But unless you're a part of the coaching staff, you doesn't have to be announced that you're interviewing for a position that I'm aware of. So that's part of it right now, right? So I was very surprised this morning when I saw the news on Twitter that Vic Fangio was not only going to be interviewing, but interviewing today. So let me tell you all a couple of other things. Number one, he is a special advisor to a team that is remaining in the NFL playoffs. So the Dolphins, I do not believe, can actually hire him officially today. So there's a lot of people who are like, don't let him leave the building. Don't let him leave the building. Now, could they come say, okay, there's an agreement in principle for Fangio to become the defensive coordinator? They could. But slim to none, that announcement gets made today. It's not like he is somebody from another team where they've already let him, that his team's already been eliminated. The Eagles are not eliminated. They're still in play. So I don't think there will be any other announcement today as far as Fangio's accepted the position in principle or whatever. and we'll take over after the Eagles season ends. I don't think that you'll hear that type of announcement today, because they're still in it. So don't get upset if you don't hear that today. And I see a lot of people on Twitter, don't let them leave the building. You can't let them leave the building. No, it's okay. It's going to be fine. The fact that we got him in for an interview is absolutely amazing. Here's the other great thing. The Miami Dolphins today are also interviewing Sean Desai, who, by the way, was 5th on my defensive coordinator wish list. Now, why was he 5th? Well, number one, my biggest need I need in a defensive coordinator is a former head coach or a longtime defensive coordinator position in the NFL, a veteran defensive coordinator or a former head coach with coordinator experience. Why is that? Well, there's a few reasons. Number one, a defensive coordinator that has long tenured in the NFL of doing that knows how to put a coaching staff together, right? Understands what he needs to make a coaching staff come together and build a successful defense. Number two, being a former head coach, you have this first-year head coach going into a second year who really doesn't have any mentorship in the building. So imagine if you brought in the likes of a Vic Fangio, former head coach, Lovie Smith, former head coach, Mike Zimmer, former head coach, Steve Wilkes, former head coach. All four of those guys, very successful defensive coordinators too. 2 or 3 of them have been to Super Bowls as coordinators or head coaches. So I love all 4 of those guys. But Sean Desai is the same person I look at on the defensive side of how I looked at Mike McDaniel on the offensive side last year. I said, look, is McDaniel my first choice to be head coach? No, but he's an up-and-coming guy, and if the Dolphins proceed to go that way with him on the offensive side or head coach because that's the only way they'll be able to recruit him, then so be it. But I want them to bring in a defensive coordinator that has head coaching experience, and Boyer never had that. And forget about Boyer. We're not going to talk about Boyer so much today. But, man, the news and excitement that Sean Desai is interviewing, too, is great because Sean Desai is a Vic Fangio disciple. Some of you may not know that, which means that if we bring Vic Fangio, we can bring eventually maybe his replacement along with that, which is Sean Desai. I love disciples. I think when you can put together a top-notch coaching staff, it makes you one of the best in the business. And Vic Fangio automatically is a top 3 defensive coordinator in the business today of the NFL. And if you can go out and then bring in one of the hottest gurus, a part of your coaching staff on the defensive side of the ball, let me tell you, the Miami Dolphins next year could be, they could be so exciting to watch, and understanding that the coaching staff is great, that if other people go and leave to take, like, what if Fangio goes and gets a head coaching job 2 years from now? Well, now Sean Desai is automatically there, right? And not to mention, Sam Madison, I believe, would stay in the building. And I think he has intentions of wanting to become a defensive coordinator in the future. And so you bring in a guy like Sean Desai, you bring in a guy like that's underneath Fangio with Fangio in the building. Oh, my God, the possibilities are endless, that no matter if somebody goes to take another job or not, people are learning from one another, and there's movement and a ladder, and they keep moving up. And that's something that Bill Belichick, for the most part, has been very successful with in the NFL, with the exception of his disciples going to be head coaches somewhere else. But when they move up, it's a plug and play. And for the most part, with the exception of the last 2 or 3 years, it's been very successful for Belichick. And that's what I want to see McDaniel kind of build from a coaching staff here. And I think the only way you do that is bring in a guy that has so much expertise, so much knowledge, that he can just rely on him. And that's something that McDaniel doesn't have in the building right now. Somebody on Monday morning who, when they're sitting there watching game film, the offense and defensive coordinators and the head coach, that a guy like Vic Fangio can be like, hey, Mike, I wouldn't have called that there. Or, in this particular situation, here's what I would have done. Hey, in the future, you should consider doing this. McDaniel doesn't have that right now. We talked about that for 3 years with Flores, that he didn't have somebody that was, on his coaching staff that had more, I don't want to say knowledge, but I'll say it, knowledge. Somebody that was more experienced, somebody that had been there in his shoes before. But, man, Fangio, to me, is the number 1 favorite for the Dolphins. needs to be their favorite, needs to be their go-to guy. So when I heard that this morning, I got goosebumps. I got excited. I got, oh my God, the Miami Dolphins are actually doing what they need to do to make the team better this offseason. And I said at the end of yesterday's show, man, this will be a pretty quiet offseason. I don't think too much will happen from Miami. And not 12 hours later, Vic Fangio, the number one defensive coordinator recruit in the entire NFL, is interviewing for the Miami Dolphins defensive coordinator position. And that's another thing. Let's compare the defensive coordinator position in Miami to other jobs around the NFL. Well, this is a very attractive job. Well, why is that? Well, number one, look at what he has to work with here, right? There are so many names on the defensive side of the ball that you have to be like, man, this is a very attractive job. Jalen Phillips, Emmanuel Ogbah, Javon Holland, young corners, and the rookie Kader Kahu, Trill Williams eventually is going to come back. Xavier Howard is here, and I haven't even gotten to the defensive line of Zach Seiler and Christian Wilkins, and I haven't talked about Bradley Chubb. I'm telling you right now, any defensive coordinator would be like salivating for the chance to have these type of players play in their defense. And it doesn't matter what type of defense it is. 3-4, 4-3, it doesn't matter. You need to bring in a coordinator that is excited about playing with some of the players that are already here, with the foundation of players that are already here, and maybe bringing in a few players here and there to add and then implement what he needs to implement. And I think Vic Fangio is the guy for that. Lovie Smith is a guy for that. Steve Wilkes is a guy for that. Mike Zimmer is a guy for that. But man, Vic Fangio is the number one on my list. And the added bonus of maybe him bringing in Sean Desai, which Ian Rappaport said this morning in a tweet. Ian Rappaport stating that, here it is. Where's it at? Right here. He said, yes, that Sean Desai could be on the coaching staff for Vic Fangio, depending on what job he takes. So if that happens, Sean Desai, a hot up-and-coming person with Vic Fangio, oh, my goodness. We would have gotten two of the top coaches this offseason on the defensive side of the ball. And it's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun thing. And this is what I want. Now, here's the other thing that I was wondering about yesterday. So I said, man, I wonder what type of relationship Fangio and McDaniel have, because they don't have a lot of experience of being together before. Well, Jeff Darlington, somebody who used to cover the Miami Dolphins on a day-in, day-out basis, who works for NFL Network, says McDaniel and Fangio have a really good relationship. I always saw this pairing as an eventual likelihood, and it could have happened last year when Mike first got the job, but Fangio has a lot of interest elsewhere now. We'll see if Mike can close him. Here's the one thing that I think we need to put in the back of our minds. Sean Payton has put together a coaching staff, and Sean Payton wants to go somewhere and do something. And I think Fangio and Sean have a lot more close relationship than McDaniel. But can live in Miami, no state tax, paying him, hey, whatever your number is, we'll double it. Whatever, we'll pay you more. I'd like to see him get paid almost as much as a head coach, personally. I just want to see the Dolphins do everything within their power. Money, recruiting, how it doesn't matter. What do we need to do to get you to come to South Florida? We'll do it. Anything short of making you the head coach, we will do that. We want you to run your defense the way you want to run it. Bring in your coaching staff. We'd love for you to retain Sam Madison, but bring in anybody you want on your coaching staff. We won't tell you how to run the defense, and we want you to mentor a head coach in Mike McDaniel and get him to where he needs to be a great head coach. To me, the Dolphins at that point have no excuse for not achieving greatness over the next 2 years, because they would have had everything they need on coaching-wise, and then it's player personnel. Then it goes to Greer. Bring in the right guys and listen to your coaching staff who wants certain players. If your coaching staff wants to go out and get a player, you go out and get them. Or you go out and get a person like them. But, man, bringing in a Vic Fangio says a lot about the Dolphins organization, one that I haven't seen in many, many years, with the exception of last offseason. And that is when the Dolphins want to go get somebody, they go and get their guy. They don't care about the price. They'll make it happen. And if they figure out a way to recruit and get Vic Fangio in the building officially, that says a lot about Greer. That says a lot about Ross. And that says a lot about McDaniel and how somebody with the expertise and knowledge that Fangio has views the Miami Dolphins defensive coordinator position. And it says a lot going forward with that. So I'm very, very excited about it. I think, it was Jason Sarney tweeted today. Jason Sarney, part of Miami Sports Music too. He said, the number one thing I want from a guy like Vic Fangio is discipline, which would help with cutting down penalties. Part of his resume is that his defensive units are not heavily flagged. Miami needs that like oxygen. 100%. 100%. Another Saints co-defensive coordinator and DB's coach, Chris Richard, also got a request and is expected to interview for the Miami Dolphins defensive coordinator position. So, yeah, I mean, look, it definitely is. There's so many things to see here. And excitement with the Vic Fangio thing. But I want fans to understand two things. Number one, the Miami Dolphins are not going to close the deal today. Vic Fangio still has a relationship with the Eagles, and the Eagles are still in it. I don't think he's going to make a decision today. So do not feel like if they don't close it or they let him, quote unquote, walk out of the building, which, by the way, I don't know if this is an in-person or over online. I assume this is probably an online thing because he's probably preparing. I don't think he's down in Florida, but I could be wrong about that. But I don't think he would be. Not on Wednesday. I don't think he's flying. And now, if Miami said, "Hey, we'll send you the private jet. We want you to. We'll fly you down. We'll buy you dinner. You'll come look at the facilities. You'll meet with McDaniel, and we'll fly you back up. We'll have you home. No later than 9 or 10 o'clock tonight." And it's his day off. Hey, maybe he's not a coach. He's an advisor for the Eagles. He's an advisor. But I don't think he would necessarily. I don't think it's a big deal of recruiting or getting him to say, yes, I'm going to take this job today. And I think our biggest competition is Sean Payton and whatever coaching staff he's putting together. But remember, Sean Payton at the moment doesn't currently have a job. He hasn't accepted anything. He hasn't been offered anything that I'm aware of, that we're aware of. Defense coordinator position is open in Miami. So there's that. There's no technical job with anybody else. And I look around the NFL at other DC positions. Miami's the most attractive. It has to be on many different levels. So, again, Vic Fangio interviewing for the Miami Dolphins defensive coordinator position this morning. So is Chris Richard. So is Sean Desai. It sounds like the Dolphins are doing it. Now, I would love to hear three other names. I'd love to hear Lovie Smith interviewing for the defense coordinator position here. I'd love to hear Steve Wilkes interviewing for the defensive coordinator position today. And I would also love to hear Mike Zimmer interviewing for the Miami Dolphins. And that's the thing, right? I want to look up Chris Rashad, because the names I've heard so far. Here we go. Yeah, Chris Rashad is co-defensive coordinator for the Saints. Was the defensive coordinator for the Seahawks through 2015 and 2017. Okay. That was still that was the end of Legion of Boom era, 2015, 2017. But I mean, look, he was the corners coach for the Seahawks in 2011, 2012 to 2014. He was the defensive backs coach for the Seahawks. And he was, that's right there in the Legion of Boom era, 2015, 2017. And then, that's interesting as far as Chris Richard is concerned. By the way, Chris Richard or Richard is a former Miami Dolphins player too. He played with the Dolphins in 2005. But again, as far as that's concerned, he is a former defensive coordinator on a semi-successful team in the Seahawks. And he won a Super Bowl, I guess the 2014 season. He was the defensive backs coach. And then that coach went and probably got a job somewhere, and he became the defensive coordinator for the next 3 years in Seattle. And I don't think they weren't as good as they were before, but that was the end of the Legion of Boom era. So has Chris Rashad learned from his mistakes? Can he be, what did the Saints do? He was a co-defensive coordinator last year. It's not like he's gotten a job to be a defensive coordinator by himself since his tenure in Seattle was over in 2017. So it'll be interesting to kind of see that one. Again, he doesn't necessarily 100% fit the mold of what I want in a defensive coordinator, and that is a former head coach in the NFL, and or if you're not going to be a defensive coordinator for many years in the NFL and know how to put a coaching staff together. And, he technically been a defensive coordinator. He would probably go to 6 on my list, Chris Rashad, because a lot of the other guys that the Dolphins are, interviewing don't have a lot of experience. I have not heard the names of Mike Zimmer or Lovie Smith or Steve Wilkes. Those are the names I want the Dolphins to interview. I don't want to put all our eggs in one basket with Fangio. I'm excited. I want Fangio to be the guy. I'm glad he's interviewing with us, and I hope that it comes to fruition. But do not put all our eggs in one basket, and then if that doesn't work, say, okay, we're just going to go with some young up-and-coming person or somebody that's had a little experience. No, go out and get, if it doesn't work out, you got Lovie Smith available, you got Steve Wilkes available, and you have Mike Zimmer available. Are they Vic Fangio? No, but they can be very effective and know what to do. And again, that can be somebody that McDaniel can lean on. I would love any one of those 4 individuals: Fangio, Wilkes, Lovie Smith, or Zimmer. Give me any one of them. I think the power of being a head coach in this league before, and then being a coordinator somewhere to a younger head coach, I think it says a lot. I think it says a lot about who that head coach is. And for me, it was the number one thing that Flores never did. And that's just my personal opinion. So I like that. I want to see that happen more. I want to see more defensive coordinator interviews with some of those type guys for the Miami Dolphins. We'll see what happens, but they have a big day today. Vic Fangio is the guy today. Let's see where that goes. And let's hope that it goes to Fangio coming here, and the topping on the tree would be getting Sean Desai of Seattle to come here too. Getting Sean Desai to come here to be a part of Fangio's defense would be the icing on the cake. It would be amazing to see what happens. All right, Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Hit the like button. Only 46 likes, over 130 of y'all watching right now. And make sure you donate to the channel. Help the channel grow, okay? Somebody else said today, would you sign Saquon, Steven? Darth Vader with his $2 donation. Thank you, Darth Vader. I appreciate the donation, and I appreciate the question. So there is a Vegas better or Vegas bets that had the odds of Saquon in his landing spot. There was a betting online platform, and they put the odds, where will Saquon end up, that you can bet on. And the Dolphins, I think, are plus 300. I think they are the odds-on favorite, according to now multiple sites, for them to land Saquon Barkley. I don't know where this is from. I don't know why it is. But, man, Saquon, I understand, has an injury history, but last year was healthy, he was good, and he was effective on many different levels. And you bring in somebody like Saquon Barkley to the Miami Dolphins. We saw what Christian McCaffrey did for the San Francisco 49ers this year. I think Saquon can have a very similar effect as Christian McCaffrey did for the 49ers this year to the Dolphins. And I would love to see a quarterback, or excuse me, a running back that has the caliber, the type of caliber that Saquon is, to the Miami Dolphins. Now, a lot of people are like, oh, hey, man, this isn't Madden. Hey, he's had a big injury history, and you're always, no, this is good. This is somebody who can play. This is somebody that, when he's healthy, is one of the best running backs in the league. And I think he's an upgrade, a significant upgrade of any other running back that we could bring in through the door. Now, there are some other running backs I want to say that I think would be great. I would love Josh Jacobs. Josh Jacobs is another guy that I like, right? Tony Pollard, I know he broke his leg or whatever with Dallas in the last game of the year. I'd like to see what type of recovery time he has. But I like Tony Pollard. I like Tony Pollard a lot. And then there's still Jeff Wilson. We can still not say, we can still say, hey, you know what? We're just bring Jeff Wilson back and run it back with Jeff Wilson and Raheem Mostert, and we'll see what happens. But now that there are Vegas places saying that Saquon is the favorite, I don't know where they got this from, because there has to be something to that. There has to be something that somebody knows somewhere to make Saquon the Vegas in Miami, because I don't see the connection. I don't see the tie. Saquon's from Penn State. He's played with the Giants his whole career. I don't think there's really any Giants personnel that's down in Miami. So I don't know what the tie is between Saquon and Miami to make Miami the favorite to land him. But Miami does have a need for a running back. We need to address the situation. And Miami, when it comes to Greer, is known for maneuvering and manipulating the cap in a way that could bring in somebody like Saquon and make the cap work. So that's the other thing. Everybody's like, oh, it's too much money, or we don't have the money to sign him. When have you seen the Dolphins over the last year say that they're not going to sign somebody because of money? They have not done that. They have not shown that. They will make the numbers work. The cap is easily manipulated, and Greer, out of all the things you can say bad about him, which, by the way, I say a lot of good out of Greer, but I know he gets a bad rap with certain things. The one thing you can never say about Chris Greer, no hate on this man, is how he manipulates the hell out of a cap. And I think that needs to be addressed and needs to be said and needs to be thought of when saying, hey, Saquon could come to Miami. He could 100% come to Miami. So I saw that this morning. That was something that seems to be getting a lot of traction in the world right now, that Saquon could end up here in a Dolphins uniform. It'll be very, very, very interesting to see. So I'm excited to see where that goes and what happens with all of that. There's just a couple of other things that I wanted, little news and notes, and then I'm going to open up the panel for Wildin' Out Wednesday. Cat for Life says, hey, Steven, please help us understand what run it back means. What the hell did the Dolphins run last season? We are not the Miami Heat, so don't understand the term run it back when referring to this team. I'm basically just stating that the Dolphins could go, say, hey, look, Jeff Wilson, Raheem Mostert, we like some things. We're going to, people talk about the cap. People are talking about money. Well, they could come say, okay, well, we have this amount to work with, but these are 5 areas we need to work with. But with the cap situation, we can probably only address 3. Well, what can we do? Well, we know we need to address the offensive line. We know we need to address the linebacking and the secondary. Those are things that need to happen. And then you still have what are you going to do with tight end, which I'm going to stop here in a minute. Or tell you about something here in a minute that I found very interesting, and I just want you all to put in the back of your minds. So, and then the running back situation. So I personally don't think that the Dolphins are going to be held by a cap to going out and getting certain players. They will make it work. They will make it work. I am not worried about the Dolphins saying, oh, we don't have enough money to go get X player. And if you feel like that's something that is going to hold the Dolphins back, come on now. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to piss off a lot of people by saying it. Salary cap ain't real, cuz. It can be manipulated. And the Dolphins are the best team in the NFL doing it. So there's no reason to think that Greer's going to stop doing that this year. So I know they said they're not going to go out and they're not going to have the type of offseason that they had last year. And that might be true because there's no Tyreek Hill really out there. But man, if you can, go out and get Saquon and another tight end and go out and, get some people off the books, maneuver some money, restructure some contracts, get a couple of veteran free agents to come in here. Very successful offseason, along with getting a Vic Fangio, and then adding Sean Desai to his coaching staff, which would, oh my God, would love. So we can still have a very successful offseason. We can still have a very successful offseason by bringing in certain type of free agents. One I want you to think about, Dov Kleeman on Twitter said this morning, teams around the NFL expect the Raiders to aggressively tweak their roster, and that includes Josh McDaniels and GM Dave Ziegler getting their own guys while moving on from certain team veterans. NFL teams will keep an eye on two specific people on offense, tight end Darren Waller and wide receiver Hunter Renfrow. Could you imagine Darren Waller in a Miami Dolphins uniform? I would take him all day, every day. And that is somebody who can block. That is somebody who can play for the tight end position. You want somebody that fits Mike McDaniel's tight end role? Darren Waller is that guy. Darren Waller 100% is that guy. Would love to see Darren Waller in a Miami Dolphins uniform. When I saw this tweet this morning, number one, I think it's true. You go and get rid of Derek Carr. He's been there for 8 years. He's the guy. Right? So you're saying he's gone. There's going to be a lot of veterans in there that are saying, well, we don't like the direction this is in. We're not a big fan of whatchamacallit, of McDaniels, Josh McDaniels. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens with Darren Waller and Hunter Renfrow. I don't think Hunter Renfrow would come here, but man, I'd be interested in Darren Waller. And I understand his injury concerns, but we know for a fact the Miami Dolphins don't care about injury concerns. They care about what is your potential upside. And if you have a high potential upside, they'll bring you in. They ain't worried about what you've done in the past and injuries. If that was the case, Tua would not be here. If that was the case, Raheem Mostert never would have sniffed the field in Miami. That man has had more injuries than I can count. So the Dolphins, look, do they want healthy? Of course they do. But their MO so far has shown that they don't care what your injury history is. If you are somebody that has high upside, they'll bring you in. They'll bring you in. And I would, for one, love to see Derek. And by the way, I like what we have here now, and I'm not including Gesicki. If you could bring Waller in and then have a healthy Ethan Carter behind him along with Durham Smythe, man, I'm good with that. You wouldn't want to see Darren Waller, Durham Smythe, and Ethan Carter? That's a really good tight end. And by the way, you got to remember, Alec Ingold played a lot from the tight end position this year. They were running 2 tight end sets a lot this year. So don't worry about Waller. Don't worry about his injury history. Just put that in the back of your mind. And Greer's been known to be aggressive on the trade market. So just put Darren Waller in the back of your mind. Dalton Schultz is somebody else who I think the Dolphins could also go after. So I would be very, very interested to see what happens there. One other thing that I thought was, there's 2 other things I want to talk about before I open up the panel this morning. One of them is not even Dolphins related at all, but I just wanted to put this in your mind and maybe have a conversation about it in the future. Adam Schefter reported Giants backup quarterback Davis Webb was offered the Buffalo Bills quarterback coach last offseason. Davis Webb expressed interest in starting to transition from player to coach after securing his first NFL start this year. So Davis Webb did start an NFL game this year behind Daniel Jones. Webb will consider making the jump to coaching for the right opportunity. It got me thinking about player coaches and how that was something that was big in the league back in the day. And I get why it was, because you couldn't necessarily pay somebody to be a full-time head coach, or you couldn't necessarily pay. So by allowing them to be a part-time coach and a player, you could make the money work and offset cost. But you don't see official titles of coaches and players anymore in the NFL or in sports, period, because it was something. Look, we can say, look, we're Miami Heat fans down here in Miami. And look, we see what's been on our bench for years, for the last 20 plus years. You don't think Udonis Haslem is a coach / player, 12th man on the bench? It's just not said, but it is something that I just scratched my head at and said, why does the NFL or sports in general not allow player coach titles anymore the way that they used to. Because I thought it was interesting. I think Davis Webb could be the third string quarterback and be the quarterback's coach somewhere. Why not? Why not be the third string emergency quarterback, but you're also the quarterback's coach? I just wanted to throw that out there. I thought it was an interesting topic. I thought it was really cool to kind of think about. You don't see it around the NFL anymore. I would love to see it. I would love to see it. But I would love to get your thoughts on that and what you guys think about that. Just put it in the chat, tweet it out. It was just something fun to kind of talk about. And then the very last thing. This was tweeted today, and I went and looked, and it's true. I verified it because you know how everything on Twitter is true. Miami Dolphins top 5 passing offensive seasons in history. 1984, over 5,000 yards. That was Dan Marino. 1986, over 4,700 yards. 1988, over 4,500 yards. 2022, 4,511 yards. Very interesting. This year was the 4th best passing year in our franchise history. 4,511 yards. By the way, number 5 was 1994, 4,420. So to say that this team is not an explosive offense is a false statement, and it's a false narrative. Don't let the people fool you. This is a very explosive offense. Do we live in a different world in 2022? Should this be the standard for quarterbacks in a world where pass interference and roughing the quarterback lead all? Of course it should be. But it's still a stepping stone in a foundation of making a successful NFL franchise or making our NFL franchise be a successful one. And when I saw this today, I scratched my head and I said, well, that's a foundation. That's putting us in the right direction. That's putting us where we want to go. And if the Miami Dolphins say that Tua is our guy going into next year, I'm not going to be mad at it. And I know a lot of you are going to say X, Y, and Z, and I don't necessarily want to have the quarterback talk today because I want to talk about Fangio and I want to talk about Saquon Barkley and I want to talk about other coaching candidates from the defensive side. But I saw this tweet this morning and I said, man, that's interesting. The 4th best season of passing in our franchise history was this year. And we want to change what's going on? I know there are other factors in there, but let's call a spade a spade. It's good. And so I'm interested to hear what you think. And I know I definitely fired up the chat. The chat is definitely fired up. I definitely dropped the bomb on y'all this morning. All right, I want to remind y'all, it is Wildin' Out Wednesday. Wildin' Out Wednesday is one of my favorite shows of the week. It gets a little crazy. We don't normally do this. So if this is your first time watching the channel, understand that chaos and yelling and people yelling over each other are going to happen today. But you can control the narrative. You can pay to kick somebody off for 10 minutes or the day or the week or whatever. $10, you donate to the channel, get somebody off for 10 minutes. $50, get somebody off for the day. $100, get somebody off for the week. But if somebody then doubles to bring that person back, the person who kicked them off originally cannot kick them off at that level. So if I pay somebody pays $10 to kick off person X, and then somebody pays $20 to bring them back, I can no longer pay $10 to have person X be kicked off for 10 minutes. I just have to go to the next one up and keep moving up. All right. It's a fun way to help the channel grow. It's a fun way to make money for the channel. It's a fun way for, Wildin' Out Wednesday to become Wildin' Out Wednesday. All right. It's going to be interesting. So I'm going to drop the link right now. Again, this is not how we do every show, but this is how we do Wednesdays here. Wildin' Out Wednesdays. One of my favorite days of the week. I think it's one of y'all's favorite days of the week too. So I just dropped the link. I pinned the link to the top of the chat. So you should see that there right now. And come on, bring it on. Let's talk about Vic Fangio. Let's talk about, defensive coordinators. What do you think about the Fangio situation and interviewing Sean Desai, Chris Richard? What do you think about Saquon Barkley being the favorite to come to Miami? Miami being the favorite to land Saquon. It'll be very interesting. I want to talk about all that. I I want to talk about what you think about, the Dolphins having the 4th best season in franchise history of passing. Whatever you think, whatever you want. This is your show. It's Wildin' Out Wednesday. And it's Clock Blockers, the #1 Miami fan morning show. All right, let me bring in our first guest, who's a sponsor of the show. And if you don't know who it is, it's ZSM Sports. He's listening to the show this morning. Our brother from another mother, Zachary. Good morning, Zach. What's up, man?
What's up? How are you? Happy Wildin' Out Wednesday.
Happy Wildin' Out Wednesday, man. What's good, man?
Nothing. About to drop a big signing news, so I figured I
go ahead, do it
on the show. We just got Zach Sealer.
Zach Sealer, an autograph signing with ZSM Sports. Breaking news. How can people get in on this? How does it work?
So you could either send in your items, because I know a lot of people have their own mini helmets, jerseys, stuff like that. You could send that in to get signed, or you could also contact us, and we have a bunch of photos, jerseys, mini helmets, etc.
All right, if they want to get more information, they can go on Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, and the contact information is below. At SportsZSM on Instagram and Twitter, at ZSM_sports and /ZSM-sports on Facebook. Cards, jerseys, balls, and hard-to-find items. But you are making an announcement. Zach Sealer will be doing an exclusive autograph session with you at ZSM Sports. So if you want to get Zach Seiler's autograph, you want to, you have your own stuff, mini helmets, jerseys, 8x11s, you name it, you're going to get it. But if you also have your own stuff that you want to get, they can send it in and just contact you to get all the arrangements for that, right?
Yes.
All right. And everything will be PSA certified, I believe, right?
Yeah, it will be one of the major 3, Beckett, JSA, or PSA, certified and authenticated.
My man. And I love it, man. I love what you do at ZSM. I'm so glad you're a sponsor of the show. And I'm excited for Zach Seiler, man. We got to get Zach we got to get some of these players on the channel, man. That's the next thing in our growth. We got to get Seiler up here. And I know you got Verone McKinley doing an autograph session, and you just had Saquon Ahmed. I've been posting that and promoting that, everything. So we got to get some of these players on the show, Zach.
Yeah, they're working out a deal for him. So hopefully he's back next year with the Dolphins. I know the front office likes Saquon. So,
dude, again, we were just talking about the running back situation here. Saquon potentially coming down to Miami. But that's probably a good thing for somebody like Saquon Ahmed, because it allows him to be the backup in Miami behind, somebody like Saquon.
Yeah. And I mean, look, he hasn't got a lot of reps, but the reps that he has got, he's performed.
Yeah. 100%.
I mean, I'm not trying to start anything, but I believe in the last Buffalo game, he was one of our best receivers behind Tyreek.
I mean, look, he was the one that was out there making catches. I'll give him that much, right? And again, I go back. The best ability is availability, and if he was available, which he was at the end of the year, when he was called upon, I think he stepped up. And even if it was 1 or 2, rushes or catches or whatever. And so, just whenever you get that opportunity to do it, and I feel like Saquon Ahmed does that. By the way, I feel like anytime he gets an opportunity, he proves himself. And that's just kind of where his future is right now. Just third string, but when we call on you, be ready to go. And every time he's been called on, I think he's been ready to go.
Yeah, for sure. And he's also young. I mean, he just turned 24, I believe.
Yeah, and so he still has a lot of opportunity to improve and grow in this league, which I like for somebody like Saquon Ahmed. All right, let me bring in some other people that I got in the back room here. I got Triple S Podcast. I got Todd. Good morning, gentlemen. I want to remind you, if y'all want to get in like everybody here, there's a full panel. We can fit up to 10 people. The link is pinned to the top of the page. It is Wildin' Out Wednesday. Triple S. Good morning, Triple S.
What's going on, Steven? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. What do you think about the Vic Fangio news?
So, to be honest, at first, my first impulse was to kind of ride the wave and be excited like everyone else, and want Vic Fangio. And then I thought, I don't really have a deep understanding of who he is as a coach. So one of the things I like to do is find out where they've been, find out what the unit they controlled was like before they got there, and what the unit they controlled was like when they were there, and even if possible after. So went ahead and I looked at Vic Fangio and the defensive rankings. I didn't get into his Chicago days yet. I plan to do that later today. But with the Broncos, 2018 is a year before he got there. They were ranked 13 in points, 22nd in yards, and they got a lot of turnovers. The next year, they improved to 10th in points, so slight jump, but they also improved from 22nd in yards to 12th in yards. So that was a big feather in his cap. The next year, they kind of got decimated a little bit. They dropped to 25th in points and 21st in yards, but then 2 years ago now, they were 3rd in points and 8th in yards. So that, to me, looks a little good. He was able to steadily improve the defensive side of the ball, with the exception of that 2020 year.
Fangio is a top 3 defensive coordinator in the league, Triple S. Like, there is no denying that. He makes a defense better wherever he goes, and he knows how to put a coaching staff together, which is ultimately part of what I want too, right? This is a big deal. Yeah. We don't want to have like, you go back and look at the Flores situation, right? And forget the Flores situation in general, but having a guy like Gerald Alexander leave, I think hurt the Dolphins. I'm going to call it what it is. Gerald Alexander hurting the Dolphins, or leaving the Dolphins, hurt the Dolphins. And so what I want is that if Vic Fangio comes in, takes over as DC, and then the year after or the year after that then becomes the head coach somewhere because he gets another opportunity, I want the Dolphins to have the person. I don't want them to say, who are we going to go after? No, that person's already in-house. He's built him up. And that person to me, by the way, is Sean Desai. I don't think Sean Desai is quite ready to be a defensive coordinator, but I think he's on the brink. I think he's almost like right there, right? And I would love to see somebody like him, even if like somebody like Sean, let's say Fangio gets the job here. Sean is probably only going to be here for 1 year because he's going to get a DC job the following year somewhere. But again, having somebody like that here gives us that relationship. You know what I'm saying? It gives us, it all helps. And I think disciples and coaching trees are big because it allows those relationships to come back the other way in the future with other people. We're pretty stacked at corner situation here, but let me tell you, this kid over here is really good. You guys should consider him. Well, I trust Sean Desai and I trust what he says. So if he says he's good and he's going to get released from, Seattle, maybe I'll consider bringing him in Miami, and there might be an opportunity for him to flourish here. So I'm telling you, all that goes such a long way. And I don't think people realize the importance of having disciples and coaching trees and having people to be the next man up. And that's what New England for so long did very well. It didn't matter who was the coordinators or the coaches because they continuously, did it. In the last 2 years, I can question that a little bit, but for the most part, for the last 20, it didn't matter who was coaching because it was whoever came in, they were all part of this coaching staff and coaching tree. And when they were there, they were very successful. And that's what I want McDaniel to do. And that's why I was like, well, what is his relationship with Fangio? Why would Fangio want to play under McDaniel over playing, or coaching under McDaniel under coaching under Sean Payton? And my big thing is I think Fangio would be, I understand he wouldn't be the head coach, nor would he be with Sean Payton. But Sean Payton is Sean Payton.
Sean Payton's most likely going to Denver. Yeah, I don't think Fangio wants to go back there.
I mean, that's a big possibility too, right? Todd, I think that's 100% a big possibility. But I also think that Fangio would be the most respected person in that building, even to McDaniel's point of view, because he'd be able to lean on him for everything.
Steven, what do you think about the fact that the Denver defense still looked very, very good this year, even without Fangio? Do you take that as a knock against them? Do you have any doubts based off of that? Because for me, that maybe a slight doubt. I don't want to put too much into it because he did do a lot to develop that defense into what it was this year, even though he wasn't there. But yeah, let me ask you, does that worry you at all?
That's a very good question, Triple S Podcast. I go and I look at Tony Dungy and John Gruden, right? When John Gruden left Tampa to go to Oakland, and Tony Dungy then took over that team. Or was it the other way?
No,
Yeah,
Tony Dungy left Tampa Bay, and Gruden took over when they won.
Gruden took over. You got it. My bad. Backwards, right? A lot of people said that
it was mostly
Gruden inherited a great team from Tony Dungy.
Yes,
I think there's truth in that, right? But I also am I gonna sit here and slight John Gruden and the job he did there? Nah. No, you still had to win. But at the end of the day, that was Dungy's team, right? Same idea with, the Denver situation this year. That defense, I don't think Nathaniel Hackett or the defensive coaches that are there this year should get 100%. Hey, look, your defense was pretty decent. Those are all people in a defensive scheme that's still left over from the previous regime. But you had a bad babysitter, as they say. As they said in draft day, I thought you were a bad babysitter. Same idea with Boyer. Boyer was retained last year under the Flores guys because that defense was great. But when they saw that he was a bad babysitter and couldn't call plays the way that Flores did, we all saw that. He was out the door after 1 year. So, I hope that answers your question a little bit. I think that Fangio is the guy that Fangio's at the top of the wish list. He does so many. He can do so many things and transform this defense and this team into something that we have not seen in a very long time. And to get somebody like Fangio for me would just be, oh my God, it would be great. It would make my day. Josina Anderson reporting. I'm told Vic Fangio, is the target. To receive strong consideration for the Dolphins defensive coordinator vacancy. So, we already knew that. We knew that he was going to be the guy here. I just want to see the Dolphins close the deal. I think that's the next thing, right?
Hey, you do know they have the same agent, McDaniel and Fangio, too.
McDaniel and Fangio do have the same agent. And that, that counts for something.
And see, my biggest problems with the team last year, which I didn't get on your show the other day, I wasn't able to, was what held us back and what holds us back from the top four is critical play calls on the defensive side. The 3rd and 19s, the 3rd and 17s, those things backbreakers. All right, that's huge. That holds us back. The other thing was offensive play calling in critical situations on like 4th, 3rd and 1, passing the ball instead of just trying to pound it up the middle. And the offensive line. But two of those problems can be helped out with Fangio's hire. The defensive side, and McDaniel leading on his Fangio's coaching experience with the timeouts and the run and just stuff like that. Two of them.
Todd, I think you're 100% correct. I think when it comes down to the Fangio and the things and the tools that he brings, what he brings is a reliability. We saw last year McDaniel walking down sidelines to go to Boyer to say, quote, clean this shit up, right?
Yep.
And so one of the things that I think about good offensive play callers is in between, them on and off the field is you see the offensive play caller sitting there with the quarterback, right? We don't see that. We see our quarterback coach with the quarterback going over the plays. But there's a continuity there between the play caller and the coach and being able to discuss things with each other. But if McDaniel in the back of his mind is worried about what Josh Boyer's doing on defense and having to, there's not that security there. There's not that easy feeling of, okay, maybe I can think a little bit more about how I should run the next series compared to I need to pay attention to what's going on defense right now because I'm the play caller, but I need to pay attention. You bring in Fangio, I think that eases the anxiety that McDaniel has when he's on the sidelines in between offensive possessions, which I think is needed big time.
You're basically having two head coaches on the field, one on the defensive side and one on the offensive side.
100%. And I don't think you'll ever see McDaniel go over to Fangio and say, you need to clean this shit up. You'll never see that. Ever. You'll never see that, bro. Caslin, good morning, man. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing all right.
What's up, man? Floor is yours, man. What do you think about Fangio?
I still don't think we're going to get him. I think the only way we'll get him is if they offer him some obscene package that, they pay him well above what a DC coordinator would be. And
I said that they would.
They're going to have to pay him a significant amount to drag him away from Peyton. And I don't think Peyton's going to Denver. Everybody's saying, Peyton's going to Denver. I don't think he is. I don't think he is at all.
He just took a second interview there yesterday. And to add on to this, if they drop the bank on Fangio, who cares? It's not against the cap and it's not our money. Just get him in the building.
Right, I understand that, but and when it comes to Sean Payton, he can get 5 interviews, and it all depends on where he wants to go, because you don't see a coach like that available, like this.
It doesn't come around often.
No.
It does not come around often.
And whoever gets him is going to have to pay a first-round pick for him. That's just what, New Orleans is asking.
Oh, you're talking about Sean Payton?
Yeah, Payton, yeah.
Well, I'm not worried about Payton. Look, McDaniel's the guy that we're going with. I'm not worried, dude. There's no the Sean Payton thing to me is irrelevant at this point. We've made our bet and laid in.
He's talking about the relevancy with what's his name following
Fangio.
Well, look, and so that's where I said, right? I said our biggest competition would be Sean Payton, but there's 2 things that haven't happened, Caslin. Number one, he hasn't taken a job anywhere yet. So in theory, there is no real defensive coordinator position at the moment, right?
Right.
Even if that does occur and take place, you have to worry about where it takes place. If it happens in Denver, I don't believe Fangio's going back to Denver. Would you rather go back where you were just fired as head coach 2 years prior or a year prior and be the DC there under a new regime? Probably not. But there is, by the way, we said yesterday on the show, it's happened with the Raiders organization multiple times where the head coach will then become a coach.
Fangio's old school and has a little bit too much ego, I think, for that one.
You say that, but there's precedent. It's happened before, right? So let's not call it out of the it's 100% never going to happen. It could.
John Fox. John Fox has that ego. So does Tom Cable. Tom Cable's an arrogant guy too.
Tom Cable was the coach for the Raiders, and then became the offensive line coach for the Raiders for years after that. So look, there's precedent there. Now, to the original point, Caslin, with Fangio, I think he ends up either with Sean Payton or he ends up with the Dolphins. Those are the only 2 places I think Fangio ends up. No other place is as attractive as those 2 things, because he has a great relationship with Payton, but he also understands the attractiveness of the defensive coordinator position in Miami. It's Miami, the money. And I, by the way, Stephen Ross would write a blank check for him. Hey, what do you want to get paid? And
but it's not just that too.
Look at the players he has on the defensive side that are young too.
But he has to be able to. You're going to have to say, okay, here's a blank check, and here's the keys to the kingdom. Whatever you want on defense, you're going to get, which is going to be hard, because how are you going to stack the offense and the defense at the same time? It just doesn't work that way. So you're going to have to. There's going to have to be some concessions being made, and that's.
I don't think there will be. So Caslin, I think what you're talking about. You're talking about ego, obviously, right, bud? But what you're also talking. Well, you are a little bit, because you're basically saying in order for Fangio to come here, there's concessions that'll need to be made from the team or sacrifices, and somebody will have to give up something. McDaniel wants to win. So that's been proven. And if Fangio comes here, I'll be honest with you, I could see it where I don't know if it'll happen, but I could see it happening that Fangio gets paid more than McDaniel. McDaniel ain't going to care about that. McDaniel's going to give zero you-know-whats if Fangio is paid more than him. That's one. Number 2, the other thing that I think is very interesting, the other thing that's very interesting too is looking at it from the standpoint of Fangio having the ability to do, hey, the defense is yours. Whatever you want, you let us know. You control it. It's whatever you want. We would like for you to retain Sam Madison, but if you don't want him, so be it. Like, I think that'll be exact. He will have full control to do whatever he wants. Now, he'll have that same thing with Peyton. But again, Peyton is still would be able to overrule Fangio.
Peyton has more cachet with the ownership than Fangio would. He has more of a background, more of a history than McDaniel. So yes, Fangio will be able to call his shots on the defensive side. He won't have anything to worry about.
Let me bring in a friend of the show, somebody who hosts the show here on the channel, my brother from another mother, Mr. Jason Sarney. Good morning, Jason. How are you?
Morning, Stephen D. Morning, everybody. Fins up to y'all.
Hey, man, I saw you sent the Josina Anderson. That was from a few days ago. We kind of already knew that the Dolphins were considering that. My question to you is what do you think about the situation with Fangio taking the interview here in Miami today? And just what are your thoughts about it?
I mean, look, it's a guy who was in everyone's plans or thoughts last year, and the organization really had Boyer in the minds of whoever was going to be the coach, and that was reported, and everyone's been throwing that around too. Jeff Darlington was even on the Joe Rose show today saying that McDaniel wanted Fangio last year, but yeah, obviously Boyer was handed to McDaniel, what have you. But I think this is the guy that they want, the guy McDaniel wants, the guy that the Dolphins want. Now, the only question, and we don't know this, what does Vic Fangio want? So he's obviously going to interview. He's going to look at his options, and hopefully, as the Josina Anderson tweet pointed out, it's not just a question-based interview where it's like, what would you do? What would your scheme be? What would you do with this? It's what are your concessions? What do you need? What do we got to do to put you on our sidelines today?
And to Kaslin's point, I think the Dolphins will roll out the red carpet to bring in somebody like Fangio and do whatever they need to do. So if we lose the job, the only way I would be truly upset is if it was to another place. If we lose the job to Sean Payton, then it was what it was, right? Like I would be disappointed, but I wouldn't be upset. But we lose a job to like he goes to the Panthers or something like that, I would be like, what the world happened? Where did it go wrong? But to me, I think we're the odds-on favorite to land him unless Sean Payton is able to attract him away. I think it's the most lucrative position. It's the most attractive one.
Oh, unless he goes somewhere else as a head coach, because that's the other concession would be is if he went somewhere else as a head coach.
I thought about that, Kaslan. I know this sounds weird. He's been a head coach and failed, and I'm not saying he doesn't have aspirations or want to be a head coach again.
2 times.
But would you rather go be the head coach in Carolina, or would you rather be the defensive coordinator in Miami right now? I mean, that's a fair question. That's a fair question.
I want to piggyback off that, Stephen, because I think that it's a very fair point. Because you got a guy who's been in the league for about 40 some odd years. He's made his bones as a defensive coordinator. So it's almost like, what would you rather rule as a coordinator or potentially struggle from your last position as a head coach or have to make good on that? I think you go back to what got him his bread and butter: defensive coordinating, handling units that are usually in an upper portion or top tier of yards allowed, points allowed. But most importantly, I tweeted this out, Stephen, he is the guy, that kind of mold, disciplinarian, proof is in the pudding, to cut down on penalties, to get these guys, veterans, young players, drafted, undrafted, got to cut down the penalties. In the last 6 years that he's been a coach or a coordinator, he's averaged 8th in the league, his defenses, in, I guess, best penalties against them or fewest penalties, what have you. Dolphins last 8 years, 24th average. So they need a guy like him desperately.
Thomas Jensen said Vic is going to interview, so apparently he's interested, or he would have declined the interview, in my opinion. I agree. And by the way, too, Batman and you, Jason, both sent me the same tweet. Let me just read it verbatim. It wasn't. This was a day, or this didn't get tweeted today. This was a couple days old, right? Can you confirm that for me, Jason?
No. What she tweeted a couple days ago was that he's going to interview for the vacancy. What she retweeted on herself was about 20 minutes ago today is that Vic Fangio is a lead candidate. The quote-unquote interview will be more than that, expected to discuss terms and conditions as well. Mike McDaniel has a strong affinity for him per league source. Again, we'll see what Fangio's response is.
So let's break that down. So they're not interviewing him. They're discussing terms and conditions with him.
Correct. I'm not going to last year. But this year, in most interview situations, the difference between question and answer interviewing and second interviews or abilities to talk turkey. You know, a lot of the interviews that are going on, for example, Anthony Capinelli, great young candidate, great young up-and-comer. Were they talking terms and conditions, and was there a contract or something for him to sign, or to literally say, you know what, I like this, don't like this, let's talk about this? No, it was an interview. What Josina is saying today, based on her tweet today, was that this seems like it's more of a, all right, we're going to want to hire you. Here's what we're going to offer you. Red line stuff. If you don't like stuff, let's work on it. If your agent's going to do it, what a blah, blah, blah. There's going to maybe not be a back and forth in the negotiation of the contract, which hopefully is being drafted. That's what I'm interpreting from a tweet like Josina's. For a veteran like Vic Fangio, there should be an interview.
You know, hiring Vic Fangio, is it fair to say it's a very Tyreek Hill-esque impact on the team?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, something like penalties. I mean, you don't think that's a big thing. Offensively and defensively, they were abysmal, the Dolphins, this year in the bottom portion of the league. But in terms of the discipline, in terms of the defense,
I think everyone thinks that's a big thing.
Oh, yeah. Of course, obviously. But in terms of the defense being literally able, I heard someone say the keys to the kingdom or the keys to the car, whatever it was. Yeah. Fangio's the guy that could literally tell McDaniel, you worry about the O, I got the D, C in the meeting. That's it.
All right. Let me play devil's advocate here, and let me bring in my brother from another mother, Lewis. Good morning, Lewis. How are you this morning?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you guys?
I'll tell you, for the most part, I'm very excited about a lot of this stuff here. I have a feeling you're going to tell me why I shouldn't be excited. So I have a feeling you're bringing in leaders here.
Well, I'm sorry to break up the love fest on Wild Out Wednesday. I'm sorry, but let me go to your point earlier, Stephen, when you were in your opening monologue, and I think you made a very good point. What about a player and a coach? Because can Vic Fangio also play backup quarterback? Because that's the biggest need of this. It's not the defense, it's not special teams, it's not nothing. It's that where our quarterback one can't stay healthy. So if Vic Fangio's coming in and he's going to be quarterback 2 and be backup quarterback, sign me up. I'm all on board. But until we fill the biggest need, which is who's going to back up Tua because he's not going to play the 17-game season, miss me with all the other moves.
All right. Lewis, let me play devil's advocate here for you. I hear your point. Let's go to the very last game of the season for the Miami Dolphins. The Miami Dolphins or the very last regular season game for the Miami Dolphins. They faced the New York Jets, and Skylar Thompson, was it his second start ever at that point in the NFL? And his first one last. Yeah, it was his second at that point. They won 11-6, right? They won the game on 11 points. No touchdowns were scored. We said, quote, man, there's no way that they can win a game like that in the playoffs, right? And to a certain extent, I guess there's truth in that. They scored 31 points the week after, which, by the way, was the third most points scored the entire Super Wild Card weekend, and they lost, mind you. But then the following week, they faced somebody. The Bills face the Cincinnati Bengals, and they lost 27-10. The Bengals defense shut the Bills offense down to 10 points. So in theory, you look at the Dolphins' last regular season game where they scored 11. And if you have a good enough defense to shut down the Bills to score 10, you can win games 11-10. Now, is that ultimately what would happen? I don't think that it would. But you bring in somebody like Vic Fangio, Lewis, it makes a difference, bro. It makes
can I ask you a question?
Big difference.
Did it make a?
And I ask Jason as well.
See, we're talking about, and you can cook Triple S, but see, this is the problem, because when you talk to people like Steven and other people, right, they always tell you about bodies of work. You brought up the Bills game this last time in the playoff game, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
What you were in the building with me week 3? How much did the defensive
we were
coordinator
together, bro?
And how many points did we give up in that game, Steven?
We gave up a buttload of points that game.
No,
19.
we gave up 19. We gave up 19 to Buffalo. Was
And
that a
two of
good
it was
job?
a
by
Oh
the
no,
defense
week
and
three, the
and
Bill
the
game.
defensive
Sorry,
coach?
week 3. My bad. I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was thinking Baltimore for some reason. Yeah, week 3.
Exactly. Okay, so did the defense do a good job there?
They did enough to win the game.
They had
just like
time out, Lewis.
They scored too, didn't they?
They had 95 plays on offense, Buffalo. They were
Okay,
on the
that's
field double the amount of time. That's not good defense. They got a little lucky. They didn't have 45 points scored on them. They were on the field 95 times.
Hey, I agree, Jason, but I've never heard a game when the clock strikes 0, no one says you won the game because of how many points you ran. You win the game by scoring points.
You're right. You're right. But if I'm breaking it down, and if you're going to ask did the defense help win that game, they were lucky to have not given up more points than their offense scored that game. If I really have to be critical,
again, that's absolutely fair in your criticism, right? But I can also say against week 2 in Baltimore that we give Tua Tagovailoa and this offense praise. That was also luck. In the NFL, you do need games of luck, correct? Because we're not going to see another game where Tua Tagovailoa throws 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
We don't know that. Nobody said that he would do it ever, and he did it. So, like,
okay, and we're making it seem like the defense can't play good ever again. That's what it sounded like. Jason just said.
All right, Lewis. Hold on, Lewis.
No.
Lewis, I'm not gonna. Lewis, what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna call you a hater. I think you're a smart guy. I think that you can think logical. So let's logically think about this, Lewis. Do you agree with the blanket statement that Vic Fangio is a top 3 defensive coordinator in this league?
No,
period.
No, he's a great defensive coordinator. Absolutely. I'm not shitting on him.
Okay. He's a great defensive coordinator. We'll just say that. Okay. And the numbers, as Triple S podcast came up here with numbers, facts to back it up, prove that when he goes somewhere, the defense improves. Correct?
Agreed. Right.
Okay.
But his second year in Denver,
not slightly, significantly.
Well,
hold on, bud. I'm going to let you get there. Let me cook. If we take that theory of bringing in a defensive coordinator like Vic Fangio, allowing him to bring in his own coaches, allow him to make that significant impact, by the way, with great foundation of players here on defense. I think the foundation of players he has here is better than what he had to begin with at any of his other stops. Go look around at all his prior stops as defensive coordinator in their first year. There is no way he had this type of caliber players here. None.
Well, I believe his first year in Denver, he drafted Bradley Chubb. He had Von Miller.
Yeah,
and
if
you look at the last 2 years, he had Bradley Chubb, Simmons. He also had Patrick Surtain Jr. He's had great defenses, and if I'm not mistaken, one out of the 3 years he was in Denver, they were ranked 25th in total defense. That's not a good defense.
2020.
Let me just if we're throwing out ranks,
that's not a great ranking.
If we're throwing out ranks, just want to throw Cap for life. I know Cap loves to talk in caps, and I don't know if he means obvious or oblivious, but statistically, the defense was very much the problem. They were the 26th ranked team last year in opponent third down conversions, meaning they didn't do a good job of getting off the field, and they were the second most penalized team, second to Dallas overall last year. So yes, the defense was a lot of the problem, amongst other things. But that's a reason why
nobody. And by the way, the conversation, Lewis, isn't that we're
breaking records in December.
Well, we're not.
I know what the conversation
is. I'm not negating the quarterback situation, bud. I am saying that right now the conversation is Vic Fangio could come here and transform our defense, and it would just do wonders for this team. You know,
so Steven, let me ask you then, and I want Sarney, Lewis, Bo Brown.
Have you seen Jordan Poyer's liking post about him in Miami? Justin Vandenberg said with his $5 donation.
We already have safety.
Hey, bro, I ain't mad. I'd like to see Justin Poyer with Javon Holland.
Hey, Fangio likes to run a too high safety.
We have more pressing needs. Brandon Jones is coming back. We have Hollywood.
Brandon Jones doesn't have the coverage.
Let me tell you, we get Jordan Poyer to go with Javon Holland. I'm gonna be very happy.
Let me jump in on Brandon Jones real quick.
You know how many holes we have to go out and get a Poyer when we need? I'll say we need O-line. We all say we need a middle linebacker. We all say we need another quarterback to back up Tua for when he goes out. I just don't see safety as being
The
top of that
fun-
list. And Poyer's going to cost a little bit of money. He's on the wrong side at 30.
I don't think Poyer's
There's enough
coming
reasons
either,
not
but
to
it's
get
still,
paid.
Yeah,
but it's
that's
still
a
fun to
fun
talk
pipe
about.
dream. But what could – let me just throw in there, hypothetically, they bring in a guy like Poyer or someone to that stature. But then you got a guy like Brandon Jones, right? Coverage is an issue. Tackling, blitzing, phenomenal. I saw Tom Renisi of Dolphin Talk tweet out that imagine if they would move him to an outside linebacker to some kind of blitzing linebacker role. And imagine if they bring in Vic Fangio, who was a linebacker and specializes in that position unit. They also have virtually an empty linebacker core outside of Jerome Baker. They got 5 free agents, so we don't know who's coming back. It could attract certain people, both line, free agency. So the linebacker core, what they could do if they bring in a safety to move down Brandon Jones, I'm very intrigued by that. But I'm very intrigued with Fangio and his level of expertise. And what
Let
this
me,
team needs.
because I got 3 or 4 people in the back, but TB12 and Bo Brown, TB12 to Miami. Who's this? I want to know who this is. TB12 to Miami.
Let's get the damn show started. First of all, Sarny don't know what the hell he's talking about because Brandon Jones got better in coverage this year. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Second of all, bring Flo back.
Wow.
Forget Fangio. Hire somebody else. Get rid of
We're all
Tua.
here, TV.
Sit him on the bench. Bring Tom Brady in. Let's not wait and see if he's going to get hurt because he's going to get hurt. Just bring Tom Brady in already. Drop the mic. All y'all suck except for Lewis.
Tell me how you really feel.
What about me, bro?
Shout out Esther. Shout out to the
Shout-
homie.
Estefan. Oh,
Damn, Esther, you throwing shots at me?
Estefan out here this morning.
I do to
Bo
you,
Brown,
Esther?
what's up, Bo Brown? How are you this morning, man? Take yourself off mute. You're on mute.
Okay, my fault. What's up,
What's
Steve?
up, man? How are you?
Hands up, man. Y'all crazy, man.
Hey, it's Wildin' Out Wednesday, baby. It is Wildin' Out Wednesday. And I got a couple of other people in the batch. I got Gavin Hatch. Who's Gavin Hatch?
What's good, bro?
What's good, man?
I heard you guys talking about the Jordan Poyer thing.
Yeah.
It was actually my comment that he liked. It was kind of wild.
Oh, is this Justin?
No, it's Gavin Hatch.
Okay, all right.
But I sent it like around to everybody, and it went kind of viral.
Look, man. I would like to see somebody like Jordan Poyer in a Dolphins uniform. I don't think it'll happen, but you bring in somebody like Fangio. I think that anything and everything goes onto the table then. Like players all of a sudden now say, hey, maybe I will take a pay cut to come play on a deep team like this or play under somebody like Vic Fangio on defense. I mean, I'm telling you, I think Fangio, there's such a huge domino effect by bringing somebody like Fangio to Miami. And Poyer could be somebody like that, right? And man, I would love to see Jordan Poyer and Vic Fangio for that matter. That's just kind of how I feel with it. I got somebody in the back room who wants to say hello real quick. And I'm sure it's going to be a fun one. It is Wildin' Out Wednesday. Bands are in full effect. Just want to throw that out there. I love them. Cap for life, ladies and gentlemen. Cap for life. What's up, Cap? Cap,
Hey,
get off mute.
Yeah, no, good morning.
What up, Cap?
Man, it's like The Godfather, bro. You guys keep me and drag me back in, bro. Sarny, you love with the numbers. I love you know the numbers, but please tell me those defensive numbers in December when the interceptions were being thrown by the quarterback for 5 weeks straight, which is 3/4 of the season. Since you love numbers so much, how is that on the defense?
I'm sorry, wait, Cap.
Fire career.
Cap. They played well in portions of the season, but the lifeblood of the year, certain times, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 12, it was a no dice. The team was picking up the first down. They were vastly different on their pressures. They blitzed way too many. They didn't disguise the blitz at all. They allowed teams to pick them.
How many
apart.
3 and outs did the offense give up?
Let me finish, Cap. All right, if you're going to ask a question, just let me finish and then I'll let you
No, I'm just saying, be fair when you throw out numbers.
I'm going to be fair, Cap. If you watch, I don't care about numbers as much as I care about mixing the numbers with what I see on the eye test. See, those.
No, I'm just saying the eye test for me was not the defensive issue.
The eye test.
That's
for
where you and me
was
have
having
it.
15 yards in the middle of the field on 3rd and 19, allowing some of the best running backs in the league at receiving the ball in the backfield to catch the ball and pick up 19 yards when you have to stop them 17 yards.
And I can come at you with 20.
Cap,
you're gone for 10 minutes. Trucker Sean said bye, Cap, and said half of this to DCC.
I mean, look, sometimes we're all guilty of going to Google or going to the stat sheets and looking at stats and letting it tell the story. It's part of the story. You have to match it with the eye test. You have to match it with the scenarios. And if there's trends, and if you keep on seeing the same thing and the trends match up, obviously there's a problem. And that's what we're seeing.
Jason, can I ask you a question? Because I agree with Jason. Right? In situations, there was some horrible 3rd and 17, 3rd and 19 call that were just, it was atrocious to see, right? But how many times could I also, just to play devil's advocate, could I say how many 3rd and 7s, 3rd and 8s we've seen where there was a good play call? It was just Jerome Baker out of position and missing a tackle. We could have stopped the 3rd and 8 if Jerome Baker, that was in position, makes a tackle and stopping him for a 5-6 yard gain. You see what I'm saying?
Sure,
it's
100%.
Those situations. So again, I think for people like me, I would have liked to see Boyer one more year because again, look at all the injuries. Look what he was dealing with. He did improve Cater Kohu. Look at the job he did with Nick Needham a couple years ago. I just think Josh Boyer.
Miami fan talk.
We gotta go. My opinion
coming back.
He was just called as a scapegoat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. These are the real fans coming up to step up, and you can shake your head all you want, Sarney. You can shake your head all you want, Sarney. You got to be fair, bro. Don't be coming at me with defensive numbers and not give me interception numbers either.
They had the least amount of picks. They had 2 people.
I'm talking about the quarterback, bro. Give me the amount of interceptions Tua thrown.
Can you explain to me when we're talking about the defense, he comes back to the quarterback? That's not what we're talking
about.
Because
it's about the quarterback. The issue is not the defense. That's what we're trying to tell you. Wake up, bro.
There is a glaring need on the defensive side of the ball, Cap.
Bro, Batman even told you guys in December Boyer had his best month with the defense, and the offense was the one crapping the bed.
I'm just supposed to just forget about the entire season?
Well, no, but you can't forget about December because December is what cost us. But you guys don't want to realize that, man.
No, we're not talking about that. If we're not talking about that, it doesn't
convenient for you. You don't want to talk about that, but you want to talk about the defense.
Let Jason explain.
Mute Cap for a second. I'm going to literally mute him. Respectfully,
no, you're intellectual. I know that, so act right.
Jason, it's violent Wednesday, Jason.
Let me ask y'all something real quick though. I ain't gonna hold you too long.
It's like I mentioned another couple of shows ago. You only have 150, 160 characters in a tweet. If you don't say something in that tweet, it doesn't.
Man, don't disrespect me like that, man. I talk just like you. Don't make it seem like I'm beneath you. Don't make it seem like I'm beneath you. Stop it.
I'm not saying that. You're adding things in.
Brandon Jones is your daddy, Sarney.
Listen, Cat. I'm not in the mood to get into a stupid argument. I'm in the mood to talk football, so I'm going to allow you to get into stupid arguments.
I can talk football too. That's the problem. You don't think I can?
You're not letting me finish a thought. So until that happens. Cheers.
No, go ahead. Man. Let me hear your thought. Go ahead, because I'm really curious to know your thought.
Every time he talks, you interrupt him, Cap.
I'm out. I'm done with it. I'm gonna allow you to get into
Let me ask y'all this real quick.
No, go ahead. No, the people spent $20 to hear us talk, not me.
No, Cap, I'll tell you. I want to hear Bo Brown's question, and then maybe it'll jump back into what.
Well, you're gonna deprive the people their $20, Jason Sarney?
I'll tell you what, Cap. For $20, I'll tell you what. For $20, you like Eazy-E? You like Eric Ezukama?
No, I like the truth better, bro. When you talk, please talk the truth. Don't be one-sided.
Shut up.
Nah, I don't need no cards. You can keep it, my man.
My man.
Hey, I ain't gonna hold y'all too long, man.
Hey, let Bo Brown go. Go ahead, Bo. Forget these two arguing with each other.
Hey, no, I love that. Look, man, I drive a dump truck for a living. Y'all keep my day going, man. Make it go fast and easy, man. Much love to all of y'all. But look, by Fangio being interviewed today and they talking numbers, if he does not get signed today, do you think it's over with? And my second question is, what's the deal with everybody saying we may get Saquon Barkley? And that's it. I'm going to listen to y'all.
Well, number one, definitely go back and listen to the beginning of the show. I appreciate you coming on. But I'll say that, no, it's not the I think we're 100% in the running. I think it goes down between we're the favorites to land him, but the person that can steal him out from under us, I think now would probably be only Sean Payton. Like Sean Payton's the only thing that can steal him from us. And at the moment, Sean Payton hasn't accepted a job. He doesn't have a job anywhere. And I'll be honest, even with Sean Payton, I still feel like we're a more attractive job than anywhere else in the NFL. The players that we have, the state taxes, the money, you'll have freedom to do whatever. We are the most attractive job in the NFL for any defensive coordinator, and that includes Vic Fangio. As far as Saquon is concerned, Bo, Vegas odds are saying that the favorite to land Saquon are the Dolphins, and Vegas, when they do that, they know something, right? They know something, and so I think there's something to that. There's definitely a relationship. There's a link between Saquon and Miami, and Saquon has already come out and said, I don't need to reset the market, which means he's not looking for, amazing contract type numbers. And again, we all know how I feel about the salary cap. It ain't real. It can be manipulated. So if Greer and McDaniel say Saquon to Miami, I think 100% it can happen.
He's not gonna. How much money are you gonna pay for him?
Hold on, Kazan, hold on
Who
a second.
cares?
Let me
Steven, I
jump
will
in
let you.
question first on Vic Fangio, because I just want to throw in 2 cents on that.
So we could afford Saquon, but right?
Hold on.
Who cares if we get Fangio?
We could afford
Hold on,
Hey,
Vonzo.
Lewis, you see that? We could
Hold
afford
on,
Saquon.
Vonzo.
The cap is
Hold
the
on,
bill all of a
Vonzo.
sudden. But we can't afford to replace this mid-level QB that we have. We can't afford that. Oh my God.
Vonzo,
Salary
they
cap.
said he's not.
Salary cap.
They said he's
The defense
QB1,
is not the
Vonzo.
issue.
He's
The
QB1.
defense is not the issue, but the quarterback they don't want to talk about, which is the issue.
Why is
But-
Why are we talking
but-
quarterback when they said he's coming
but-
back already? Why
Okay,
is
so
this
let's
why are we wasting our time?
let's go
Because
ahead and talk.
The
So
defense,
Why?
I can
we're
talk
gonna
about the
keep talking
quarterback.
about. So we're
How
gonna talk about
that?
Fangio, but we're not gonna talk about revamping our whole.
We don't have a
Do we have
coach.
money
You
to
want to
revamp
brainwash
our
us with
linebacking
Fangio
core?
talk.
We have a
Keep
quarterback.
brainwashing us with Fangio talk. Who cares
We don't
about
have a
Fangio?
quarterback.
I want to know,
We don't have a
do we have money to revamp
Don't
our
have a
entire
quarterback.
linebacking core for Fangio?
Oh, the Wolfpack here. The Wolfpack
Huh?
here. The Wolfpack
So
here.
where's the money for that and Saquon and our O
Got
line?
to keep you sheep in line.
The Wolfpack here.
Huh? And our O line.
Boys, man.
So where we supposed to find all these discounts? So where we supposed? No. Oh, CB talking about the
Hey, let's
Wolfpack.
get it
CB,
popping.
you go ahead and tell me where we supposed to find these discounted
Sonny,
players,
what were
because
you saying?
because
how
all these
long is it
players
gonna be
take
for
discounts to come
somebody
play
vote me
with
off?
Tua.
Somebody
Vonzo,
buy
That's what's
me
gonna
off
happen.
before I start getting after
BB,
these
tell us how
Wolves, man.
bad the Wolfpack is.
Stop. Hey, y'all better buy me off before I start getting after the Wolves, man. Y'all better buy me
Oh, you
off.
ain't getting
man.
after nothing. You stay getting dragged. Shut up.
You don't play with the Wolves, CB83. You don't play with the Wolves.
Hey, Wolfpack killer.
He's gonna
Wolfpack
get crazy,
killer
man.
alert.
Come here and cry to the
Killer
Wolves.
alert.
Because we talking about the quarterback that you say you off.
Why do y'all care about the quarterback on a day like today when we have?
Why do I care
Okay,
about
Steven,
Fangio?
we could get off the
That's all
quarterback.
they
So let's
got.
talk about our linebacking core. Let's talk about our O-line. Let's go talk about the secondary that we need to
The
fix.
real issue,
And
the
bring in
tight end that
Fangio.
we
How he's
got.
going to fix all
Where's the
that?
tight end?
They've
Our number one
already
tight
told
end.
you about the
Our
quarterback.
franchise
They
tight end.
told you
Guys,
the
what tight end do we
quarterback
got?
isn't going
Nah,
anywhere.
Rashad, I'm off that. Rashad, I am off the quarterback. I'm off the quarterback.
So
But
let's
y'all
hear what
tell
Sonny
me,
has to say
because
about Vic
Mr.
Fangio.
Sarney, hold on. Mr. Sarney, a couple last Wednesday was like, well, Vonjo, you tell me how to fix it. You go ahead. Okay, Sarney, you tell me. Fangio's in the building. How does he fix our linebacker core with our cap situation? How does he fix our O-line with our cap situation? How does he fix our goddamn secondary with our cap
Hey,
situation?
DJ, 31
Talk to
free
me,
agents,
Sarney.
DJ.
Nah,
31
Sarney,
free
talk to me.
agents.
Let Sarney
Sonny
talk.
hasn't said nothing in 15 minutes
Talk
because y'all
about
been
that.
talking to yourself.
Nah. I want Sarney to talk. Give Sarney the floor.
All right, thank you. I'm going to start now.
I
First
agree
off,
with
you're
that
going to
comment.
restructure a couple of contracts. Namely, you ask Xavier Howard to restructure. If he says yes or no, that's another story. But there's another 1 or 2 players that you can restructure. Secondly, they're going to re-sign maybe 2 linebackers. I would hope it would be Andrew Van Ginkel, who could be coached up by Vic Fangio, a linebacker. That's what he played. That was what his specialty position was, what have you. Then you go out to market. Maybe see if anybody wants to play for Vic Fangio, who used to be in his system. Was anyone else in his system? Bradley Chubb was. Bradley Chubb was in the system when he got 12 sacks. Secondly, we're going to go to him and say, hey, expertise with young players. Who do you like in the draft? We got a 6th round pick. We got 2 thirds. So you know what? I got 42 seconds. You got anything else to add, Von Joe? Because I can go more.
Ooh, kill him.
Hold
Kill
on.
him.
Time out.
Kill him.
Kill
him. Click clack.
Okay.
Click clack. Sound the horn.
Hold
Sound
on.
the horn, Stephen D.
I'm trying to say something, but you got hold on. I'm trying to say something.
Stephen D.
I got 2.
I'm trying to say something, but you got your cheerleader in the background. I can't talk.
Von, I got 2
What the hell I care about Fangio, bro?
I got 2
He preaching
what?
Lewis,
What
where
did he
you at?
preach?
Lewis, where you at?
I got 2
I'm right here,
contracts
bro.
I didn't touch yet.
This ain't my fight. This is Von Joe's fight.
We're gonna
Hold on. I want to know, what did he preach?
Hey, he needs your backup. He needs your backup. Tag him in.
Again, we have one linebacker under contract, right?
2.
We have one linebacker. Baker's under contract, right?
Correct. And I just said we're going to re-sign Van Ginkel. We're going to go out to market.
Listen, it's been already confirmed that Tindo's too dumb to learn the system.
No,
everybody keeps saying that he's putting on weight.
Oh, man.
Tindo is as dumb as our quarterback.
He's a rookie, man. That's Wolfpack.
Hey, Jason, don't worry about it, Jason.
I'm good. I got a little
The
more.
easy E2? Easy, you said easy E2?
31 free agents, bro. Try to fix that.
I'm not done yet. We're going to get.
You're not doing anything. You named 4 players out of 31 positions. Get out of here, bro.
That was 45 seconds. It was 10 seconds per player.
Batman's capping.
I just went 10 seconds per player on average. If you give me another minute, I'll cover a couple more. We're going to
give us 5 minutes. We want 5 minutes, Sarny.
Cap.
Click, clack, bang.
We're going to go Byron Jones contract. I don't care what we get back draft pick. I don't care if we get back a conditional 6th. We're going to trade Byron Jones and whatever to get that money back. Not done yet. We're also going to trade.
Hold on, I just want to know what's the final amount that we have to spend after all these renegotiations.
I would say after all the negotiations before, we're probably going to come up with around $30 million. Like that.
So $30 million. All right, so $30 million. Okay, let's go shopping with $30 million. All right.
I'm sneezing $30 million. I'm sneezing
okay.
$30 million.
Bro, we got the key pieces.
So far, I've heard.
We need complimentary pieces. All we need is complimentary pieces. We don't need.
What the fuck are you talking about? Complimentary pieces? Like we got all stars on defense. Complimentary pieces.
Hey, the defense is a system. It's not just one
complimentary
player.
It's a system. It's a system. Everything is a system.
Yeah.
You want complimentary pieces, the pieces that are leaving. How does that work, bro?
Like our running game was supposed to be a system. Our O-line was supposed to be a system. But we sat there and cried about our O-line when they could have fit pieces into the system.
I'm not taking Wolfpack questions today.
CB, I got to ask you a question.
Oh my God, it's a system. No, guys, it's a system. Our O-line in the running game was a system.
I'm not taking Wolfpack questions from Von Joe today. I'm not taking them.
It's not a question. It's a statement to your retarded statement.
No, they're taking defensive questions only. They're focusing on the defense right now.
The things that I referenced in terms of
focusing on defense
restructuring
right now.
These are things that Greer and Brandon Shore, whose job is to trim the cap, they're very, very good at. They're very, very good at that component. So I'm least worried about coming up with the dollars. What I am worried about is putting the people to the dollars to the field. That's where there's been some issues.
Okay, so Poyer's going to cost how much? Poyer's coming over here on a discount?
I'm not
Who said
on the
Poyer was coming here? Stop talking,
realistically.
bro.
I don't think realistically.
They had a whole section on Poyer talking about Poyer on this show. Were you guys just tuning in?
Vaughn.
I'm just tuning in.
Did I not hear you talking about Poyer coming here and how we ooging and gagaing over this tweet that he liked? No, just because you just chimed in and wasn't listening to the beginning of the show, CBA.
Bonjo, if you were
Don't
listening,
tell me that they weren't talking about Poyer.
Hold on, Bonjo. What was said is somebody said Poyer's been liking the post. I said, oh man, that would be cool if he did. I don't see it happening, but it would be cool if it happened.
And Von Joe latches into that just like
will y'all please let Von Joe keep
conversation about Poyer coming here. We just said no, it'd be cool if it happened. I don't see it happening.
Please let Von Joe keep cooking. Please let him keep cooking. This is hilarious, bro.
I want to know how we fixing our linebacking core with Fangio. Fangio's the guy. I want to know who Fangio bringing in to fix our linebacking core. What, he's going to bring back Landon Roberts?
Von Jones. Landon Roberts.
No.
Why are you saying that? Hold on. Why are you hating and saying that Fangio's not going to be able to do it? Like, what makes you think Fangio will not be able to bring in
I
the
said, who is he bringing in?
Hey,
what makes you think he won't?
Vonjo is the definition of a negative Nancy.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Oh yeah, I'm a definition of no. You guys are a definition of being delusional. Watch and repeat.
Is bad.
Because you guys love to watch and repeat. And at the end of the season, let's find excuses. Let's find a list of excuses that was already there from the beginning of time.
If he's a negative Nancy, are you a positive pipe dream?
Oh my gosh. Let's watch and repeat. No, we're gonna have a great season. Oh, this is gonna be
Jesus Christ.
We're gonna win 13 games. Oh, we're 8-3. Oh, we're going to the Super Bowl. Let's look at Airbnbs in Arizona. We finished with the same record as last year. $2 Muppets. Come on, fuck out of here.
Such a hater, Vonjo. You were just
and I'm the hater. You guys are the delusional ones. Y'all got Cap up there snapping because you guys sit there and hype up the whole fan base. Hey guys, they do all these wonderful things. Oh, Greer's they do all these wonderful things. Oh, Tua's getting cookies this year. He's gonna do all these wonderful things. Oh, we're gonna do this and do that. We're gonna do all these wonderful things. What did we do? What did we do? Cap, could you remind us what we did? Where did we finish?
We went to the playoffs.
No, we got let into the playoffs.
We went to the playoffs.
We were in the same situation as last year.
In the first round and almost won the damn game with a backup
almost. Oh my gosh, we almost made the playoffs last year. We almost don't. If, like you like to say, if was this and we would have been drunk, man, shut up.
Yeah, hey,
we almost left Tony Sparano's record.
Almost that.
Jesus Christ, Vonjo would say he was trash.
We almost drafted a real quarterback, and our dumb GM didn't.
You got Tampa Bay winning the division with an under 500 record. Jacksonville winning the division, and we're what? Crap.
Hold on,
garbage.
Triple S. I'm gonna bring you back, Triple S. Hold on, bud.
Jacksonville up there turned up. Jacksonville, find their guy. We sitting there playing these guys. These. Oh, what?
Damn, you stuttering? You all right?
No, I'm trying to avoid the swear jar. That's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to respect the show at the same time. I'm trying to be nice. But since you want to say, we're sitting here with our phallus in our hand in Greer's office. That's what we're doing. We're sitting here with our phallus in our hand and hoping that, oh my gosh, we're going to be great one day.
Blame you, Lewis.
We don't have depth on the offensive line that we need. Vonjo's not wrong in saying we need more
propaganda.
And $30 million a year or $30 million.
No, guys. Our O-line is going to be just fine. We have a system. The O-line is going to be just fine. Eichenberg is going to play well in the system. Jackson, he's going to play well in the system because CB83 loves systems.
Steven, all right, hold on. Steven D and panel,
these are dumb comments that we hear.
Hold on. Can anyone please tell me what the F exactly has Fangio won? Why the love affair for him? Did he win a Super Bowl?
That's what I'm saying. He is not the Messiah, bro. Every year somebody's the Messiah. This is going to be great.
Hey,
this movie's going to be awesome. Man, wake up, man.
I agree with that.
I would like an opportunity to answer that. Here's my answer to you, Mark. I think that he automatically makes this defense 10 times better than what it was. And I think we're good on the offensive side of the ball. We just need to improve in certain areas. So we address those situations as well as shoring up the defense. I said earlier, one last thing that McDaniel has to think about.
What's the areas we need to fix on the offense, Steven?
Huh?
What's the areas we need to address on the offense?
Oh, no, Sarni says discipline. Sarni says penalties.
Tight end and running back.
Last time I said Florida led penalties and discipline. He got fired.
Hold on. Okay, we need to address the offensive line. We need to address the tight ends.
We need to shore it up.
So we need depth on the O-line? Is that what you're saying?
Depth on the O-line.
And we need we need tight ends. Why we need tight ends for?
We need a starter on the O-line.
Look, here's the thing. Let me just reiterate, or let me.
Steven, I'll take this.
Hold on. I can see a scenario. I can see a scenario where the Dolphins go into next year with Tanner Connor, Durham Smythe, and Cethan Carter as our 3 tight ends. Along with Alec Ingold also getting tight end playing time and us not going after anybody. But I could, in that same breath, there's nothing that makes me not think that Greer's not going to go out at least shopping for a tight end. He's
for what? For what? Why are you wasting money on a tight end for?
I don't trust Greer getting a running back, bro.
Bro. God, he said he's going to shop.
No, don't even waste energy on a tight end for who?
Okay, we're gonna move on then, Von Joe.
Matter, Von Joe.
We're gonna stick with Smite.
Manipulated.
We might as well. Our quarterback don't use our.
Okay, all right. So
it's
then we'll spend more on the offensive line then, Von Joe.
Hey, y'all, look, really, you're nitpicking on little stuff. Like tight end, between a tight end and a receiver.
You're nitpicking a defensive coordinator like he's a man.
It could automatically.
Is he better than Boyer?
Yes.
That's all that matters.
Okay,
That's not a high bar, Rashad.
Hey, that's all that
Anybody
matters.
who says that Boyer's better
That's
than
my
Fangio,
point. That's my
you're
point.
You're dead
That's
wrong.
all that matters. Hey, honestly,
So take Von Joe as my coordinator over Boyer.
You guys do the same thing with McDaniel. McDaniel's offense is going to be great. Look what happened in December, bro. I mean, you guys are too. Oh my God, bro! It's too obvious the amount of kissing up you guys do.
Hey, Tua went down in December, man. That's why the offense went down, man.
I look, Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers. It's Wildin' Out Wednesday. Timeouts and bans are in full effect. If you don't, this is a channel that's run by the fans for the fans. If you don't like somebody's take, you can get them out of here. Say gone, Lewis, right, Lewis? All these haters and Wolfpack haters, all these people, they can get out of here. They can go.
Wolfpack has made the show today. The Wolfpack has made the show today.
Now.
I want to throw something out there.
Wolfpack made the show today.
What I would hope that philosophically.
Hey, how can we become a sponsor?
Whatever coordinator comes in, whether it's Fangio or someone else with experience, I would love for them to switch up the philosophy of the defense. That is what I think.
Okay, I'm back. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
That's what I think Fangio should do.
Yeah, my wife needed some was calling me. So again, why are we getting? Hold on, did we figure out this tight end situation? Because our quarterback don't use tight end, so.
We're not talking about that, bro.
I want to know, did we fix that situation? Did we address it? I'm asking.
Pay attention. We moved on. We're not talking about that.
So you guys didn't have an answer from you and we moved on. Okay, got your check. Okay, next. So what we talking about now? What we talking about now?
We talking about how Vic Fangio is going to help change the outlook of this football team moving forward.
Out for you, Von Joe. I want your opinion on.
He's trying to spit game to y'all. He's trying to give y'all knowledge. Y'all don't want to listen, Von Joe. Y'all want to hire Fangio already.
What if we let a guy? Wow, there's a lot of wind. Von Joe, mute.
Damn, Von Joe, put your phone on mute, man. Where you at?
I love you, Von
Put your mouth on mute. Shut up.
Are you skydiving? What are you doing, dude?
Yes, I'm skydiving, just like the rest of us jumping out of planes. Just like the rest of these Dolphins fans jumping out of a plane. Yes, we're skydiving. We skydive every preseason. We skydive every.
Hey, that was good, bro. That was good.
That was good. For teachers, and before, I would never become a teacher. From the time
Don't mute me because I'm still talking because we skydive every day. If I'm skydiving, this whole fan base skydive just to go splat every postseason. Stop it.
Respect to all the teachers out there.
Wildin' Out Wednesday is definitely my favorite day of the week. I'm telling y'all.
Seriously,
I believe.
Don't lie, Stephen. There are some days you can't take it.
That's true. I'm not gonna lie.
4-3 defense. I want a defensive end, 2 defensive tackles, another defensive end. Chubb, Phillips on the outside, Wilkins, Sealer on the inside. 3 linebackers, the traditional middle. 2, give me a Mike, give me a Sam, give me a Will. Give me an old school regular 4-3, and this is what I think that Vic Fangio could bring in. You need to find maybe a little less linebacking help, more defensive line help, which is also the strength of the team. And then you have to get over the fact that we have 2 of the best corners in the league. We don't anymore. We have an old X and we're getting rid of Byron Jones. So the secondary being the strength, that's over. You need a guy to come in. The Flores Boyer model of the secondary, it's over. Bring in the 4-3, the front 7. That's the strength. Make life easier on your younger development.
I agree with that. Tim Bowens, Dale Gardner.
He preaching.
Tim Bowens, Dale Gardner. Yeah.
What do you think of that?
It sounds good in theory, but again, Again, it sounds good in theory. You know why? Because at the end of the day, you need the players to play those positions. Because if you can't,
what Vic Fangio brings, now you got to get.
Okay, so
Von Joe, let me ask you: who led the team this year in tackles?
For the love of God, I still didn't get my statement out. I'm still in the middle of my statement.
I'm asking you. Who led
so Orlando Roberts can play a 4-3.
Favorite player led the team.
Orlando Roberts. So that's what we're doing, Steven. Steven, is that what we're doing?
The Dolphins don't need to improve.
Steven, if that's what we're doing, are we putting Orlando Roberts in this new defense?
He's going to go to.
Okay, so why bring him up?
Because he's your favorite player, Von
Shut up,
Joe.
Steven. Why bring him up? Go back in the corner.
Go think about what you just said.
Don't put Steven in the corner. Nobody put
Steven in the corner.
You're already in the corner. You're the upper left-hand corner. So you just sit there in that corner where you're already at and think about what you just said.
Devonjo, I'm glad you finally made it to the ground, bro. I'm glad you finally made it to the ground.
I think
Lewis, high five. High five, Lewis.
What are we talking about right now? Again, it sounds good in theory. It sounds good, Jason Sarney. It sounds lovely in theory. But at the end of the day, if you can't afford players and you can't coach up players to be in that 4-3, guess what? Now I just have a trash 4-3 system.
You can. That's the thing.
We came from a trash 3-4 to a trash 4-3. That's all you did to me.
No, because the thing is, like I mentioned before, if I have to worry about the strengths and the faults of an organization, like I mentioned, the strength of Greer and Shore is getting the budget, getting the assets. Then, of course, picking the right ingredients will make the meal what it is. That's where they might need to work a little bit on. But I am extremely confident we're going to see this person restructures, that person restructures, and 2 deals. And I'm guaranteeing those 2 deals probably happen, relatively quickly together, because Greer likes to pick up one phone, hang up, pick another phone up, and make quick hit deals right away.
Listen, man, Jason Sarney, it was lovely. This panel was lovely. You guys can go back into your world of delusion. I'm gonna let Lewis handle you guys. I gotta pick up my kids and go back into the real world. Okay? I'm done with this fantasy world that we live in right now. Okay? As we're living in this world of fantasy, now I gotta get back to the real world where things actually make sense. Okay? Because you guys can go ahead and continue with the land of fantasy, okay?
Yeah, we clear 50 million. We clear 50 million in cap. That's probably what we're gonna do. 50 million in cap.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get to 30 million.
Okay. So all of the pieces we need, we can't pay. We don't have the money for that. Every piece we need.
It's the pieces that
Later, brother. Be good.
We're not going to spend $5 million on a backup quarterback. We learned that lesson. So that's going to be, when you think about next year, we're going to learn that lesson. We're going to get rid of, I think, the 3rd or the 4th highest contract in Byron Jones. And then when you have to re-sign certain players, let's look at, again, a guy like an Andrew Van Ginkel. You get a 2-for-1 in there because you also get a special teams coverage and return guy who led the team in special teams tackle. So you get a 2-for-1 who's also going to hopefully play 40 to 60% of your defensive snaps. So again, go ahead.
Right, but hold on. So all right, let's talk about Barkley. All right,
Barkley.
You don't think we're getting Saquon, bro?
I'll tell you why. I'm going to tell you why.
$50 million.
We're not getting sorry.
All right, we have $50 million of cap space, right?
I don't trust Chris Greer getting a running back at all, bro.
Barkley is already turned down a $10 million cap. I mean,
I want to go.
You're not getting Josh Jacob. You're not getting Tony Pollard. You're not getting anybody, bro.
Let's say Barkley costs just for amusement. Barkley costs us $17 million a year.
Never gonna happen.
You name me the last running back Chris Greer ever got.
It's
Kazan. You name me Kazan the last running back Chris Greer has ever got, bro.
You're right in a sense that GMs like to shop in certain markets for positions. Greer shops in Filene's basement for running backs.
No, because Greer has a press conference and starts saying that his dad got Curtis Martin. He's not his dad, and he's never even drafted anybody close to Curtis Martin.
He's not going to spend money or put.
We're not going to spend money. We're not going to spend that kind of money on a running back anyway.
I'm going to throw a name out there, and I'll be more than happy with re-signing a Raheem Mostert. And I realize you traded for Jeff Wilson, but I don't know if Wilson's the kind of guy that says, "Yeah, let's run it back and get 8 to 12 touches." Maybe he goes somewhere else. I want Alexander Madison. I want that kind of guy, someone who maybe was second fiddle to that, in Minnesota. That's the kind of range of running back to look for. I'm not saying I love a Devin Singletary, but not running backs 1 through 5 in the market. Running backs 6 through 10, I think, is that where they're going to be shopping.
No, you're making too much sense. It's not going to happen. It makes way too much sense.
You can find. Listen, there's plenty of running backs in the draft. Again, we see
but they're not going to spend day one. They're not going to do day one.
I'm not talking about day one. I'm talking about look at the running back in Kansas City. In Kansas City, a 7th rounder, and
I want to ask Lewis and Cap a couple questions. This is for both of you. Some of your feelings are from the history of the Dolphins' moves or non-moves, right? Whatever they've done, part of what their moves have been in the past or non-moves have been in the past make you feel the way you feel moving forward. Do you agree with that? Rashad, you're gone for 10 minutes. Bye, Rashad. Man.
Go ahead, Lou, you first, because I think this is a trick question.
No, it's not.
Listen, at the end of the day, my problem with organization-wise, we always seem to go after all these big fishes. Mike Wallace, he's going to fix all the damn problems. No, he didn't. Ndamukong Suh, he's going to fix all these damn problems. No, he didn't.
Regime.
Well, Christopher Greer was in this in the
No,
organization.
he wasn't driving the car. He was a passenger. But he wasn't
Brandon Marshall.
But he was a passenger. Brandon Marshall. It's all
okay. No, all right. I hear you.
Rinse and repeat, Steven.
And Cap, would you agree with Lewis's answer?
Well, it's either that or like Sarney said, regimes. Like we're talking about 5 or 6 different regimes on top of the names that Lewis
but
just said.
Ultimately, your fear of what they've done in the past affects how your viewpoint is of the future. Is that a fair statement?
It's not fear. It's a track record.
Give me another adjective to use. Your lack of positiveness or your lack of
confidence
optimism.
Right. Yep.
Your lack of optimism for the future is deterred by the moves that they've made in the past or non-moves they've made in the past. Correct? Yes or no? That's what I want.
Yes. This past season.
All right. Now,
let me answer, bro. You asked me. I didn't answer.
All right. Go ahead, Cap.
I'm just saying, like, it is all about past history, but people don't want to say bring up the past. But it's like, what do you expect me to do when we keep preaching about a quarterback that's supposed to get us to the promised land and doesn't come through, and yet we're pinpointing the problems on other deficiencies that we really don't really have? It just, that gets me so annoyed. It's like, you see the obvious, you know the obvious, but you're looking left and right instead of looking straight at the obvious.
I'll tell you what.
Let me get my point out.
Steven, can I say something real quick, though?
All right, real quick. I don't want to forget my point. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is my thing about you guys in the past. Like, you guys want to look at the past, you want to look at the present, you want to culminate all of that and try to figure out, hey, who's the quarterback who can take us to the Super Bowl? Like, a quarterback alone isn't going to do it. It's just not. It don't matter if it's Tom Brady.
Tell the Rams that.
It doesn't matter.
Anyways,
so I'm saying.
Anyways,
Josh Allen alone could not take his team to the promised land. It takes a team. It takes a team that is put together properly.
And that's not even the point that I was going to do. Hold on. For Lewis and Cap. Last offseason, do you believe that last offseason, the maneuvers that the Dolphins made, the salary cap maneuvers, the trades that they did, the free agents they went out and got, is that not the best offseason that you have seen from the Miami Dolphins in the last 25 years?
No, it's Brandon Albert and Brandon Marshall. It's Mike Wallace and what other offensive linemen they got that year also.
Season was like the any of the 20-year prior off seasons?
Yeah, bro, it's the same hype. It's the same retread. Look where they ended up now. Look where we ended up now.
We disagree on that. We're way wrong on that, Cap.
I'll jump in there because
bro, what's the end result, Steven? You're telling me I'm wrong. What's the end result?
Cap.
No, he's not going to tell me I'm wrong and then look at the end result.
The end result was that Brandon Marshall.
Tony Sparano, Adam Gase, same thing. We're not even better than that record.
Brandon Marshall.
At least Sparano won the division.
Yeah. And then Brandon.
So how much better are we?
Brandon Marshall was traded a couple of years later for 2 third rounds.
We didn't even win the division, but you think we gotten better?
Listen.
Okay, hold on.
No, Steven doesn't want to answer that. He's asking me. Can you hear me?
Steven, am I coming in clear? I just want to know.
Oh my God. Yes, Vonjo.
What are you, oh my God, for? I just want to make sure I'm coming in clear so I don't ruin your show with my sound.
I hear you. I'm going to put you on mute for a second. Let us finish this conversation. Then you can get in with whatever whining you want to do, Vonjo.
Now you got me riled up. See, I was coming in relaxed, but you want me to come in hot. Because again, you have CB83 talk of building a team. You want to talk about history. Again, you don't know where you're going if you don't know your history. And again, our history has said we've done this before. And again, we never fixed the one position. We got a quarterback that's learning how to fucking fall. That's what we have. In the whole season.
I muted him. Sorry, I did it. I was the guy.
This is the retardation we're going through over and over and over again.
Joe, we can barely hear you, bud. We can barely hear you.
Bro, can you talk like a human being?
Again, we have a quarterback. We have a quarterback, Steven, that's learning how ball.
Okay,
that's what we're doing.
What are you sounding
So
like
you
a
want me to
bear?
build a team for a
Why
guy
do you
that
sound
don't even know
like
how
a
to
bear,
ball
man?
right?
Stop growling.
Basic
Stop growling into the
self-preservation.
phone, dude. Stop growling into the phone.
All right, hold on.
Basic self-preservation. He doesn't know how to do.
Calm down.
Stop growling, man.
Steven, so if we get Vic Fangio,
I just want to finish my point. That's all I want to do right now.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Steven to answer my question. He likes
And
asking questions, but he doesn't answer them.
I will answer
If
your
we
question.
get Vic
in my
Fangio,
point.
do we become Super Bowl contenders? Steven, Sarni.
Oh yeah, 100. Yes, 100%.
In the right direction to that. It's a step in the right direction.
Vaughn, you're gone for 10 minutes.
To answer the
CB83, what do you
question,
think?
And I'm gonna put not my aqua colored glasses on. It's a step in the right direction, meaning that they have checked off one box.
Vaughn
now they
breathe.
have to fill in
Vaughn
a
breathe
lot
and try
more. They have a lot
Okay,
more things
all right.
to do. But it's
Here's the point I was trying to make to Lewis and Cap is this. The last offseason for me showed me that the Dolphins are willing to do something different than they have done in the past, to veer in a different direction. And also by making the Boyer move this offseason too so far, it showed me that they're willing to cut the plug where they believe, not saying where I believe, where they
What
believe.
move made you think that?
I'm getting what last offseason?
What move made you think that they got us over the top with their move selection?
Well, I didn't say over the top. I said that they're willing to do things differently and move forward.
Which move? Give me an example.
Tyreek Hill obviously is the first.
Brandon Marshall, Mike Wallace. It's a retread.
They are in no way, shape, or form the talent that Tyreek Hill was.
It is.
Okay, look, Tyreek has a talent, no doubt, but the end result's the same. We didn't get anywhere.
No, well, let's get something straight. I don't know about the end result being the same. Did we make the playoffs with Brandon Marshall? We were one of the most losingest teams in the NFL during Brandon Marshall's tenure here in Miami. As a matter of fact, Brandon Marshall's biggest highlight was his very last game.
I'm talking about the hype.
He didn't even play for
The
the
hype
Dolphins.
is the
He
same.
played for the AFC and the Pro Bowl.
The hype was the same. He got paid the same. Mike Wallace got paid the same. It's all hype, and nothing happened is my point. What's the end result?
Right. Well, to me, it's a foundation. To me, it's a foundation. Hold on. To me, it's a foundation. And the Dolphins have laid the foundation, as well as last offseason showing me, okay, we can manipulate the cap. Our owner's willing to put out a blank check. It sounds like people, for the most part, are being cohesive within this franchise, upper management, all the way down to coaching staff. And the people that weren't being cohesive, they got out the door. Now, am I saying is that the number one move I wanted them to make? No, but it's a move that everybody's moving in a direction together. And by the way, you go back and look, as I said earlier, the Dolphins had their fourth best passing in franchise history this past year. So they've made moves to get better.
What good did that do?
The offensive line is not great. Hold on. The offensive line is not great. I get it. But it definitely is an improvement over, over what we've seen over the last several years. Hey, look, I get it. December sucked. Nobody hated December more than me. I get you. I'm a Dolphins fan just like y'all. It sucked, but we made the playoffs. We got in. We had to win that Jets game. We won that Jets game. Now, did we need help? Of course we did. But when we got in, we still went toe-to-toe with the number 2 seed in the AFC. We have made steps to get better, and we are still doing that. By bringing in Vic Fangio, it allows us to then keep building more of that foundation and move forward and forward and forward.
And you know what's going to happen? The defense is going to get better, and the offense is going to suck.
Can I go after Lewis?
And speaking about the defense, I just want to get everybody's opinion, right? Because I know everybody was in their feelings about Byron Jones, right?
Yes.
Let's say, for the sake of argument, we can work something out with Byron where we say, listen, you're under contract. We're not willing to give you $16 million, right? But you're coming off an injury. Let's let bygones be bygones. Let's try to restructure. Would anyone have a problem if you woke up tomorrow and they said, hey, we're bringing Byron back at, let's say, $10 to $11 million?
No problem with
as long as he can play, not a problem at all, homie. He just got to play.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. If he's 100% healthy,
we're all on board with that.
Damien, what's up, homie?
We're all on board.
He's lining up for you week 1, right?
Yeah, I would love that.
That's a whole fact.
Opposite Xavier Howard. Now you can move either Needham or Kadu to the spot to the nickel, the inside, and then you still have Trill Williams coming back. Maybe you bring in a
Tell me
corner in
that
the
doesn't
draft.
upgrade your secondary by
Absolutely. So everybody's opinion, they would be fine because a lot of the feelings were Byron quit on the team.
100%. Jason
We don't
probably
want Byron
agrees.
no
He's not
more.
saying it.
Fangio's going to want a nose tackle, and Sarnia will tell you the same thing.
Well, I agree. Listen, then we're going to have to upgrade. I'm just talking about a specific player. Would everybody be willing to? Because again, the narrative was he quit. We don't
One word
want him.
answer. Yes.
I'll give you a couple more. Lewis put out a very specific scenario. In that very specific scenario, I would agree.
Okay.
In that specific scenario where he restructured,
right,
and he's going to be on the field.
And by the way, there's 3 moves to make that. Lewis, here's in your specific scenario. There's 3 important things. Number 1, Fangio coming here. Byron decided he's going to come back because he wants to play for Fangio, right? Number two, they have to make the money work, which means that Greer had to make the money work. He was able to get people at the table, renegotiate, make the salary cap work. There's 2. And then the third thing, okay, is you have to be able to bring in or set egos aside and have people say, bro, we are here to win one thing, and that's
the bygones be bygones.
And so those 3 things would all have to happen. And by the way, it's not out of the world that it couldn't happen. Is it unlikely? Yes, it's unlikely to happen, but I'm not saying it couldn't happen. And I'm saying one of the ways you get it to happen is by getting Fangio in the building.
Well, the only reason I even brought that up is because I think one of the big regressions that we've seen in Xavier Howard is that he didn't have Byron Jones on the field. There's a reason that Xavier Howard the last 2 seasons had his most productive season with Byron Jones.
Hey, but hold on. Let's not.
I agree with that, Lewis. You and I agree 100%.
But we got to stop making excuses for X, man. There's no reason his ass should be out there getting burnt like that. Like, he gets paid. Look, he gets paid, and he don't travel either. He ain't no corner who travel and go toe to toe with your best wide receiver.
I agree, but
he had to at the end of this year, though, CB, because there was nobody else.
But you getting paid. You getting paid like that. Get out there and do your job, motherfucker. You getting paid like that.
Right,
go do what you gotta do.
Swear jar, CB. You ain't immune from the swear jar. All right, number 2.
All right, I got one.
CB, here's the other thing, though, bud. So here's the other thing. When you look at it from that standpoint, too, part of the production that X had is because of the security blanket that happened from Byron on the other side of the ball, right? And so when you feel like I don't have to worry about the top, I don't have to worry about the other half of the field, because why do you think Darrelle Revis for so long was so good? Because he knew this part of the field is mine and nobody else has got part of this field, right? When X this year, because of all the injuries, X had to be everywhere, everything, all at once. No pun intended from the movie, although I watched it last night, and I give it 6.5 out of 10. I wasn't a big fan of it personally. But anyways, like he was relied on so much, CB, and of course there was going to be a drop. But I think to Lewis's point, whether it's Byron or somebody else coming in, I think that we will see. I think that the inefficiencies or that we see from him are going to be less this year with a healthy secondary. And I still believe, and I said this on Hot Take Tuesday, that he will renegotiate his contract. He will renegotiate his contract.
I don't know if X still has him, man. I think he's on the decline. Corners don't typically.
He's not on the decline. I'm just saying he's still an asset to this defense. He's still an asset.
He's even 80% of X is still better than
80% of X is better than 100% of Noah Igbenogany.
There it is.
Okay?
You know what movie y'all all need to watch? Y'all need to all watch Back to the Future, because we need to go back to the year that right before the draft until Flo lose every game, homie. We don't care about these moral victories. We don't want to win no games. We want to make sure we get Joe Burrow. Whatever you do, don't draft Tua.
Esther, your takes are.
That's what we need to do. Go back in time.
Shout out to
don't draft Tua.
You wouldn't want Burrow, CB?
Could have drafted Herbert instead of Tua.
Oh, Damian left, man. Damian,
he was still available.
Go, man?
Yeah, shout out to the homie Damian as well.
Damian, just so y'all know, Damian was the OG original number 2 of the show, like at the beginning. Damien used to come on all the time, cuz. Love Damien. Shout out to you, Damien. Miss you, buddy. All right, Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Want to remind y'all, hit the like button, donate to the channel. Remind y'all, we got the Super Bowl box pool going on. If you guys, $50 per block, you pick the number, send the money through Cash App or PayPal. Trying to raise money for the channel, help the channel grow. Damien, you're back, Damien. My guy. You're on mute. You're on mute, Damien.
Okay. I'm at work, so I ain't got that long. I just wanted to say #1, great show, Steven. Fins up, man, to all y'all on the panel.
Good, Damien.
I'm in total agreement with what everybody's been saying with Fangio. Definitely need to get Christian Wilkins back in here, get an inside linebacker. I'm petitioning for Levante Davis. He's a veteran, but he can still produce. I'm all in with what Lewis said about Byron, man. I think that we could hash things out with Byron, have him back in there. It'll be a plus.
With Fangio. With Fangio.
Yeah, I'm all with Fangio or Lovie Smith. Either one of those two. I want somebody that's been proven that can coach a team to a Super Bowl. Fangio's done. Fangio's been there, and also Lovie Smith with the Rams. But my thing is this, and I don't want to sound repetitive. We can have the greatest defense in the world, but if you ain't got that dude on the center, it really don't matter. And our guy can't stay healthy.
That's it.
He can't. And people want to argue all they want. I will say it again. As of right now, not saying what if, he is the 4th best quarterback to come out that draft of 2020. There's no way you can dispute it. That's is what it is. So
that's a fact.
Until we get that dude, it really don't matter. It really don't matter.
All right. So Damien, I want to clarify. #1, would you be excited if we got Fangio? Like, would that excite you?
Hell yeah.
And it would make a difference to this team.
Hell yeah. I think we can go back to those early 2000s defense with Bowens and all that, man. Man, when we had Jason Taylor, man, when we had that 4-3, it was outstanding.
And having a guy like Fangio, minimum gives you 2 extra wins a year. And that's minimum. Okay?
And will help you in January in the playoffs. In that Buffalo game with a Fangio, we could have created even more havoc.
Steven, I got to call you out. Steven, I got to call you out because you just said Fangio gives you at least 2 wins.
Minimum.
But I remember you saying Tyreek Hill gives us some extra wins at the beginning of last season.
He won it
last season.
Hold on.
And we had the same
Tyreek.
So answer
did
for that,
give
Steven.
us.
Answer
when
for
they
that,
were
Steven.
when they were 8-3, he was on pace to that. I'll give you that. Then the wheels started kind of falling off again. Now I will say this. I wanted to say this minutes ago. The defense handled injuries as admirably as they could.
Why are you bailing out Steven? Why are you bailing out Steven? He didn't get to answer.
I'll answer the question.
I'm helping.
Let Jason go.
I'm going to say that Tyreek was looking like he gave the Dolphins those extra wins, and then other components might have led to the reasons why they didn't get 11 wins.
So that could happen with Fangio as well.
You know what? If the amount of injuries this year, I don't
100% plausible.
Right. I just
so let's not say he gives us 2 extra wins until he gives them to us.
Fair.
Is that fair?
Fair. But the fact of the matter is, the injuries that the defense
I can't argue with that. How about that?
Get
I
him,
can't
Triple
argue.
S. Get him. Step on that neck, Triple S.
I'll take the L.
Neck.
But the hope and the hype of Fangio is real. And I don't think anybody here on the panel will deny that, right?
Oh, no.
What I was trying to get at Damien Damien said it doesn't matter unless we change the QB here, it just doesn't matter.
Or he could at least stay healthy and give us a shot. Even though I still don't think he's better than, as of right now, the 3 other people that were drafted in that draft, other 3 quarterbacks. Love, of course, doesn't count.
And by the way, that's neither here or there, Damien. I don't want to agree or disagree with you. I think because he hasn't played in the injury part allows him to, you can argue one way or the other, right?
But that was his biggest indictment, Steven, coming out in the draft. I mean,
that it was. And I also said in the last week, Damien, I said if the Dolphins choose to keep Tua as their guy going into next year, then they need to realize and have a contingency plan that he is not going to play 5 or 6 games.
It's a slap in the face if Joe Burrow and Jalen Hurts play in the Super Bowl and we're sitting at home. That's all I got to say. We did not win a playoff game this year because of Tua Tagovailoa.
That's
he
a whole
missed 5 games and it's his own damn fault because he couldn't stay in the pocket or throw the ball around. I don't give a damn what the offense.
And can I add one more thing, Steven? It's 49 years of frustration of not winning a Super Bowl. It's 49 years of frustration. It's 38 years of not even being in one. How can we as a fan base be patient with the player who consistently can't stay on the field? I don't give a damn if it was Marino, my favorite player. If he couldn't stay consistently on the field, number 13 got to kick.
Look, your arguments are all valid, but you have to realize if the Dolphins choose to go in this direction, there are still ways that we can be.
They're idiots. They're idiots. If they stay in that lane and they don't have a contingency plan, they are straight up idiots.
Damian, they distract you with Fangio talk, bro. You know the problem, but they distract you with a new toy.
Disagree.
Well, yeah, but hold on. We can't do anything about the quarterback until the offseason anyways.
Correct.
They're fixing the issues that they can fix right now. So,
whose fault is
all
that?
right. Whose fault is that? That's because that's the way it works. I mean, the Patriots just went out and got a problem. They fixed their problem.
Hell no. That's the way it works as an answer. Come on, man.
Yeah, but Cap, that is the position that we're in right now.
And you think that's a winning position?
No, I don't think it's where I think they should go out and get a quarterback. But I'm not the owner. I'm not the front office. I mean, if you took fandom aside, and I hope this is Caslin's point because it's mine, or at least this is mine. If you gave me the keys to the car, Tom Brady would be the quarterback here next year. 100% he would. I know a lot of people disagree, but he would be because I think he gives us the best chance moving forward.
Then they are talking about the elephant in the room.
I am also on record saying that if the Dolphins choose to stay with Tua, there are scenarios where the Dolphins can still go all the way, and they just need to make sure and have the contingency plan that you gotta think of life without Tua for 5 to 7 games each year.
Stephen D.
He can prove otherwise.
My brother, Stephen D.
Yeah.
So you think with Tua we can beat Cincinnati in the playoff? This Bengals team? Bengals team?
If he's on the field, 100%. And even if he's not, that goes into who's the backup. And that's why,
do you remember the start of that game that he got injured and he threw a pick and everything? He looked horrible. He ain't beating Joey B. Not Joey B. Not Mahomes. We looking at just Buffalo.
Tua just don't have no heart, y'all. He's a good player, but he's a good player,
man. But he ain't that dude.
He ain't never won nothing.
He ain't that dude.
He ain't never won nothing.
I want to be wrong about him, man. I want to be wrong because I'm a Dolphin fan. I win if I'm wrong, but I can't be wrong the way it looks.
No, hold on. He can't see over the middle of the goddamn field.
That's a whole
How many open players? How many open players that he missed?
I'm supposed to just throw out the window everything else he did this year.
What has he done? He capitalized off of the fastest duo. He capitalized off a duo that's the fastest receiving core in the league that dictates coverage every damn game. That's what he capitalized off. You're gonna put Derek Carr, anybody in there to capitalize off that. When has he made a wide receiver better, like what Justin Herbert did with Palmer and those other guys when his 2 number ones went out? When has he made?
Hold on, Damian. With the exception of a 3.5 game stretch at the end of the year when he would, in my opinion, he was not all there. Like he was hurt. Okay, that's my opinion. You call it an excuse. You can call it whatever. I don't care.
Okay.
With the exception of the last 3.5 games, Tua's body of work this year when he was on the field, healthy. He is the guy that can get you to a Super Bowl.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Let's break it down game by game.
But the issue is he can't stay healthy. He can't stay healthy, and that's what hurts him. And
injuries are part of the game.
That's why, as a franchise, you're at a crossroads. You either say, "Hey, I'm going to go with somebody like Tom Brady or Derek Carr or Lamar Jackson or Aaron Rodgers," and you do whatever you got to do to get those guys if that's the route you want to go. Or you say, "Look, if I'm going to go with Tua, then Tua's going to be the guy." who's the backup? Who's filling in for those 5 or 6 games?
And the reason that we're looking at that shows you we don't have the guy that we're looking at.
Hold on, Steven.
Tua as a pro, he's lost to every quarterback he was associated with in college. He lost to Trevor Lawrence, got knocked out against the Bengals, and it doesn't matter. The injury still counts. He got knocked out against the Bengals and Joey Burrow, and then he lost in prime time to Herbert. And next year when we play against the Eagles, he's probably going to lose to Jalen Hurts in prime time.
But think about this, gentlemen. Think about what would you have to do to go get Aaron Rodgers, to go get Lamar Jackson, and even Derek Carr. What you have to mortgage the bet. You have 2 best bets. If Tua for some reason doesn't work out here, you can then put all your eggs in the basket the following year and have more capital because it's another year that's there and another year that.
Can I respond to that, Stephen D? Can I respond to that? Okay. Now with Lamar Jackson, that's the far-fetched thing. We don't have the capital. We can thank Stephen Ross for that.
Probably, yes.
I think
Damian, you there?
Let me ask you a question too, Stephen.
Yeah.
All right. You take the same offense the way it is this year, right? And you plug in Derek Carr.
Yes.
Is our offense not going to be a hell of a lot better than it is now, the numbers-wise?
I think if you put Derek Carr, I think we win maybe 1 extra game, maybe 2.
I don't think so. No.
Well, here's the
Carr
reason why.
alone.
Here's the reason why. Derek Carr would have played more games than Tua.
Hold on.
And Derek Carr would have had better numbers with this team.
But Derek Carr alone would get you 4 extra wins this year.
I don't think so.
I don't know about that. I like Derek Carr, and I think a lot of people underestimate him. I don't know about that.
Hold on. He gave the Raiders 4 wins. Last year, he gave them 6 wins. The year before that, he gave them 5 wins. He is on top 15 on the list of top quarterbacks in the fourth quarter. Him alone, you get wins.
Look,
in
man.
3 years that Tua's been in this league, he's gotten 4.
So Kaslin, here the real question, Kaz, is this: for the people that don't want Tua, then you play. Would you rather? Would you rather Tua or would you rather Carr?
I'd rather Brady. I'd rather Brady. Let me tell you why. Let me tell y'all why.
I'm with you on Brady.
Let me tell y'all why. No. I need y'all all to hook right now because he had one of the best wide receiving cores in the NFL. You got Renfro, you got Adams, you got an awesome tight end. Probably, in my opinion, I think he's the best tight end in the league. And where did that give the Raiders offense? I'm just saying, I think Derek Carr, his time has passed. I like Derek Carr. I liked him. I always thought he was underestimated. I'd rather go with Brady.
Can I pose?
Hold on.
No. Hold on. So here's the real question. No, that's not the question. Forget Brady for a second, Estefan. You have 2 choices this year. No. Hold on. No, just listen. You only have 2. Are you going to go with Tua or are you going to go with Derek Carr? Which one would you go with? No, forget that for a second. Let's say Brady goes to Vegas and he's not available. And the only 2 people that are available are Derek Carr via trade and keeping Tua. Who would you go with, Estefan?
Carr. If you're going to put me in the corner and put a gun to my head, I'm going with Carr.
Right. You're blaming.
Only because if we get to the playoffs, he can put a helmet on and some cleats. That's it.
But hold on.
By the way, 9 years. That's a fair answer, and I'm not holding you against that answer. I think that's a fair answer.
Can I pose this to you?
Carr has been under 6 different head coaches, and last year he was under a different head coach. So I think his numbers weren't as good as because of the system that he was in. He doesn't fit Josh McDaniels' system at all.
Changing. Yeah.
So and the guy in the year before,
I go with
the year before.
Yeah, I would rather have Tua than Carr, but I just don't want Tua right now.
No way.
And by the way, I'm glad you said, Lewis and Damian, I'm so glad that you both said Tua over Carr because that's what I'm getting at for you guys. Are the Dolphins choosing Tua because he's the best option, or the Dolphins choosing Tua because he's the best option out of the limited amount of options?
Well, only and I just want to pose this over Carr he is, but Brady, no.
He's not better than
Rodgers,
Carr.
no. Jackson, no. Now, Jackson is unreal as this. Let me pose this to y'all. With Aaron Rodgers, of course, if the Packers are in a situation where if they get rid of Rodgers this year, because they still have Jordan Love on that rookie year for 2 years, they can kind of absorb that hit because they're playing Love.
Yep, 100% they can.
I'll be right back.
Damian keeps going in and out.
My thoughts on the whole Tua thing. That this team is, and I know it might not look it, but contractually, salary cap wise, Tua is on.
Can y'all hear me? I just want to make my point real quick because my phone about to go out. Okay, so we have 3 top 100 picks. Would y'all be opposed to giving up that second, those 2/3, and a first next year for Aaron Rodgers?
Absolutely not.
I think that's realistic. I think that's realistic.
No, it's going to cost more than that. Correct. They want a 1. They want at least a 1 or 2 seconds, or 2 1s for Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, because the only thing we can give him is the 1 next year, the second this year, and 2/3. And maybe we could throw in a second next year. That's what I'm saying. Like, we have some capital we can give them this year. We have 3 picks in the top 100.
You can give them the 1 next year and the 1 the year after that. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's realistic.
Right.
It is realistic with Rodgers. It's not realistic with
How
with
many years does Aaron Rodgers really have left?
Oh, he's 38, 39. I think he has at least 5 solid years in his prime. And with this, would be the best receiving core he's ever had in his life.
Hold on. Right, but hold on. What has Aaron Rodgers really done in his career other than win the MVP?
Okay, for us being Dolphin fans that haven't seen QB excellency since Dan Marino, we are in no way to even
other than win a Super Bowl and an MVP. That's all you can do.
Us as Dolphin fans, we have no right to even dispute that. He
won back-to-back MVPs. He didn't just won.
The only thing I wouldn't do, I wouldn't give him number 12. He can't wear one of our guys' number.
I am not saying Aaron Rodgers is a bad quarterback at all. I've never said that. I will never say that.
Okay. I got you. Look, Lewis and I looked at each other and we were like, what do you mean?
I don't trust the guy at all.
But do you trust a guy who can't even play a full season?
I don't. Again, I don't want to either. But all right, so
Damian,
the 2 options
you're asking the wrong question, Damian. You're asking the wrong question.
2 options is
the question.
Do I want to stick with Tua this year and then give us at least a chance to go anywhere in the playoffs, and then mortgage our franchise on a quarterback coming out of the draft, which I think next year there's only 1 or 2. I would say Caleb is a franchise quarterback regardless. He's the next coming to Patrick Mahomes. He's the real deal. And the other one would be Bo Nix or Bo Nix. Those are the only 2 I'm giving.
No Bo Nix. No.
Hanjo, I'm just putting in you because I got a lot of background noise.
Don't want Bo.
Andrevius, don't start, Andrevius.
No, hold on,
guys. We don't need another quarterback, Steven. I'm more relaxed now, as you can hear in my voice.
Okay. I appreciate that, buddy. I appreciate it. Hey, Vanjo, I love you. I love you, Vanjo.
You don't have to lie to me to make me feel good, Steven. I'm just fine.
I'm lying to you about this.
I have a whole entire family that loves me. I don't need your fake love, okay, guys?
Oh man.
Hey. So again, guys, we're gonna be just fine. See how relaxed Lewis is? That's how relaxed I am right now. You guys just can't see it, okay? I'm fully convinced that. Listen,
Lewis out here chilling on the
I got off the phone with Greer. He gave me full confidence in our quarterback situation. He's learning how to fall, so we're gonna be just fine.
Let me. I just want to make this point. Hold on, real quick.
We're gonna sign Fangio. Hold on, I'm in the middle of my rant, Steven. Stop cutting me off with your fake love. We're gonna sign Fangio. Listen, we're gonna have Pro Bowlers on this defense again.
Plans are in full effect. Go ahead, guys.
All right, Fangio's gonna come in. He's gonna make it. Listen, we're gonna have Pro Bowlers all over this defense, guys. Okay, real ones, not the fake one like X this year, but we're gonna have real ones this time. All right. That's all I wanted to say, Steven. Hey, guys, fins up. We're going back to the Super Bowl, guys. We haven't been there in like 38 years, but hey, we're going back.
49.
I could feel it.
All right. So, Damian, my point to you is the question that should be asked when you were asking Caslin shouldn't be what you were asking. It should be, what are you willing to sacrifice for a gamble on all these accounts, right? There's no guarantee that you go get Aaron Rodgers that you're guaranteed to get a Super Bowl. The same thing with Lamar. The same thing with Eric and whatever. So so hold on. Let me finish my point.
Okay.
I'm not saying I agree with Greer or whatever on this. I'm saying that Greer is basing his decisions on calculated what's the word I want to use? Calculated probability of what's worth to get rid of compared to the reward, risk and reward.
Right. Is the juice worth the squeeze? And
exactly. So you look at Aaron Rodgers, you look at Lamar. I'm just going to throw those two out there to begin with. That's a lot of risk. There's a lot of reward that could come with it, but there's way too much. There's a lot of risk.
And can I answer that? Because I can. 49 years of frustration. It's worth throwing your future away to hold that Lombardi trophy up once. It's worth taking that shot. It is.
As a fan, we say that, and it's easy to say that as fans. But Greer and McDaniel want to keep their jobs, and they want to keep what they're doing. And so you look at that and you say, okay, well, to me, here's what I think the Dolphins are thinking. Here's what I think Greer and McDaniel are thinking. Greer and McDaniel are planning for the future. And I think what they would want to do is bring in their own rookie quarterback eventually to be able to build up. And so right now it's not worth the risk for them to get rid of capital for Aaron Rodgers.
And I understand that, homie, but they ain't going to make it if the Jets get a quarterback. And we know O'Brien has gone to the Patriots, and they're improving in the division. If the Jets get a quarterback, we're the third best team in the division. Now, if that happens, guess what? McDaniels ain't going to make it to draft a rookie quarterback. We ain't making the playoffs next year. That's a whole fact.
Well,
Amen. We don't need to draft another quarterback. We have Tua Tagovailoa, the left arm of God.
Oh God!
And
by the way, God is very ambidextrous. I saw him.
But what I will say is their move might be, okay, we'll keep Tua. We'll give Tua every chance under the sun in the world to do it. And if he doesn't,
he will be great.
And if he doesn't, we then know, okay, we're going to draft. We have, I have a feeling they have a draft board that's
Steven, I need you to fix your verbiage, Steven.
So we're going to have to suck to get Caleb Williams, and then Tyreek's going to have a hissy fit in our locker room. We'll get divided.
I will tell you, I'm in love with Caleb Williams.
I'm from DC, Steven. Do you know that? I'm all in on Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams is,
hold on.
With the exception of Andrew Luck, he is the best quarterback ready college to pro that I've seen.
We're going to have the worst record to get him, though.
And
we're going to lose Tyreek, Waddle, and all them after that. So we're going to be starting over again.
Why, guys? Why are we talking other quarterbacks? Why are we talking?
That's not a possibility.
You're going to have to give up so much to get a bunch of ones, and then you have to give up those ones.
But y'all are saying we can give up that same thing for Aaron Rodgers for maybe a 2 to 3 year run with Aaron, maybe.
Well, right. So
Greer is the guru.
I would rather give up that for Caleb. I would rather go to any team and say,
Sarney, I got to chime in, Sarney.
I would rather. Here's my opinion. I would rather deal with 1 to 2 more years of Tua, 1 to 2 more years. Try to make this thing work with building things around him, and then when Caleb comes out in the draft, say, "Here's 4 first-round draft picks for Caleb Williams. You want? I'll give you 4 first-round draft picks."
So you and I are on the same page when it comes to that. So hold on. There's only Caleb. There's Caleb. I like Bo Nix. Nobody else likes whatever. I don't care.
You wouldn't have to give up that much.
Quentin Ewers. Quentin Ewers as well.
Caleb will be the greatest college prospect.
He's Mahomes 2.0. He's Mahomes 2.0.
But Mahomes wasn't even a great draft prospect. He was still passed up on.
Yeah, but he's compared. Who is
the best prospect in the last 20 years? It was Andrew Luck. And then Burrow's probably right behind. It was Andrew Luck and Burrow are probably the 2 biggest prospects that I can remember over the last.
And Tua Tagovailoa, Tua too. Remember Tank for Tua?
Let me chime in here real quick, Stephen, with the Tua thing. And for better or for worse here, because he's going into his last year of the rookie deal, minus any potential picking up of the 5th-year extension. My thought process is with the way that they're trying to structure this team, obviously what happened this year was a little bit of a kind of fork in the road, But this is the year where we will find out not just if they're going to pick up the 5th-year extension. Let's face it, if he's the future or not. It's good business to give him this year. We'll know week 7, week 8, week 9, pretty much, if that 5th year or if that future is going to be with him. But it is in good business, I believe, that they're riding with Tua, and then we'll know midway through next season if we're going to have to talk about this with next year's class or free agents or whatnot. Yep. But it is in good business because all you want to do in the NFL is get to a Super Bowl on a rookie quarterback deal if that's your guy. And if he does bring you in a 4th or situation where if he brings you to the Super Bowl, he's your guy. Great. If he doesn't next year, then you know he's not. Does that kind of make sense?
I'm willing to mortgage the future for Caleb Williams.
Right.
Hold on. A lot more than I'm willing to mortgage the future for Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson.
Well, to Sonny's point, the Giants just did the same exact thing with Daniel Jones. And he was told if he's not healthy, then they're going to move off of him. And he stood healthy all year.
Well, but Caslin, the Dolphins never said that to Tua. That was proven by them in the last press conference at the end of the year press conference when Greer and McDaniel said Tua's the guy next year.
Steven, can I say something?
Right, but I'm saying for the 5th-year option. 5th-year option. They didn't give Daniel Jones. They didn't give Daniel Jones a 5th-year option either. Like I said,
and they're not going to do that for Tua, right?
Yeah, and they told him,
guys, hold on, real quick, because one thing we're missing, because we're talking about next year, right? And a lot of contracts that we signed for this 3-year window, we're either gonna have to dump, and we have to start this rebuild again. Listen, I've said this before, and I'll clearly have to repeat it. These next 2 years are the window.
Right.
If we don't, guess what? The rebuild has failed. And we're starting over from scratch all over again.
Right, but I can see in year 2. Year 2, I can see us if we got, like I said, if we got Caleb Williams. I can see us being heavily favored to go.
Joe, let me ask you a question. I don't disagree to the standpoint of there's a 2-year window to win right now. I agree with that. Are you willing to gamble and mortgage the next 2 years that if it doesn't work out, right, that you are left with nothing for the next 5 to 10 because you have no capital to go out and get anybody. You have nothing to go out. If it doesn't work, you're screwed. You are sitting toward the end of the stick. Or would you rather try to work with the next 1 to 2 years with Tua? And then if that doesn't work out, you still can go get somebody for the future.
Why not do that with Brady? Because he doesn't cost any draft picks.
That's not the plan.
Who? Brady? To me is the number one pick that makes the most sense for the Dolphins.
All right, so let me know when I can answer a question
for the Dolphins.
Hi guys.
It would make so much sense for the Dolphins to go out and get Brady. It gives them the best chance because they don't have to mortgage the future. You don't have to pay him a buttload of money. I mean, he would cost something. Don't get it twisted. But he would be able to bring in veteran, high-priced free agents on 1 to 2 year deals, and it would so improve. Brady makes the most sense. The second person, though, is Tua. Tua makes the second most sense. I'm sorry.
Steven, to answer your question, could I answer your question? Could I answer the? See, I'm trying to stay relaxed. I'm trying to stay relaxed.
Don't stay relaxed,
Steven.
There's no reason.
But here's the thing. Hold on. Right now, we're really mortgaging the future with Tua right now.
Okay.
Try putting these pieces around him. That's what we're literally doing. We're restructuring contracts, which is pretty much mortgaging our future. We brought in these high valued players and gave away draft picks. Again, mortgaging our future. So no matter what, you're mortgaging your future, whether you do it with Tua or or by bringing in a quarterback, a high value quarterback. So it just depends how much of your future you're mortgaging, really. But now
it's risk and reward, Vonjo, right? It's risk and reward, and so the Dolphins. And by the way, I'm not saying I want the Dolphins to do this. I'm just telling you. To me, it just, from an outside view standpoint, it's the only thing that makes sense to make the move that they're making. They are calculating that if in 2 years I would rather have draft picks to go after a young quarterback rather than in 2 years I have nothing. I think they're going in 2 years I'd rather have draft picks to go out and go get the quarterback.
Steven, when has this team showed you they could draft quarterbacks?
I mean, they haven't, with the exception of Dan Marino, that was multiple lifetimes of regimes ago. So I
So
agree.
this Caleb guy, just earlier this season, I heard what's that guy for the that quarterback? He was supposed to be the guy.
No, Caleb Williams is the guy. Okay,
then I'm hearing, the future Manning is going to be the guy.
Archie Manning might be, but he's still 5-6 years away from the league.
I keep hearing about these guys, and they get into the NFL. Guess what? They're not really the guy.
And Archie Manning, the only reason his name, let's be honest, his parents, that last name brings up a lot of hype. But
what I'm saying, Steven, is give me the guy that showed me he's the guy in the league.
For Caleb's
He's not 5 or 6 years out.
Yeah, they're arguing now.
I don't care about these rookies. These so-called supposed to be the guys. Give me the guy that showed me he's the guy already.
I want to say good morning to Andrevius. Good morning, Andrevius.
I don't want to say good morning. No, screw you.
Why?
Screw you.
That's what I'm talking about, Andrevius. Don't take that fake love.
No. I'm here hating on Steven for completely different reasons.
Okay,
because I'm here to hate on you for false advertisement and clickbait. Because the title of this video says Vic Fangio and Sean Desai interviewing for DC and Miami favorite to land Saquon Barkley. I come in here and y'all yelling about Tua first thing in the morning. I'm starting a petition. No, you hush. You hush, Steven. I am starting a petition to change the name of this show from Miami Sports Music to the Tua Tagovailoa Morning Show.
I agree.
This went off the rails real quick from that topic. It's unbelievable. We're talking about defense, talking about penalties, and now we're talking about trading draft picks that we don't have for Caleb Williams. Come on.
So Dolphin.
It is. It's actually rather typical Dolphin. Guys, this team is built to see what Tua could do on the fourth year. If the fourth year is looking great, I'd say give him the extension and that's what you want. And then you'll have to build a team around the quarterback that is going to take you to where you hoped and thought that he would be. If it's not going to happen, this is it. This fourth year is do or die for Tua.
Again, Jason, this third year was supposed to be when he pops, and it's supposed to be do or die. That's what we said at the beginning of the season. Now, the fourth year is not a do or die. What is he, a cat that got 9 lives? Well, I mean, what is he, immortal?
No, Vaughn. He's a rookie.
Is Tua the Highlander?
No.
You know what? You're right. Tua is the Highlander.
Joe, you're funny. You're a comedian. And you're just
No, I'm not being a comedian. Jason, hold on, Jason. See, now you gotta get me tight. Because again, you're gonna call me a comedian like you haven't heard this narrative. At the beginning of the season, that wasn't a narrative.
The last year of his contract. He's the guy going into the last year of his contract. So it's do or die.
Jason, again, was this not the narrative you were hearing that the third year was his year?
No, the third year.
Am I being delusional? Is the rest of the panel? Am I making this up?
100% Von Joe.
No, you're
Am
right.
I making this up? Because apparently to Jason Sardi, I'm a comedian.
You're right,
I'm funny to hear.
You're right,
ha.
We were expecting Tua to take the leap, which he was seemingly doing, which is why he led the league in passing.
Okay, but don't call me a comedian when you act like I'm making this up.
You're taking an aspect of my conversation and you're kind of flipping it around here. You're kind of like looking at one aspect of it. I'm just not trying to say what you're trying to insinuate. I'm trying to say that in the fourth year,
Joe, take a breath.
In his last year of his rookie deal, this isn't the leap year like last year was supposed to be. I think that when you look at the
see what happens.
He was healthy, and he made this offense cook. He was a very, very good passer, indicative of his numbers. Now, that's the third year. If he was healthy and didn't have the concussions, we're talking about maybe an MVP year or a better playoff situation for the Dolphins. That's the third year. So, in my mind, he kind of did take the leap, minus the concussion issues, which we can't talk about.
And minus the 4-game losing streak. That was also pretty bad. Like, you can't act like it was just the injuries or he would have won MVP.
You're not wrong there, Triple S, but
four-game
if I
skid.
continue, there was issues with Tua's performance on top of the good. But the fact is, I thought he made significant improvement to match the coaching staff and his player personnel. And if you're talking about the fourth year of his last year of his rookie deal, you're either looking at not picking it up for the fifth year, picking up the fifth year, or extending him to be your future guy. To me, that in Miami is do or die for the fourth year. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Lewis, get on camera. I got a question for you, bud. First of all, what's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm chilling, man. It's been a good show.
Well, I think it's been a great show. It's Wildin' Out Wednesday.
And just one more thing. We're talking about Tua. That was an MVP conversation prior to the injury. So I think that was elite. I think.
I want to ask you two separate things, Lewis. Why is it okay for fans to talk about? Why is it not okay for the perception of the Tua haters? And I'm not calling you all a hater. Maybe I am screwed. I am calling you a hater.
Yeah. Put a name on it, Steven. Put a name on it.
You are a hater, okay? Why is it perception of Tua haters that every time we talk about something else, the conversation needs to go back to the quarterback? We need to talk about the quarterback. No, nothing else matter except the quarterback. No. All this does, doesn't it, Lewis?
Again, it does to a degree, right? But look at
what
the
do you
scenario.
mean to a degree?
I'm going to tell you why, right? We got one of the best weapons in the NFL this year, right? Tyreek Hill. We can all agree on that, right?
Yep.
If we take Tyreek Hill off our team, what happens?
We're last year's team with Devontae Parker.
Right. Now you took Tyreek
Yeah, we do.
Hill.
Be the same effect.
Hold on, Crypto. Hold on, Crypto. I'm getting to Stephen D's point why it always comes back to the quarterback. Because we took Tyreek Hill off of Kansas City. What happened to Kansas City?
There was no.
They
got better, like I tell everybody.
And you know why that is? Because of quarterback. We're not talking about the weapons on Kansas City. Because, again, it doesn't matter about what weapons you have or whatever. Again, we all are football fans here, correct? I'm a Dolphin fan, just like everybody else.
No,
but
I'm
on
not
this Sunday,
arguing with you on that.
When my team wasn't playing football, I watched the games. I watched the Cincinnati Bengals go in there with 3 of their starting offensive linemen out of the game. One was a rookie that was making his first start in a playoff game. Did they look like they fell off?
No, they looked really good against Buffalo.
They actually looked
Right.
better.
And Joe Burrow is because of that.
But
okay, this is where you're wrong.
No, the players still have to play the game.
The coaching and leadership don't matter.
Pause. Let me argue this point. We're talking about a Zach Taylor-led team that's not in his first year, that's in his multiple year.
I get it.
And by the way, it also we're also not arguing the point to say that a quarterback can't overcome inefficiencies. But in the same argument, we also say, look, you can cover up inefficiencies and have an okay quarterback and still win.
I don't want to hear it. Okay, before this offseason, hold on. Before this offseason, we heard the perfect backup to Tua Tagovailoa was Teddy Bridgewater, correct?
We all,
and that's what Mike McDaniel said too.
That's what we heard.
Mike McDaniel actually said that, Lewis. That's why he got Teddy.
And Teddy was a starter in this league, right? That had a playoff experience, that won a playoff game, correct? With Minnesota, correct?
It was the curse of the $10 million, man.
Okay. No. This is where this narrative about coaching and leadership falls out the window. Put Teddy Bridgewater on that same Cincinnati team with all those weapons. Right? Still have Jamar Chase, still have Tyler Boyd, still have T. Higgins, still have Mixon. Put Teddy Bridgewater in Cincinnati, and what does Zach Taylor and that coaching staff do?
Look, I have a feeling about
it. Has nothing to do
exactly.
It has nothing to do with coaching.
Hold on, Lewis. No, don't let me.
It has everything to do with the guy you have behind
Teddy
center.
Bridgewater's interceptions were the first thing that came to my mind. And then his health is the second thing that came onto my mind.
Okay.
So
you forgot about him taking safeties every now and then.
Look, I'll say this.
You need a guy, Steven. You need a guy. I say we need a guy. That's what it is.
You don't need it to win. You want it, and odds are better in your favor when that happens, but it is not the clear-cut 100% way to still have a contending and a winning team. We clearly saw the Ravens do it with Joe Flacco. We clearly saw the Ravens do it with Trent Dilfer.
But that's one out of every 20 years. You're talking about a 5% probability, Stephen, doing it that way.
What we are saying is, this is you are correct. The odds are in your favor when you go out and get a clear-cut top 5 quarterback. 100%. Nobody's arguing that. But the Dolphins are not doing that. And you guys are sitting here saying, nope, if we want to win, that's what we got to do. That's bullshit. It's not true.
It's not. It's not.
It's not.
It is.
Not in this day and age, Stephen. It's the probability is getting lower and lower doing that.
You are wrong. You can clearly build up the rest of the team, have an average quarterback.
1 out of every 20 years, Stephen.
Still be a contender. Nick Foles won a Super Bowl with the Eagles, cuz he was nothing to write home about.
Anomaly.
Stop
Wentz
it.
was an MVP
The Eagles
candidate that year.
Anomalies.
At that point.
The Eagles are
Yeah, those are anomalies. Come on.
They also had
Steven.
MVP quarterback play up until the last week of the regular season. Let's not
Exactly. Carson
Carson
Wentz was
Wentz-
MVP, clear MVP
Carson
favorite
Wentz
that
was-
year.
Carson Wentz got hurt in like week 11 or week 13, and then what's his face took over.
I want to
Sound
say it was
familiar?
like week
Brock
15.
Purdy. You think Brock Purdy? Like, what are the odds that Brock Purdy is Tom Brady 2.0? Slim to none. It can happen.
Slim
Look,
to none.
like we're seeing it
That's
at the
very
moment,
high
but
if he stays on
odds
that.
are-
No, he
they're
has
not
the
high,
same
but they're
stats
better
as
than
Garoppolo.
any time they've ever been.
Right, but hold on.
Exactly. He has
Out
the
of
same
four
stats as
teams-
Garoppolo.
Out of the 4 teams that are left, there's only one of them that is built defensively strong, and that's San Francisco. The other
Correct.
3 are all high-powered offenses.
Philly's got a decent defense too, but
Yeah, Philly's got a good defense.
Right.
They led the league in
Right.
sacks. They got almost 90 sacks.
Yeah. Philly's got a defense, a decent defense too. But
The Eagles are
by
going to
the way,
beat San Fran.
I think the winner of the NFC Championship game,
Steven.
personally, like that's
Steven,
it's gonna be a
you're
fun.
capping, by the way, huh? Wentz
Why am
didn't
I
go out in
capping?
week 11.
First
You
of all,
said
Triple S,
Wentz
you done called me out 3 times today.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Keep cooking them, Triple
Get
S.
on him. Get on him, Triple S.
Triple S
Keep
calling
cooking
me
them,
out
Triple
on
S.
my show. What?
Okay,
What?
Steven, you said Wentz went out week 11 like Foles did more than he did. You want to know what week Wentz really got injured?
What week?
17. Week 15, sorry.
I
Yeah.
said week 11 or week 13, so I was off by what, 2 weeks or 4
Get
weeks?
him,
4
Triple
weeks,
S.
Steven. You was
Get
out.
him, Triple S.
You was off by a whole month,
I
Steven.
said week 11 or week 13. So that's exactly what I said. It doesn't
Oh, man,
matter.
Steven.
Nick Foles still came in the same way Brock Purdy did. Let's be real.
No, Brock Purdy
Brock
came in
Purdy
a lot
played
earlier.
more, bro.
He played way more games in the regular
Apples
season.
and oranges. Y'all are like not understand the argument I'm trying to make.
Nick Foles also won
Not
2
cat
games.
blockers. You know what? Forget all you. I can't stand every last one of y'all. You'll be a fan morning.
Man, Stephen man cooked up this morning. Man, some
Yeah,
straight
yeah,
cook.
yeah.
There you go, Triple S.
Triple S, don't you?
He got you. He got you.
Hey, don't worry,
I
Triple
wanted to
S. I
say
got your
something about
application.
Tua.
Your application is on the way, Triple S, for the Wolfpack. Don't worry.
Yeah, you did accept the Triple S in the Wolfpack.
Let me say something about the Wolfpack thing real quick, because that kind of drives me crazy. And I see people in the comments, Batman. They got a lot of
Get 'em.
respect for Batman. Love his show
Get
and all
'em,
that.
Triple S.
CB83, same thing. I love all
Get
the
'em.
content creators. But when you try to say these things like the Wolfpack and people that are hypercritical, what is there to not be hypercritical about? We've been bad for so long.
Nobody's sitting here. All right, so Triple S, that is a fair statement. Here's my problem with Lewis. Here's my problem with Bonjo. Here's my problem with Cat for Life. Today, the conversation, the news was about Vic Fangio and the defense. And
We're not a defensive coordinator away, Steven.
These Wolfpack mother, you know what?
Wait.
Wanted to come up here and talk about Tua and how he's the reason for it. Okay?
Not me.
Because
No,
we're not a defensive coordinator away.
Jason Sarney can attest to this. I came up and said I'm very excited about Vic Fangio, and I was just wondering if he could also be the backup quarterback.
See,
that's all I said.
No, sir, you still
that's all I said.
Right up here. No.
I said player coach. I said player coach.
I came up here.
But on a day when the major news story is about a defensive coordinator,
Jason, let him know, Jason. Player coach, Jason. Player coach.
I would say these people, you people want to sit up here and come up here and talk about a stupid quarterback.
The thought of Vic Fangio running an RPO just makes me laugh. But anyway,
player coach, Jason.
Let me ask you a question, Steven.
My guy Steven's defense.
Steven, I got 2 questions for you and Sarney.
Hold on, let Jason go first.
All right, go ahead. My bad.
This show is about the news of the day, which is the coaching interview. tomorrow, Friday, on my show on Wednesday, Steven, we're going to figure out when my show is weekly, but we'll talk about other things that this team needs to do, which I think, Steven, you are aware that this is not the only thing that needs to be fixed. Today, we're talking about the defensive coordinator. Another day, very happy to talk about some other aspects. Not Vic Fangio playing backup quarterback. Sorry, Lucas.
Well, Stephen, I think Stephen D did the show then today a disservice because this is Wildin' Out Wednesday. This is not Happy-Go-Lucky Day. Talk about Vic Fangio and the good news. This is Wildin' Out Wednesday, and what's the topic of conversation on Wildin' Out Wednesday? It's Tua. That's it.
Let me add to that a little bit, Lewis. Let me just add to that a little bit, and I think Triple S wants to get in here, but you're all asking what
Watt Dog wants to get in here too. I want to let Watt Dog talk.
I'm almost done. Vic Fangio, what a good defense, forget Fangio, what a good defense can do to an offense, keep them fresh because they're not on the field as much, or keep them closer to the goal line, keep the field position battle golden. There's a lot that a defense can do for a quarterback like Tua and not give him 75 yards of the field to work with, maybe 40, maybe get more turnovers because this defense had two multiple interception players this year. That's it. And it was no turnover creation, 0. So a good defense can make life vastly easier for a quarterback like Tua Tagovailoa. He doesn't need.
Is it the defensive coordinator's fault that X was dropping interceptions?
Cap for life. Stop abusing your moderating powers, Cap. I love you, Cap. But stop.
Well, it was a ton of dropped interceptions too.
That's on X. Listen, X made a lot of mistakes this year, and Xavier Howard, in his little bit of banged up state, in his taking over for a lot of injuries and roles, and not having the bookend of Byron Jones helping
X is on the decline. I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
That's aware. We know that. So to yell at or to credit, what's the defensive coordinator do because X dropped a couple of picks? That's on X. That's on the guy who dropped the pick. If Cater Cole, who was good as a year that he had one or two calls that were pass interference or defensive holdings, they were called. So maybe a good defensive coordinator works a little bit more on technique or on how to avoid those. There's a lot that a veteran defensive coordinator could do for the defense, for the offense, for the special teams, and for a rookie or second-year head coach.
Maybe he's grabbing and holding players because he's getting cooked.
Listen, to me, if I'm going to
want to say something, so just leave it alone, Jason.
I'm not going there.
All right, Walt Dog 1 2 3 4. What's up, man? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can, man. Floor is all yours, brother.
Good, bro.
All right, thank you. All right, so I wanted to give a quick assessment on Tua for the season and the games he played. This is just my assessment. All right, so
I tried, Steven.
Go ahead, Walt. Go ahead. Walt, this is your first time on the show, right?
Yes, this is my first time, but I always watch your show,
Hey, man, I appreciate the love and support. Go ahead, man. It's a show for the fans, by the fans. Go ahead, buddy.
Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, so week 1, Tua had 270 yards and 1 touchdown. He got the win, so I'll give that like a B. In week 2, he had 470 yards, 6 touchdowns. All right. Obviously, first half, he was nowhere to be found. Mike McDaniel and Tyreek Hill had to slap him up a bit, and then he came out, and then, I'll give that an A. Okay? But first half, he was nowhere to be found. All right? Week 3, he had 190 yards, 13 completions, 1 touchdown. Got the win, but I'll give that like a C of a game. All right? Week 4, 8 of 14, 110 yards, 1 interception. I gave that a D game.
He also got hurt in that game. He got hurt, but go ahead.
I agree.
It's incomplete.
I gave that a D. All right. Comeback versus Pittsburgh. 21 of 35, 260 yards, 1 touchdown. Got the win. I gave that a C of a game. Okay. Could give it a B, but I gave that like a C of a game.
Lewis, stop.
All right. Week 8. This is when Tua had 4 great games, in my opinion. 3-game stretch. Week 8, 380 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's an A. Week 9, 300
Against who? Who was it against? Tell us who it was against.
Was it against Chicago?
Yeah,
Week 8?
it was.
I believe it was against Chicago or Houston, one of those teams. All right, week 9.
Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago. Week 9, 302 yards, 3 touchdowns. Got to give that a name. Can't hate on that.
Who was that one against?
I don't have it written down.
It was Chicago.
It was Detroit.
Okay.
It was the Chicago. No,
Week
Chicago,
9,
Detroit.
Detroit was 8, Chicago was 9.
Week 9 was Chicago, and then he went on to torch Cleveland. So he had 3 weeks, 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions.
Okay.
Yep.
Week 10, he had 285 yards, 3 touchdowns. I give that a B. All right, I'll give that a B. All right, whatever. All right, week 12, that's when he started to go on the decline a little bit. Week 12, 22 attempts. No, 22 completions out of 36 attempts. 300 yards, 1 touchdown. I gave that a C.
He played the first half of that game. They took him out because the game was over. These are stats, but some of these games he didn't even need to do anything. The first week against the Patriots, they scored 7 points against him. Tua didn't need to do much of anything. That's why looking at some of these stats.
Walt Dog, just to I know you want to go through all the games, but overall, what's your overall grade of Tua this year?
Overall, in my opinion, Tua had 4 great games out of 14. The rest were either average, below average, or
Right, that's what I thought he was getting.
Tua is an above average at best.
He had 9 games, no picks. 9 of them.
But Wild Dog, remember those games that he was below average? He didn't need to perform in those games.
So overall, I give him a B. Tua is the quarterback for 2023. We understand that. That's not a secret. I would give Tua the 5th-year option because that's the business thing to do. We have to give him the 5th-year option. That's the business thing to do.
Unless
if he ends up flaming out next season, you can always Baker Mayfield and trade him, and someone will take on that contract.
Stop the cap.
No, because no one will take on that contract because of the durability concerns.
Stop the cap.
The durability concerns would nix that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Stop the cap, bro. Ain't nobody
Stop the
right
cap.
now. Nobody.
Hey, Steven, let me make one point that I was trying to make earlier, just after Jason talked. I wanted to respond to Batman in the comments. And like I said earlier, I got respect for Batman. I got respect for all the content creators that take the time out of their day to make content that we can all, enjoy and digest. But one of the things I think, Batman, you're being a little unfair in the comments saying that, everyone who doesn't think Tua is the answer is just spewing out the points of one man. I'm pretty sure he's referring to TD and just parroting his points. I can only speak for myself, but I know I'm subscribed to Big O. I used to be subscribed to Reason. I couldn't do it anymore, but I'm subscribed to some people that are pro Tua as well. And I would even argue over here, it's Steven is kind of pro Tua.
I'm a flip flopper, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it.
So I think for Batman to make a comment like that and just generalize, like, what if we were to say, well, if you're a Tua-neer, CB83, all those kind of guys, well, all you guys are just Reason, all you guys are just parroting all the reasons.
Put a name on it.
I did. I put names on it.
I know you did, Triple S. I know you did, Triple S. Get him. Get him.
Like I said, I wanted to preface it. Triple S to play devil's respect to Batman, but I think that was
all right. Triple S to play devil's advocate. Let me play devil's advocate here. Triple S.
Sure.
The issue, and I'm not saying I agree with Batman. Batman is on my channel. He's a part of the family. Love him, brother from another mother. Okay, but when the issue, and I said it a little bit ago, I said my issue with the Tua haters is that when they come up here and we talk about something else, they always want to go back to the quarterback conversation. And they are unwilling to listen, in my opinion, to any of the other conversations that matter to making this football team a successful team. Because within 5 seconds, well, if Tua's there, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Tua's the guy, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're going to lose. We suck. That's not true.
That works both ways. That works both ways, Stephen. That works both ways.
But I've said clearly on this channel, Tua would not be my number one person.
Right.
I think Tom Brady's the best approach for the Dolphins this year. Okay, you can agree or disagree with me. Okay, but I can also say and see and envision a world where Tua's here and we're successful 100%. Why can't anybody else at least envision that? Because here's the thing. It's not like he's a bad quarterback. You want to talk about his health and argue about that? We can. And by the way, we have.
So, Steven, let me rebut real quick.
I can't every single day. I can't for every single day on every single show, which, by the way, does happen on every single day and every single show. Right, somebody comes up here and wants to talk about why Tua's not the guy, and it all comes down to his best ability is his availability, and he can't stay healthy. And until we change that, he's not the guy.
Steven, I can agree with that. I can agree with that wholeheartedly, and I do think that it can get kind of repetitive. So in that regard, I would kind of agree with Batman and yourself for that statement. But
I think that's where he's coming from. I think where he is
too. But he said it right after I was talking. Maybe he wasn't coming at me. Maybe he was. But I also just want to point out when I first came up here, I had a whole list of numbers about Vic Fangio and the defense in Denver before he got there.
You did.
Told y'all I was doing it.
100%.
So that's what I'm saying.
You were not Lewis.
Maybe I'm triggered. Maybe I'm triggered because it was right after I was talking that he said that. So maybe, Batman, if you weren't talking about me, forget all this happened. But I think there's other people as well that we talk about other things as well.
Triple S, don't let
him conversation always position. Like there's a reason that people get on my channel or get in the chat and say, I can't deal with Wildin' Out Wednesdays because it is literally every panel show at its worst. And there are some people that say that my channel's toxic because I let people come up here and feel how they feel. A majority of the fan base feels this way. So it's not my channel because if you ask
this discussion.
If you ask me, I've told you I can see both ways. I think I'm a flip-flopper. I think I ride the fence very, very well. And by the way, I don't think there's anything wrong with riding the fence and being on both sides.
The same people that want to say, see, this is the problem. I've had this conversation plenty of times with Steven already. See, the same people that are calling this channel or other channels or whatever toxic, but they're here watching. They know it's toxic because they're here. They like it.
I agree with that point. But
they just want to sit here and complain about it. And again,
of that, though, Lewis.
Can I make one statement before
they're complaining about us complaining?
Steven, I just want to rebut Jason real quick before.
Hold on. Let Lewis, Jason, then Triple S. Lewis, Jason, then Triple S. Go ahead.
Well, no, it's because Steven, what you said earlier, and I agree. Tua Tagovailoa, we can be successful here with Tua Tagovailoa, right? But what did I tell you on Victory Monday? The title of the show was Victory Monday when we made the playoffs. It was success, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did that get us? 9-8, just like last year, and a first-round exit. So, yeah, is that the success that we're talking about? Because that's not the success I want.
Well,
I'm looking for Super Bowls, and when again, there's levels to this.
But Lewis,
and on that point, Lewis, this is the 5th year technically of our 5-year rebuild since we started. It's Super Bowl or bust for me next year.
I just want a playoff game first. Go ahead, Jason. No, let Jason go.
We don't win the Super Bowl. It's a bust. We must rebuild.
Go, Jason.
This is a big hypothetical, and whatever you could find it in a show or a tweet. The year that I envisioned or prayed or hoped that we would be lifting the Lombardi Trophy is not next year, it's 2024, and I'm going to tell you why. That would be the year which would be either the 5th year extended option or probably the first year of his huge contract, where if that's the case, he's proven in year 4 that he could be the guy. So what I envision next year, and I hope and pray, and then everyone can jump in and do whatever they want. Bonjo, I know you're ready.
I want to let Triple S go after
and
you.
I love Bonjo.
Appreciate it.
I think if they do what they need to do to progress, meaning they get the defensive situation figured out, they do what they need to do to re-sign, bring in a couple of role-playing free agents, because they brought in 17 guys last year, 5 of them huge names. They're not getting any massive splashes. But if Tua could prove that he can play 16 games, 15 games, look semi what he did as a number 1 kind of passer rating quarterback, given the extension, he could win a Super Bowl in his 5th year as a pro. I do think that. A lot of things have to happen, but this is the year. Next year is the year that we are going to know if he is a Super Bowl caliber quarterback with this team. And we're going to probably know, like I said, week 7. That's
So I'm
what
so glad.
We'll
I'm so
know by
glad you
week
said
4
that.
when he's out with an injury.
No,
The
see, I'm
Dolphins
not
really on
hoping
the
for that. See, my
Dolphins are really
point
the
is,
Dolphins
this
are
is
really on the short
We won't
bus.
have to wait the full 17 games. We'll know by week 4.
You know
No,
what?
we're on the short. We're on the short bus,
Joe,
Crypto.
if it's week 5 and
That's
we've
funny.
seen somewhat of an injury, if we've seen a concussion, God forbid, if we've seen him go out of a game, we're going to know real quick he is that fragile, and we'll probably know right
You know
away.
that already,
No,
and the
I know
Dolphins
that.
need to have that
No,
conversation already.
Right,
Steven.
you
We're
already
on the
know
short. We're on the
already.
short bus. We're
Yo,
finding this
let
out.
me hop in.
We're on the
Steven,
short
real
bus
quick.
because
If
Burrow already know. Cincy already know.
Exactly.
San Diego already know. Philly already
Hell,
knows. But
Jaguars already know.
the Jaguars already know. But the Dolphins, we need 4 or 5 years because we slow to develop.
For better or for
Because
worse,
we've been
Joe,
dealt with Tua, man. We chose Tua, and we got to live
I'm
with him.
not saying that's the good
Exactly.
of the bad.
We're the short bus.
That is where we are.
All right, hold on. I want to let Triple S go. Real quick. Go ahead, Triple S.
So I'll be quick. I'll be quick, and I'm so glad that Sarni went before me and made that point. And it's all respect at the end of the day. But so what I want to say is, you said that if we can get the level of play we got during the good stretch, that you think he can be potentially a Super Bowl level quarterback. My issue with that is, I look at who we played, and I look at what you have to do to win the Super Bowl. Unless you win the division and you're the number 1 seed, you got to win at least 3 games in a row against good competition, right? If not 4. Even if you're the 2nd seed, you got to win 4 games in a row against good to great competition. I don't see Tua doing that because he can't even win 4 against great competition in a season at large, let alone 4 in a row.
If I want to back that up, the first
He needs more pieces, Triple S. We need to put more pieces around him.
We need a running back. We need Josh
Right.
Jacobs. Go after Josh
We need to build a
Jacobs.
super team.
Let Sarni cook.
I'm not going to deny that Tua needs a couple of more things. I'd love to get a pure
back,
left guard.
Josh
Hold on.
Jacobs.
No, we're not
Let
getting
Sarni
Josh
cook,
Jacobs.
man. Let Sarni
I would
cook.
love to solidify the offensive line.
Good luck
because
with that one.
Thank you. We're going to get a left guard and you're going to get a right tackle. One way or the other, you got to improve on that. So
We need that too. We need that too in free
I'm
agency.
like I just said, you're going to need a strong, consistent running game, and I don't think it's going to be a top tier guy like a Jacob Barkley, Miles.
So who would
Sanders.
it be? Who would it be?
Like I mentioned earlier, I said you're going to look at the Alexander Madison, the Rashad Penny, Devin Singletary.
Those guys
class.
aren't scaring nobody.
But
Those are just guys. Those are just
listen,
guys.
look at the amount of players you have on this team that are potentially elite players that are going to need to be paid as such. Right now, you have the Xavier Howard contract, you have the Byron Jones contract, but it said it's going to go out. You have Teron Armstead. You have Bradley Chubb. You're going to have Christian Wilkins. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle's going to need to be taken care of. Jalen Phillips is going to be taken care of. Zach Sealer. There's a lot of money that's going to have to be spent into making this a team.
Call me crazy. I don't see Jalen Waddle in the long-term future of the Dolphins.
That's 2
That's
3
a
years
totally
because they're
different
going to pick up the
conversation.
option.
And by the way,
they're going to pick up the option on him, so he's got 3 more
crazy
years left.
statement too, but
Do you know how much
I
could
hear you.
happen in 3 years? A lot. But the fact is they are going to help him, Tua, because they have to. They are in no choice but to give Tua everything.
You're talking like you already gave Tua the extension. You talking?
No, I'm
like
not.
Tua...
No, I'm not. I need to see it. I'm the first guy to say if I'm seeing, okay, we have a great defense.
You might as well give him the extension right now.
No,
he doesn't have to
you're not
clear the
letting me
protocol.
go. I am waiting until I see what this offseason is to bring a defensive solidification. I want to see that new system, like I said. I want to see that identity change. I want to see turnover creation. I want to see sacks. Then I want to see what Tua can do with maybe shorter field. What this defense can do when they're on the field less. In Miami, in the heat, when other opposing defenses are sweltering. And now Tua could say, screw it, Tariq's down there somewhere.
Jason,
help all over.
let me ask you one thing, Jason.
Sure,
and I completely agree with everything you just said wholeheartedly. But can I ask you one thing?
Please.
So this time next year when we're evaluating, can we agree that what we should be looking at is not the Lions games, not the Bears games? Can we agree that we're going to look at the games where we play playoff type, Super Bowl type
I'm going to look
competition?
at the
Because
Bills game.
ultimately, that's what we need to be able to beat
100%.
to win the ultimate goal of Super Bowl.
100%. I'm with you.
I'm going to say it based off what Jason just said. What you just said, Jason, we don't even need to evaluate Tua. We just need to evaluate the pieces around him.
No,
Why are we evaluating Tua for?
No. What I'm trying to say is, and I want
I
to
don't
go
think
back
he
to
said that, Vaughn.
I did not say that. And Miami kid, we're going to put this up. I don't have a delusional love for Tua. I have a delusional love for getting a consistent 10 to 12 win team yearly. And that to me is more than a quarterback. That to me is going above and beyond what we had with, let's just say this name out there. Dave Fiedler got us to our last Super Bowl win because their defense was stacked. They had an amazing run game. Different time. I get it. They do not necessarily need Aaron Rodgers or a Tom Brady caliber quarterback with how they've kind of constructed the team at the moment.
Here's the other thing,
Jason Sarney. You know this is the hard way of doing things, right?
I usually do.
Hold on. Here's the other.
No. But hold on. But just again, how Jason Sarney just built this team to make a run. You're planning to hit on because you need offense and defense. So let's call it 20 out of 22 players. Just to be fair, 18 out of 22 players, right? You're asking to hit on and stay healthy all the way through to support our quarterback and be there for our quarterback versus having 11 out of 22 and having one great quarterback to elevate and what's around him. So we're gonna try to get all these pieces to elevate the quarterback versus having the quarterback elevate what's around him.
I get what you're saying, and there's two forms.
No, I just want to make sure that's what you're saying.
I'm saying I want to see a full lifeblood of the season from Tua. If he can't get there, Vonjo, then he's not the guy.
My guy, I just want a yes or no. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm trying to elaborate on what I'm saying, my equal guy. I love you, Vonjo, but you're going to have to kind of let me explain.
It's not a yes or no. There's yes
not
and
a yes
no.
or no. Because let me also paint the picture, too, from a couple of years ago when they had Ryan Fitzpatrick and they drafted Tua. And you could bring up any bit of media you want on this. I even said, get Tua out of there during his rookie year Cincinnati game because I didn't like the way he was playing. I got eviscerated because I was a Tua hater. I wanted Ryan Fitzpatrick to take a full year his last year in the sun.
I wanted Fitzpatrick to play the first full year too.
That's a whole other story.
He should have.
He should have, and here we are. But what I'm saying is, from a business standpoint, if I'm the guy in the GM chair, I'm doing everything that I can to structure everything around Tua to say, this is almost like a Tannehill situation, guys. I'm giving him everything he needs, offensively and defensively, with this contract that is a rookie year deal. And if he can't do it, we're going to pretty much know if he maybe can do it next year, like we were really hoping that this was going to be the year. It wasn't. But there were problems. Defensively, there were other problems. It's not like Boyer ran a top 5 defense. They were getting turnovers. They were scoring touchdowns. They were getting sacks.
Top 10 didn't even need
they were a bottom barrel defense.
So Jason, I'm going to play. I'm going to play dumb.
Yes or no?
I'm just going to play dumb. I'm going to play dumb. Okay.
All right.
Why are you putting so much things around the quarterback versus putting it?
I'm constructing a team, and I think that they're constructing a team where if it's Tua next year, phenomenal. He's the future.
So why not build around the O-line?
Well,
we need to.
We need to build a O-line for.
No, instead of building an O-line, instead of building a hold on. Instead of building an O-line, why not build around the O-line?
Build around the O-line
because you don't build around the O-line. You build around the quarterback, or you have.
Why do you build around a quarterback, Steven? Tell me.
Quarterback is probably one of the most important positions. Flip side said, Jason, I was with you until the people.
Why not just fix the most important position? Why are we taking the long way?
We could win a playoff game without Lamar Smith.
Why are we taking Lewis? Why are we taking the long way?
Let me ask you a question, Vaughn. What was the problem with the Packers? Why you can't afford to have quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers and.
But we could afford all these pieces to build around
Bonjo.
Don't start, Andreas.
Andreas, y'all got it.
Give Jason Sarney a quick assist. Everything you arguing against, Philly did for Jalen Hurts, who they had questions about, and how did it work out for them?
What does that team?
Now y'all arguing Jalen Hurts.
How does that team? No. How does that team look like without Jalen Hurts? No. We can have this conversation. Steven, hold on. Let's have this conversation. Steven, without Jalen Hurts, how did the Eagles look?
Bad.
Exactly.
Hold on. Exactly. Without Jalen Hurts, how did that same team that they built around Jalen Hurts? How did they look without JalenUrts?
They didn't look that good.
Let me ask you this, Vonjo.
Yeah.
What is
exactly. That's our point.
You have questions.
That's our point.
That's what I'm saying. Just get the
quarterback.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
my
what
God.
we're saying.
This is a Hall of Fame.
What I'm saying is there were question marks about Jalen Hurts. Y'all wasn't sure
And he
Jalen Hurts was
fixed
the
it in the
guy.
offseason. And he
No,
fixed it
Tua
during the
fans wasn't
offseason.
sure he was the guy
Jalen Hurts
because
took
they
a
didn't want him
leap
to
in the
upgrade Tua.
offseason.
Okay, Crypto,
Andrevius,
fine.
hold on.
Cool story,
Jason
Crypto.
Sarni, hold on for a
Anyways, in the
second.
offseason, there were questions about Jalen Hurts. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes, there were questions about Jalen Hurts in the offseason.
And then
fully
they
agree with you.
fixed everything Jason Sarni is talking about. They basically fixed all that stuff.
But
Defense
also,
is great.
but hold on. But Andrevius, this is where I get you.
Jalen Hurts can make a fucking sandwich in that
Andrevius,
in that
but
back.
Andrevius,
Jalen Hurts can make a sandwich back there.
But Andrevius,
They
this is
had
where I
Miles
get you.
Sanders.
Hold on.
They had Devontae Smith. They
Jalen
had
Hurts
their
also
defense.
took
They
a
got
leap. Did
one wide
Jalen Hurts
receiver.
get better? Yes
That's
or no?
it.
Yes, Jalen Hurts got
And that
better.
one
Yes.
receiver, and we
Okay,
fixed
so
it.
Jalen
they only
Hurts
had one wide
fixed
receiver at that
himself.
point.
Jalen Hurts got better, so he got
They
better
only
as
got
a
one
quarterback.
receiver. You're making it seem like all these things happen.
Hold on. We don't even need to do that because
He
Jalen Hurts
had a
got
Waddle
better.
already.
So
in
with
Devontae Smith.
Jalen
They
Hurts
already
getting
had a
better,
Waddle.
guess what?
Hey,
Guess what? The
They got a running
Philly
back. They got a
Philly
running
have
back and
fixed
an
their
O-line.
quarterback
Yeah,
situation.
that running back
We
over there
haven't.
not doing anything without him.
Flip side wants his question answered. He paid $20. He said, "Why can't the Dolphins
no
learn
quarterback.
from their
I'm going
mistakes?
to answer that question.
Why can't the Dolphins learn from their mistakes?"
My comment was basically yes, they need a better quarterback than Fiedler was. I mean, I'm not going to discount his grittiness and whatever, but he wasn't the quarterback to do it. Tua, it's almost in a similar situation, but he's a better thrower than Fiedler. He's not the same player whatsoever. If the Dolphins can get a couple of more pieces, then it is do or die for Tua. If Tua won't be able to do it with those pieces, then
Question.
it's over.
Question. Von Joe, where was the Dolphins? Where were the Dolphins without Tua? With that same dumbass narrative. You said they were nothing without Jalen Hurts, right? Where were the Dolphins without Tua?
They're a different
Where were the
team.
Dolphins without Tua?
Totally different team.
What are the Dolphins without Tyreek Hill?
All right, you can make that narrative.
Oh my God! What are the Eagles without AJ Brown and Devontae Smith and Miles Sanders and a great top 5 O-line? See how stupid that fucking question is? You see how stupid that fucking question is?
What are we saying?
You keep going down that same rabbit hole, Batman. Congratulations.
Listen,
O-line. They built an
guys,
O-line for Jalen Hurts.
No, it's okay.
You cannot deny that.
It's okay, Batman. You know what? You're right. Tua is the guy. He is our Lord and Savior.
Nobody's
Tua time.
That's not even.
That's
you guys
not
got
what
it.
I said. That's not what I said last night.
I'm not even gonna argue with you guys anymore.
Swear jar.
I'm not even gonna sit there.
Bonjo, I feel like you say this
Lewis,
every day, and then you come back and argue tomorrow.
Exactly, and that's what I'm gonna say, Lewis. I told you I wasn't gonna do this, right? But somehow I keep getting dragged.
And you're gonna do it tomorrow. You're gonna do it tomorrow.
No, Andre, you're not gonna see me anymore. All right, my wife's birthday is tomorrow. I'm gonna enjoy the rest of the week.
Don't do it, Bonjo.
Enjoying my wife's birthday and the friends that we have.
Happy birthday. Happy
Y'all
birthday.
can sit here and live in Tua misery for the rest of the goddamn week because I am done. I am full.
You're the
Y'all
one
got
that's
it.
living in the
Crash and burn.
misery.
Wait a minute, Bonjo. You said
running
week?
back 2024. All right,
It's the middle of the week, Bonjo.
is the
How
same
about
damn thing with
century?
Tua.
We've been doing this already for the last 25 years.
Bonjo, you owe the swear
What
jar.
difference the next 25 years make?
You owe the swear jar.
Fiedler could throw 35, 45 yards. Tops.
Hey, let's talk about Fangio.
Tops. Flip fish side. I mean,
No, he was more successful.
Listen. Let me say this, Steven. Shout out to everybody on the panel.
Tua was better than Jay Fiedler. I'm not even entertaining those type of arguments.
Listen,
I was basically using
things are heating up.
Oh, I don't get no shout out, Batman.
Yeah, Lewis.
No, sorry, I'm with you. I'm with you. It's just the people in the comments. That's just idiocy.
Was that Walt Dog? I think it says down there.
Yeah, Walt right here.
I just want to say this, Steven. Like, I'm gonna tell you this, man. I know this is gonna be bad news for a lot of people. Some people are gonna be happy, but Steven, last 24 hours, things are heating up with about Tom Brady. And the way I see it, it's either he retires or he's a Dolphin. No other choice.
What do you think about that, Batman? Do you want Brady?
I'll tell y'all right now.
I don't.
I'm gonna tell y'all right now. I in no way, shape, or form see Tom Brady coming to Miami. But if it does happen, boy, y'all ain't gonna be able to shut me up because I'm gonna be like, Super Bowl, let's go.
Let's go, Steven.
And then when we don't win, I'm gonna abandon y'all. and I'm gonna just wait in the shadows. And when we don't win the Super Bowl, I'm gonna tell all y'all to eat a dick.
That's good.
Andrevius, I need you in that Brady jersey, Andrevius.
I will not wear Brady jersey. I promise you.
I
will not put on a Brady jersey.
For the record,
that's
I
cap.
don't see Brady coming
I
here.
am
Brady's
not put on. Listen,
here.
unless we literally win a Super Bowl with Brady, I would not wear a fucking Brady jersey. If we win a Super Bowl, sure.
See,
I love him.
you're a hater.
If he comes here and he flops like he did with Tampa Bay this past year, I hate all of y'all.
Again, Batman, let me ask you a question. Batman, let me ask you a question.
Drop the F-bomb a few times.
And it's a genuine question. I'm not trying to do any gotcha kind of stuff. And first of all, I just want to say, shout out to you for doing your thing with your channel and all that. Much respect. I wasn't trying to, strike any chords up earlier. But genuine question, what is it about Brady? Is it the age? Is it what you saw last season? What is it about Brady that makes you not want him on the Miami Dolphins?
Well, this is the thing. I know it's a gamble. It's a gamble, right? Everything's a gamble.
It is a gamble.
You bring Brady. You do bring Brady in here. You're literally signing off a Tua. He's gone. And my fear is,
you think so?
Is Brady's he's on the decline. He's officially on the decline. And as much as we want
to agree, I think it's going downhill.
Hey, hold up. No, I want Batman to go, but I'm going to interrupt. Batman, here, bro, listen. 17 games of Brady is better than 12 games of Tua.
Yeah.
Okay.
17 games of Brady.
Let me just say this. I know a lot of his weapons. He didn't have.
Man, Steven, you finally making sense this morning.
Crypto, let the man cook. Let Batman cook.
You got Dre off. Dre, you gone for 10 minutes. Bye.
So, I understand.
You owe like
Brady.
$20 to the swear jar, Dre. All them F-bombs you dropped.
Brady, he didn't have his weapons healthy throughout the year. We understand that. His O-line has been pretty much. You can argue who has the better O-line between him and us, but he does have good pieces on the O-line. We're not going to say that now. That being said, he had the yards. We know he had the yards, right? Yes. But the efficiency and going back to, we had a Tampa Bay guy. I know Lewis remembers this. We had a guy that's been covering Tampa Bay since 2012, and he was telling us things about Brady that I didn't like to hear. Things about like why him and Arians were butting heads. Arians wanted him to be throwing the ball.
Oh, he's back.
Get your money up, broke ass boy. What's wrong with you?
Oh, he's coming with 50. You talking about big money bags there. You better be prepared to pay 100, Andrevius, because he'll come back at you with a 50.
I don't give a fuck what he come back with.
Long story short, Triple S, this is my favorite.
Brady. He was third in the league in yards. The dude went through a divorce. We don't want to hear it, Batman. And he also puts on his helmet.
I don't give a fuck about a divorce. Wait. Not the panel of if something going on in your personal life, you soft if you let it affect your play, and you using that about what's going on.
Like Tua? You mean like Tua, Daddy?
All the way.
You mean like Tua? You mean like Tua and his daddy? You mean like Tua and his daddy? They gotta ask his dad if he can jerk out with his left hand or his right hand.
Hey, Steven. So a couple things. Hey, Steven. So a couple things. Again, hey Steven, a couple things. I want to preface that. I do gotta jump out.
How he feel his wife with his wife?
Real quick. Whether we like it or not, these are a couple things that are truth about Brady. Listen, this man.
I have though. That's what you don't know.
The house that he was building.
You tried it and you were wrong.
All right, bro. I'm out, guys.
You don't have the level of success of Tom.
Batman, I love you, brother. Batman, are you on tonight? Man. Oh, he left before.
Batman ain't cooking nothing. He's on simmer. Batman's on simmer.
You gotta let him get a chance.
I don't know if you can cook with simmer.
You gotta let him get a chance to get started, see if he can cook or not. He sounded like he was gonna make some good points.
He's gonna be back to normal.
I don't believe you, but hey, if they want to take their chances, I'ma still go to the games like I always do. I just think he's declining.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, Jason Sardi needs to bounce. Jason, get out of here, man.
Of course,
Friday. I'll see you Friday.
I'll see you all Friday. Fins up.
Hey, Jason, real quick. Jason, you got that Eric Azukama card? Oh, wow. Hold up. You're gone, Andrevius. He said you're out of here.
I told you. I tried to warn you. You better have 100 ready.
Man. Oh, wow.
You messing with big money bags right there. You can't do it, Andrevius. I tried to warn you.
What are we doing?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I tried to warn him. Did I not try to warn him?
You did.
Hold on, Jason. It's woo. Well,
He
flip
should've played
side
more
out here.
games. Easy.
Hey man, look, this is real right now. This is whew.
Dolphins need to go after Lamar Jackson. Dolphins need to go
Get
after
him,
Lamar
Dre.
Jackson.
Get him, Dre. Get him, Dre. Get him, Dre.
Is that for Andrevius right now? Who are we giving this to?
I put it. It's Eric Azukama's birthday. So I was gonna say, what number is Eric Azukama?
18.
18. So if somebody donates $50 on Cash App or PayPal right now, they will get that card and they will get a spot in the Super Bowl box pool as well.
You track that. You let me know.
Yep.
It's $50 per one, right?
Yep, $50 per block. But you can only pay on Cash App. You can only pay on Cash App or PayPal for that.
I got you, Steven.
You got to put it up in there. And what number is Azukama? 18. So you'll get box number 18.
I like that. But I got
that's a bad number.
Well, if you do it, Crypto, I'll let you pick whatever box you want.
All right, Jason.
All right. That's a bad number. I'm trying to get 44.
All right. If you do it, you got to put it in. Pay it, and I'll give you 44, and you'll get the Azukama card.
Hey,
actually, whoever the first person to donate that, bro, that was wild right there, Lewis.
Hey, man, Dre got that long money, man. I told y'all about Dre. Dre got that long money.
You got
Who's the tight end Miami needs to go after? Who's the tight end Miami needs to go
Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz.
Dalton Schultz or Josh Jacobs?
Dalton Schultz.
Hold on. Who's the quarterback?
Tua. Everybody knows Tua's the guy for this season.
All right. So what do we care about a tight end for? He just use him anyways.
Oh, that's right. That's a
Dude
good
can't
point.
see him.
That's a good point. Great point. We don't need a tight end.
Miami needs to go after a running back and a middle linebacker in free agency. Everybody else can be had.
How much money could we, if we can get? Is there a way we can talk to a guy like Teron Armstead and may be fully guaranteed the rest of his contract up front to open up more money?
Miami's going to restructure contracts. Miami's going to make 40.
Miami has $50 million in space.
Tampa Bay.
No, we're over the cap by 44 million.
Right.
What do you mean?
No, they'll free up $50 million in space. They're gonna go to Chubb and give his money as bonus money. So they're gonna free up $50 million in cap.
Thank you.
That's all we have.
You already know
That's all we have.
All right, Tony, you're gone for 10 minutes. Andre, you
So
said.
to sign a top tier running back, which we already know. To sign
Flip side with $100 donation.
To sign a top tier running back, we already know.
Doesn't it have to be 200?
Right, but hold on.
All right, so hold on. Well, flip side. In order, so right now he did the $100 ban now. So at the moment, Andrevius is banned for 1 week. But if Andrevius wants to come back, he needs to double that.
I thought you had to up.
He did. So what? So here's what he did. So
Andrevius did 100 too.
Well, no, it's the next level up. So 50 goes to 100, right? And then it's the next level's 100 for the week-long ban. So he went to 100. So I will allow Andrevius though to only go another 100, and then he's got 200 to double.
That is wild.
So
money long.
All right, so as far as in free agent running backs, we have
pockets deep out in these streets.
We got Barkley and Jacobs. Barkley's going to want 12, 13, 14 million. Jacobs probably going to want 20, 25 million. So now we got Jacobs. That's 25 million to work with to fill up the rest of the holes. It's not enough.
Jacob is not getting 25 million a season.
It's the next level up, Andrevius. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's the rules. You go to the next level up. It's 10, 20, or 10, 50, 100, 250. And he did the 50. You doubled it back. So then he did 100 for the week-long ban. And that's where he's at. You can, I don't think I did anything wrong there, right? Did I do that right, guys? That's what the rules are.
Yeah, for the 1 week ban, it's the next level.
So that's exactly what the rules are. So, but I will say if Andrevius wants to come back, I won't make him pay 200 because he already paid the 100. I'll make him only pay another 100, and that'll count towards the 200 in total. So that's to me that's fair, right, guys? I think that's all I've always done.
Since he's already paid 100, yeah.
He's already paid 100. I'll only make him pay 100 if he wants
to come back.
No, but wait a minute. Flip side got Andrevius off for 10. Andrevius came back for 20, right?
Correct. He doubled. You doubled to come back. That is the rule.
Right. Then flip side paid the 50, correct?
Yep.
And then Andrevius came back with 100.
To double to come back. And so the next level up is the $100 week-long ban.
No, it should be up from the 100 because Andrevius.
Look, here it is. It's on the bottom here. 10, 50, 100, 250.
Regardless, if you pay 100, it starts the new levels.
It starts the new level. I didn't do anything wrong here.
There you go. All right, bet.
Yeah.
All right. There you go.
All fair. I did everything correct.
It starts the new level. 100 starts the new level.
Yeah. And but in order to come back, you have to pay double. But if he paid 100 to bring himself back from the 50, I'll let him double that and come back, or I'll let him just pay half that to come back, which will be a total of 200. I feel like that's fair. 100%.
I think you should make them all donate $12. $12
for a 1 week ban. $12 for a 1 week ban. Let's go, Esther.
Hey, nobody gonna keep it real like Lewis with me. Lewis, am I wrong here? I think I'm right, correct?
No, I understand it right.
Okay, all right. I thought it was me. I'm like, if I'm wrong, I'll take the L, but I don't think I'm wrong here. So, all right.
You should ask Tom Brady to come to Miami because $1 is better than 12. You could have Tom Brady Day, bro. You'd be broke.
Hey, who do y'all like to be our next middle linebacker?
What does Miami do in free agency? Who are Miami?
Try to go get the kid out in San Francisco.
They need a middle linebacker for Fangio's system to work. If he comes here,
I don't know if he's a free agent. I'm just reaching.
You need a middle linebacker. So that's if we have $50 million of cap space that we can move, we need to fix the rest of the holes, which everybody's saying the offensive line. Offensive line played better than what the stats showed. They only allowed 21 sacks in Tua. He wasn't even in the top 10 for the amount of sacked quarterbacks.
Right.
So,
which is crazy.
Offensive line, right? But the offensive line isn't right. The offensive line isn't the biggest need. It's more of whoever the defensive coordinator comes in has to fit pieces around his system. So again, if it's Fangio, we need a middle linebacker.
Right.
And tight ends. I would love for us to get tight ends. I mean, keep Gesicki and go get OJ Howard. I mean, you have two pretty good tight ends. But again, our quarterback can't even see him. He can't get him the ball.
Tight end Hayden Hurst.
Well, yeah, but he ain't going anywhere. Hurst is not going anywhere.
He's from Florida. You never know.
Yeah, but you think he's going to give up? So if the Bengals are in the
right
Super Bowl again, you think he's going to leave? Come on, he ain't going to leave.
Yeah, he'll take a pay cut.
Right, but you never know.
But we need to fix the holes we have. And again, we can talk about 2 of 10 million times, but again, until free agency actually hits, we can't do anything with the Tua situation. And I think we should get rid of Cedric Wilson.
Well, we less than 8 weeks away though.
Right, but we need to get. So we just spent all this money on Wilson, who's supposed to be a third receiver, and he can't even. Again, he's another one that's in factor because of.
Hey, Steven, do you remember at the beginning of the season I called out that I thought Trent Sherfield would end up being our number 3 guy?
Yeah,
that was a long time ago, but and I mean, more or less, I would argue that he ended up kind of being that.
Right, but I'm saying you spend.
I would like to keep Sherfield around.
You can trade Wilson and get another draft pick, another piece that you need.
Yeah, like a
6th rounder.
No, you can get higher than that for him. He's worth higher than that.
After what he produced this season, you're not getting much for Cedric Wilson.
Yeah,
bro.
you're not
Especially
getting
when he
much.
costs what he costs, and they have to also inherit his contract.
Yeah, it's a dumb job. It's really a dumb job.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think anybody's taking him. Nobody,
But
no contending
is-
team, no contending
would
team
take
is
him.
going to look at that and waste a resource on it. And no team that's not contending is going to think, oh, let's pay that amount of money for a guy who's not even that good when we're not even competing. Like, I just don't see the logic behind any team bringing him in with that contract and wasting an expense when there's going to be free agents that can do everything that
his
he does.
contract ain't really that big though.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
but you could get a cheaper free agent that can do exactly what Cedric Wilson does.
There's not a lot of free agent wide
if not
receivers.
more.
There's not a lot of free agent wide receivers.
Well, it's really not Cedric Wilson's fault that Mike McDaniel was focused on getting Tyreek Hill the MVP and getting 2,000
No,
yards.
but hold on. That's not Mike McDaniels. That is all Tyreek and Tua. Because that's all he can get. He'll get it to Waddle and them.
of footballs.
Right, but that's Tua. He can't see the other part of the field. If you go back and look at every game tape and look and actually watch all the incomplete passes that he's thrown on the outside to Waddle or any of these, you look over the middle of the field. I mean, look at the Green Bay game, right? One of the first part of the plays.
I just say Cedric Wilson was a victim of our system. He was doing pretty fine.
You had Tyreek running up through the center of the field, wide open for a touchdown, and Tua could not see him at all. And I mean, there was nobody around him at all. So, how much more production could you have gotten out of Tua? I mean, Hill, if you had a quarterback that could actually see the middle of the field. And Tua can't see the middle of the field. He's already come out and said it. He can't see it. And when you watch him play, the dude cannot see the middle of the field. So, us having pieces around that just doesn't benefit him. Tight ends, we already shown that he doesn't get the tight ends the ball at all.
You know, it's kind of weird. He does say that he struggles to see the middle of the field, but I don't know about you guys, but I would argue he actually had a lot of his success this season over the middle of the field with those crossing routes to Hill and Waddle and, you know, mostly those two. But
he did.
I think a lot of his he was better in the middle of the field than he was on the outsides, if you ask me.
He did.
No, the first 10 yards, the first 10, 15 yards. Right, so the first 10, 15 yards, he cannot see over the offensive line or the. You got, what the hell's his name? Hunt, who's 6'5" on the. If he stands up, Tua can't see over him. Tua can't see somebody that's running in front of him. And Tua won't move out of the pocket to do it.
Yeah.
I think a big part of what could help Tua potentially, and it's kind of a double-edged sword, is a lot of the best quarterbacks today, what they'll do is they'll move around, they'll extend the play, and then they'll run, and they'll decide to run early if they're going to run. And like I said, it's a double-edged sword because I think that could help his game. He's got a bit of speed, a bit of wiggle. He could add that to his bag, but then again, it also runs you into that conversation of durability and exposing yourself to more hits.
Right, but it also depends on what type of offense you want to run. If you want a mobile quarterback, then you got a quarterback that can last from, they don't last as long as pocket passes.
No.
And like Herbert is a pocket passer. He can move out of the pocket and run if he needs to, but that's not. And even Burrow too. Burrow's a pocket passer, but he has mobility.
And I'm not saying Tua needs to be a running quarterback. I'm saying like Burrow, like you just said, and like Herbert, they're pocket quarterbacks, but they'll also bust out the run here and there, and they might pull up the middle if they see a gap. And you don't have to become a running quarterback. You can still have a long career, but just add to your bag that if a play breaks down, nobody's open, you're not taking a sack or throwing it away. Maybe you could pick up 5. Maybe you could pick up 3. Maybe you could pick up 10. Who knows? I think that could be a big part of his bag. But again, like I said, I realize it is a double-edged sword.
I'm not going to bring in anybody in free agency that's not going to benefit us in helping. And again, Tua doesn't use a lot of the resources he had. Gesicki's a really good catching tight end. Yeah, does he drop stupid passes sometimes? Obviously he does. But the dude can catch it. He does. He's one of the better catching tight ends in the league. So, and Tua didn't use him at all this year. He had, what, 30 targets? He had 5 touchdowns, and those touchdowns came in when Tua wasn't even on the field.
In Tua's defense,
So-
I found there was times where Gesicki wasn't even on the field in critical situations where I kind of put that on McDaniel. Yes, there was obviously times when he was on the field and could have been used more. So I wouldn't put it solely on Tua. You know,
Right.
definitely a portion of it is.
Right, but so
But I think
in
he
a
had
free
to be on the
agency,
field more. But that goes into our scheme.
but a free agency, like I said, we need to figure out who we're going to have first before we can figure out who we're going to bring in. A middle linebacker. If we get Fangio, middle linebacker, let's say Byron Jones stays and X stays, and they don't move off either of them,
Byron
which is
Jones
fine with me because they're both better than a lot of the alternatives.
No, Cater Kohu
But-
was all pro as a rookie. Byron Jones is gone. They're gonna eat that.
Did you just say he was
Cater
all
Kohu's
pro?
first team right now? He's
Not
in the
necessarily.
driver's seat. Right now, he's in the driver's seat. Cater Kohu, he's in the driver's seat to start next to X. Like,
Did you
that's
just say he
nothing
was
to
all
play with.
pro?
That's nothing to play with. Rookie all pro.
He's not-
first team.
Yeah, but he ain't on Byron Jones' level either.
Of course, but they can go into another year with that. That's already cost that they don't have to necessarily spin at that.
Yeah, but they
position.
can keep him. They can keep him and use him as the third, as a slot cover.
Hey, Steven, I have a
just
question for you.
Walt Dog, I just want to say there's no such
What's
thing
up?
as
What's
rookie
up?
all pro. You might be talking about all rookie.
I'm
But when you
wondering
say
when
all
it comes
pro,
to
that's a whole nother conversation.
I'm wondering when it comes to the
Yeah.
bands that the week long band and all
Yes.
these bands that you do.
Yes.
If I can't pay with super chats and stuff to get off these bands, can someone else pay on my behalf to get me off the
100%.
band?
Anybody can pay on anybody's behalf, and you can
Yeah.
use Cash App and you can use PayPal. So yeah, everything's on the board. Just to re-clarify, as I'm talking to people via text, the goal is the next level. Okay, so you pay $10, you get $20 to come back. You pay $50, you get $100 to come back. The next level after the $50 one is $100 level, which means in order to come back, you'd have to pay $200 to bring back. But what I do to make it fair to everybody is that the 100 you already put down for the double prior, I just let that added on to the additional 200. So I make it fair. It's not like you got to go 200 more. My goal is to make money for the channel, right? And so and help the channel grow. So I feel like it entices more people to do it personally.
Yeah,
And,
no, the reason why I asked that is because I'm not like everybody else on your channel that can afford to do that. I'm living off
well, to answer your question, you don't have to explain your yes, people can pay for other people to yes,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Or you could use Cash App, PayPal.
Yeah. Yeah.
And real quick, why just on the record of that. So Jason Sarney has it's Eric Ezukama's birthday. So he has a autographed rookie Eric Ezukama card. And the person who donates $50 on Cash App or PayPal right now will get that card along with a block in the pool. And I would like it to be block number 18 because that's Eric Ezukama's number. But if you want to do your own number, that's fine too. But the first person to donate Cash App or PayPal $50 will get a block number here in the block pool at $50 per block. And they will also receive an Eric Ezukama card.
That's a question, actually. Why do you do current players? It's not like, let's say Eric.
That's what I got, Tony.
No,
That's what I got.
No, I'm not bashing. I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking.
Well,
a question.
that's what I got. Okay, that's what I got. All right, real quick. Hold on, Tony. I know you want to talk. I want to do final thoughts of the day. I've been up here almost 4 hours. I can't be with y'all every day, all day.
Okay, Steve, hold on real quick, Steven. Hey, Triple S, you got Twitter?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Is it Sometimes Sports as your title?
No, it should be the same. I think it's the Triple S podcast. I think it's the same thing.
Triple S, do you have a YouTube channel, dude?
I do.
I used to, but
I was trying to find your podcasting, your handle. I don't know what it was.
I didn't. I haven't dropped anything since like 2019. I've just been coming up on panels and stuff since then. But I always think about restarting it one day. I used to do all sports and mostly NFL, but all teams. But I think if I ever came back, I might do something like what
what all the Dolphins YouTubers do and just kind of focus on the
Yeah.
Dolphins at first to start. Because I feel like I used to get caught up in not being as motivated to talk about other teams and other games. But I know I'm always motivated
I
to
was
talk
the
about the
same way.
Dolphins. So
You
I
always
think I can
motivated to talk about
increase my
Dolphins.
willingness.
I hear you on that, cuz.
I was the same way. I was doing a podcast myself. It went from sports
Flip
to
side,
finance
Stephen
to
D, you
everything.
can bring Dre back tomorrow. He don't have to be banned for a week. It's all in good fun.
You said it's
I
the
just
same
like
thing on
making him
Twitter,
mad.
just triple
Makes me
S
laugh.
sports
I
or
appreciate
triple S
that, Flip
podcast.
side. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, this is two things. Number one, Wildin' Out Wednesday and the banning is in good fun. It's in good jest. And that's all this is. And if you take it more than that, I'm sorry. That's not how it's supposed to be meant to be taken. And some people who really don't like each other ban them off of it. That's fine too. I mean, it's there, but just understand it's a way for the channel to make money. You don't have to do it. It's people that do it because they want to see the channel grow and they like the channel and everything. So I think that's why most people do it. And that's all that it is, man. We do this I'm on here Monday through Friday, and Wednesday's just one of those special days. Wildin' Out Wednesday. All right. So with that being said, we're gonna do final thoughts of the day. Okay. I love y'all. Y'all the best fans in the world. So let me start out with Tony. Tony, your final thought of the day, man.
My prediction is that the Dolphins hire Ejiro Evero. Even though we haven't interviewed him, he's going to be the surprise hire. To be honest, I think he's the guy that we bring in instead of...
Well, Tony, I hope that doesn't come to fruition, and I hope you're wrong.
Why? You don't like Evero?
I don't want the only rookie coordinator that I would be willing to accept to a certain extent is Sean Desai. If we bring in any other coordinator that is not either a former head coach in the NFL and or B, a tenured coordinator within the NFL, a veteran coordinator in the NFL, I think it's a travesty and it's a mistake.
No, but would you want a guy from the Fangio coaching tree? He's a Fangio guy too.
So is Desai.
Right, but he's also
Desai would be the guy that I want. Evero, there's too many question marks on that, bro.
I love Evero.
He would not be in my top 5 or 6.
No, but the whole thing is he's not a free agent. He's still part of Denver's coaching team until they hire another coach. And they might retain him. So he's not even in anybody's conversation. I would like him because I like him anyways. And I think the guy's going to become a head coach somewhere. But he's not a part of anybody's plans yet until somebody comes in, and if Payton gets the job for Denver, then he might keep him. Who knows? Or he might let him go. If he lets him go, then he's free to go anywhere he wants. But right now, why would he just make a lateral move?
Hey, what's up, everybody? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm at work, man. I just want to slide this in here real quick, man. We need a middle linebacker to bring toughness, and we need a tailback that when it's first down, next thing you know, it's 2nd and 5. We get that. It doesn't matter who the coaches are. We just need to get tough, man. And I feel like with so much finesse, we got the little fast wide receivers and all that. And until we get, a possession guy, just some toughness about the Dolphins, man, we're always going to be on the couch this time of year, because if you look at the 4 teams that's left, look at the final 4, they're all physical football teams. And we finessed our way into the playoffs, but we finessed our way to the couch. You got to get physical in the NFL, and that's what we ain't. Get back to work, man. I appreciate y'all. Let me get in there right quick.
All right, man. I appreciate it, man. Be good. Thank you for watching and supporting the show, man. All right, Watt Dog. Final thought of the day, Watt Dog.
I'm just gonna say Dolphins need to get a running back. They need to get a running back. They need to get a tight end. They need to get a right tackle. A left guard, possibly a center. Put Connor at left guard. They need to get a middle linebacker. They may possibly need to get a strong safety. So they just need to do that. Fix those positions, and this team can really contend. I appreciate y'all.
All right, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the love and support, man. Come back on, man.
All right, I will, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, dog.
Hey, real quick before I go to the final three here, just want to remind you, I'm still if you're interested in that final or in that Eric Ezukama rookie autograph card, the first person to donate on Cash App or PayPal, and I'm just looking, I'm trying to update it, just to make sure nobody's done it yet. We'll get a box number 18, or whatever box number they want. If they choose to give another box number, that's fine, and they'll get the Eric Ezukama card. Trying to get these boxes filled up, and you get a chance to win some money. All right. So at the end of the first quarter, end of the second quarter, end of the third, and the final score, and a portion of the proceeds that are made are going to go towards the Dolphins Cancer Challenge. So let's donate, man. Help the channel grow. You donate on Cash App or PayPal for that. It's $50 per box. All right, man. Let's go to crypto. Final thought of the day, crypto. Crypto.
Yeah. Okay. I'm here.
Are you on other spaces? Are you on other channels at the same time?
Yeah. Sometimes. Yeah. I have both my phones.
I know you do. I know you do. Because I know you do.
I'm used to it. Monitoring separate radios. You had to do that as an air traffic controller, monitor multiple radios at the same time. So I dialed up my phone, my other phones, and chimed in to other stations. You saw me on the other channel.
I've seen it when you've been on with me before, and I'm like, what in the world?
Yeah. Got to keep my ears out, man. Got to keep my ears open for everything, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Final thought.
What's his name? Couldn't have said it better, man. We finessed our way into the playoffs, and we finessed our way to the couch. That was a great line. I'm dying laughing. But yeah, it was more so Greer helped us with that, with his indecisions at the top of the roster. So yeah, thank you a lot, Chris Greer, for that, finessing our way on the couch. But I don't know, Stephen, man. I guess I gave you the triple unholy trinity of darkness, death, and despair when it comes to this franchise. I'm trying to find a way to be positive, man. My hats off to you. As I'm having a life so drained out of me, like Shang Tsung do to his victims. I don't know, man. It's gonna be a long off season. I can't wait till March 12th get here so we can really know the true direction of the franchise. Study all the speculation, because there's a lot of speculation around Brady. I just saw a video of him, going into an elementary school in Miami.
That was yesterday, and by the way, I don't know how to feel about that video. By the way. Because at the end of the video, the guy's like, "Are you coming to the Dolphins?" And then it's shut off. And you saw like Tom, like, come on.
Yeah.
Let that kid he's dealing with his kids. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. But you know how it is. The paparazzi is gonna be paparazzi.
Yeah, but that's not even paparazzi. That's like, I mean, if you're in the school, I feel like you might even work at that school, and like that's, I don't know. Or at least a parent. If it's a parent, I guess it's one thing. But come on, man. Let that man enjoy dealing with his kids in the school. But it does says a lot. Do I think that it means that he's coming to Miami? No. I don't think that
it doesn't
means
say
that,
but it is his young children,
And so I could see, I mean, I don't know if I see a world where if that is the case, I think there's only two options for him: retirement or the Dolphins. I don't know if he goes to Vegas.
Because why would he put a young child in a school that he's not going to be there with?
It's possible he might do Vegas for 1 year, but I don't think. Yeah, I don't think he's going to. I
don't see the need to put his child in a school in Miami if he's going to live in Vegas.
That's what I'm getting at, and I agree with
that's kind of.
And so I look, maybe retirement is the case, or maybe the Dolphins are, and maybe it's a thing that if Tua were to get hurt in the middle of the year, they pick up the phone and Brady's like, all right, I'll come out of retirement, So look, all
did it to Jay Cutler. Then we take Jay Cutler out the freaking broadcast booth and stuck $10 million in his pocket. Just to give us the dopey looks at press conferences and why he threw 6 picks. Yeah, we did that before, so I don't put it past the Dolphins.
But I will say this: Giselle, his ex, lives in Miami. She lives there.
So
yeah,
I mean, don't put it past that the kids are living in there with the ex-wife that Brady still does. Look, I still think the favorites to land him are Vegas. I think it makes too much sense for him to go to Vegas with McDaniels and that relationship there, Josh McDaniels. I think that's where he ends up. But you're not getting any hot dogs. I do. Are you going to pay to get that Azukama card?
yeah. I got to go on Cash App and do it. I need to do it on my YouTube because I got a different account connected to it.
All right, well, go do that now, so that way that box is taken care of, and I can just be done with promoting that and give you the Eric Azukama card. Do it.
Your
Do it
Twitter
now.
handle still, your Cash App's handle still the same, right? Stephen D.
No. So here's my cash. The Cash App for the show is MSM Podcast Network with a $ in front of it. You can use the QR code that you see on your screen, or PayPal, which is also MSM Podcast Network. MSM Podcast Network.
Oh, okay.
And then just put in.
I think it's saved in there from that. You're right, Steven. I think I still got it saved from that rigged fantasy football thing you had going on early in the season.
Please.
Yeah, I think I still got it memorized. It's in my phone.
You guys are unreal. All right, let's. All right, be good, Crypto. I love you, brother.
All right, Kez and I Triple S. I'll try to find your handle on Twitter. I was trying to dig for it.
I put it in the chat of StreamYard, not the YouTube chat, but it's in the StreamYard chat.
The private StreamYard chat.
Oh, it's on the StreamYard. Okay, I got you.
It's the Triple S podcast, but the is just a T, so Triple S podcast.
All right, Triple S podcast. Final thought of the day. I'm saving Caslin for the last.
Final thought of the day. I'm gonna just say, hopefully we get Fangio. I'm gonna go with a bold take. Actually, my bold take for final take of the day is we signed Fangio today, and we're all surprised because, like someone said earlier, he's still with the Eagles right now. But because he's just an advisor or whatever, he's not an official DC or coach. There's some loophole where we're able to sign him today, and we're all jumping for joy, celebrating. Other than that, keep doing your thing, Steven.
You know what? Real quick, I don't know if they can officially sign him, but I think they can agree to terms, right? Like it could be, the Dolphins and Fangio have an agreement in place that when the season is over, he will sign to become the new defensive coordinator. Terms are undisclosed, but they've been agreed upon. Like, I think that could happen. I just don't think it will.
Yeah, my bold take is by the end of the day, we're going to be announced. Something with Vic Fangio is going to be announced by the Dolphins.
I think if that was the case, we wouldn't have announced future DC interviews. Like tomorrow, we got Chris Richard coming in.
True. That's a good point, actually.
So I don't think...
way to take a dump all over my final take, Steven.
I'm sorry, Triple S. I apologize.
I know. I'm messing with you.
I love you, brother. Be good,
I'm
man.
gonna get out of here, man. Appreciate you. Keep doing it.
No problem, man. You're the man, brother.
Peace out,
Appreciate
Caslin.
Later.
All right, Caslin. I decided to have you for final thought of the day, the final thought, because you brought up you were the smartest person on the panel today, I think.
I try to be. I try to be. I mean,
and yes, I'm talking about the other crazy people that were on the panel today.
Oh, it's all good fun most of the time. I mean, there's been other comments on other podcasts and about how things are done over here, and I get what they're saying, but it's not, to me, it doesn't bother me. I just wish sometimes it would be a little bit more. Everybody's talking over each other, starts yelling at each other.
Less chaotic. Wild Out Wednesday unfortunately doesn't always get that, but I try to keep it to a minimum on the other days. Wednesdays are going to be what they're going to be. Like, I've decided that I just need to let Wednesdays go, and just it's y'all's, it's the fans, and I try to keep everything as fair as possible, and I think we are. I talked to all the parties a little bit ago. Go ahead. I'll let you do your final thought, and then I'll do.
I appreciate it. Like I said, I mean, but I still would want. One of the things I want to hear is from Stephen Ross, because he hasn't said anything yet. Nobody's asking, because
we only hear from him every 3 years, Caslin, and we heard from him last year. So you got 2 more years before you hear him.
He said they asked him 11 wins. He said at 11 wins, he considers it a successful season. We didn't get 11 wins. Does he still consider this as a successful season or not? Even though we made the playoffs, we limped into the playoffs. I mean, you can't say it any other way. We limp it into the playoffs. I mean, if we would have got 11 wins, we would have probably made the playoffs, no problem. But we didn't, and that was it was on other people's, other teams' faults too. But again, if we don't do anything to fix this team, we're going to be. I see us finish at fourth in our own division. I mean, the Patriots just went out and fixed their issue. They had a problem with an offensive coordinator, and they went out and signed Bill O'Brien, which you love him or hate him, the guy's still pretty good at what he does. And he has a history with Mac Jones. And I don't think Mac Jones is a bad quarterback. I think he was raw, and they brought him in, and he showed pretty good things before McDaniel left. And, this year he took a little bit of step back, not too much.
Do you think Bill O'Brien's going to make the difference for Mac Jones?
Yeah, I think so. I don't.
I
think he was the offensive coordinator with him in Alabama, so I don't. And he only has to rely on that one thing. He only has to do that one thing. When he was the head coach of the Texans, he was the head coach, and he was, GM. So he was doing too much crap, instead of just letting him. And this, he just has to rely on only one thing: get the offense moving the way it needs to be moved. No, they're not saying that the Patriots don't need other things too. They do. They need a receiver or something to help Mac Jones. But I still want to hear from Stephen Ross to see what he believes of the season. And if we don't get Vic Fangio, it is what it is. He's probably the best candidate. Yes. Do I like Chris Rashad? Yes, I do. I actually was one of the people that loved Chris Rashad to be the head coach. When they were interviewing all the Flores and that.
Chris Rashad does not check off all the boxes for me.
No, but to me, you want a guy that he's going to run up and down the defensive sideline and start chewing people out. You missed an interception. You missed an open interception. He's going to chew that player out. He's not a pushover guy. He was in Seattle with the Legion of Boom. He has a good history.
He was there after their Super Bowl win. So they got the Super Bowl win. The defense coordinator got a head coaching job the next year. He took over for the next 3 years and didn't do that great of a job. They didn't. I mean, they went back to the Super Bowl. They went back to the Super Bowl, but they lost it. So
yeah, but he's a defensive back coach, and then he went to Dallas, and the defensive backs were playing pretty damn good. Again,
that's part of Byron Jones, right? Byron Jones was there at that point too with him.
Right, but he had the rookies that they drafted too. That was pretty good. So again, I mean, is he the be all end all? No, I like Avero, but again, he's not available. He's not even.
Avero would never look. I know it's your final thought, but Avero, Richard, Campanello, the only person that's the exception to my rules, Desai. And that's because they just are madly in love with him the way they were McDaniel to make him the head coach. Because McDaniel wasn't ready to be a head coach. He was ready to be a full-pledged OC. But they knew in order to get somebody like of his caliber here, they had to make him the head coach. And that's what they would have to do with Desai. You want somebody that is eventually going to do, you let Desai do that. He's the only exception to the rule that I can be like, all right, I'm excited. But otherwise, I want Zimmer, Steve Wilkes, Lovie Smith, or my favorite is Fangio, and you get to have Desai because Desai comes with Fangio. That would be awesome if that happened.
Well, and Zimmer is kind of off the board too because he just accepted a job in Colorado, so he's done.
Did he accept it? He didn't accept that, did he?
I believe he did. Yeah, I think he's going with Dion. So
I didn't know that he accepted anything yet.
Wilkes,
he didn't.
Wilkes.
What happened this morning? No, he was an analyst at Jackson State. He wasn't even a coach at Jackson State. He was an analyst, and basically that means he was an advisor. He wasn't a coach. Right, he was an advisor.
Right, but they're in Colorado now, so that's what I'm saying. He went to Colorado.
That's not official, Kaz. That's not official. That nothing here. I looked yesterday, and unless something changed between this morning, that's not an official thing yet.
If he's available, I wouldn't mind him either. I wouldn't mind Wilkes. I wouldn't mind Caldwell. I wouldn't mind Lovie Smith. I wouldn't mind,
Would love Lovie.
Marvin Lewis.
Love Lovie Smith.
But Marvin Lewis, I don't think he, and Lovie Smith, I think he has a bad taste in his mouth too, and he's part of that whole Flores lawsuit too. So
yeah, but Lovie would do. Forget about that for a second. Lovie would do wonders. Like the players would love him. McDaniel would love him. He would be. I would love Lovie Smith here, and I think we'd be grateful to have somebody like him here.
we have the personnel for Lovie Smith too. We don't have the
100%.
personnel for Fangio, not yet. But he would have to bring in a middle linebacker. He'd have to bring in. I don't know if you got Wilkes in the middle of the defense on a 4-3. I don't know if he would bring in another nose tackle to help with that or not. But we just don't have the personnel for him. But again, if you want him in here, you're gonna have to offer him the keys to the kingdom. You have to give him such a high salary that nobody else can compete with, and you're gonna have to give him whatever he wants. But like I said, I see problems with that too. Only because you're trying to do that on offense. You're trying to give offense all the pieces of the puzzle they need. And you can't do it on both sides of the ball 100%. So somebody's going to have to take the bullet, And like I said earlier.
All right. Hey, 247 Sports said Colorado coach Deion Sanders recently confirmed that Willie Taggart and Mike Zimmer will join his staff in Boulder.
So there you go.
All right, so Mike Zimmer's off the board.
Right. And as I said earlier, about the offense, you can't – what more pieces of the puzzle can you give maybe a running back? And our two running backs this year, you could arguably say that they were good or bad and not – I don't think we've seen enough from them to really say if they can get the job done. And who are you going to sign? You can't – you're going to spend too much money on Jacobs. Saquon already said he already turned down a $10 million offer from the Giants. So how much are you really going to want to pay these guys? So it's either you waste your second pick in the draft for a running back, and this front office never shows that they're willing to do that. So why, to me, that's even, like next year, I wasted 2024 second round pick on there's two guys I'd pick. The guy from Arkansas and the guy from Wisconsin, because Wisconsin always has good. Washington, they always have good running backs. Always good running backs.
It'll be interesting nonetheless. All right, man. Anything else before I let you go, Kaz?
No, like I said, everybody complains about Tua, and you can't really do nothing about Tua until the offseason. So you can bring up Tua as much as you want and how much you hate him or love him, but we can't change him yet. Even if they said they go with him, I still don't believe what they're saying. I think they're just saying that to save face. But if somebody falls in their lap, they know, like a Brady or Rodgers or a guy that they know they can plug into the system and they have a shot at the Super Bowl, they're gonna take it. But they have to save face, saying, he's our guy. He right now, because that's all they have on the roster. Him. What are you gonna say? Mike Glennon's the starter. You can't say that. So they're saying Tua is the guy, but I'm still not 100% sold that they believe that he is. So I would still wait and see that. So, but again, everybody keeps on talking about Tua and bringing up Tua. Because he is the glaring problem on offense. We have to get through the rest of the problems first before we can address him, because again, you can't address him until the offseason. So it's either he's the guy, he's not the guy. I'm not taking the 50-year option. I'm letting him prove to me that he can stay on the field and stay healthy and get the job done. If he can't, and we're going to ride with him, then you have to mortgage the franchise on whoever you think is coming out of the draft. And it's, to me, like I said, Caleb Williams. I'm all on Caleb Williams. I like Bo Nix. I also Quentin Ewers, quarterback from Texas. There's a couple of guys. The guy from North Carolina, Mayers or whatever his name is. He's another Howell, but he's taking the steps faster than Howell did. So, but again, it all depends. We don't know what the Jets are going to do. They might they might get rid of a whole bunch of their first round picks for Rodgers, and now we have to compete with that. So it's a never-ending battle. It's every year it's the same stuff, like I said. And Crypto said, a lot of the other guys said, we've been doing this for the last 35 years. It's just been a revolving door, revolving cycle, and people just get frustrated with it. I get it. I am too. I mean, what more can you do? What more can you ask for? If I was the GM, it would be totally different. I mean, but I'm not. It is what it is. We have to rely on who's in charge.
Hey, look, man, I hear you. I agree with a lot of what you said. And, I just want to, keep moving it forward in the right direction. I hope Fangio's the guy. All right, Kaz, I appreciate it, brother. Thank you for coming on today, man.
All right, later.
Later. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. All right. I'm going to do this one more time because Crypto has not done it yet. So until Crypto does it, it's free, or it's not free, but it's up for grabs. The next person to donate $50 for one of the blocks, you got to do it on Cash App or PayPal, will receive a Eric Ezukama autographed rookie card. Eric Ezukama autographed rookie card. Today's his birthday. He is number 18. So I would love to give box number 18 to the next person who donates $50 for the block. So if you donate $50 for the block, you'll get block number 18, and you will also get an Eric Ezukama rookie card autographed, which is awesome. So really cool thing. It's Eric Ezukama's birthday. Happy birthday, Eric Ezukama. And you can only donate through Cash App or PayPal. So just say, hey, look, Eric Ezukama, number 18 on the PayPal or the Cash App, and you will get that block. And if you want to do more blocks, hey, look, you can do more blocks and do it that way. All right. So Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Today we had a great show. It was Wildin' Out Wednesday. It was a lot of fun. Vic Fangio interviewing for the DC, Saquon Barkley we talked about today. We talked about a lot of really cool, a lot of fun stuff. I want to say thank you to everybody who donated to the channel. Flipside Fishing, Andrevius. It was a lot of fun. I had fun with all you guys. You guys are absolutely amazing. And everybody else who donated as well. Thank you so much for the donations today. They mean the world to me. It helps the channel keep moving forward in the right direction. And, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it very much. So I appreciate it. You guys are the best. I am ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to have, I think Batman is going to come on tomorrow morning. I'm obviously going to have Cameron on tomorrow morning. And I think tomorrow will be the last day that we have Tamaris on, if I'm correct. So Tamaris's last show will be tomorrow, and then she's going to be gone for 2 or 3 months. So Throwback Thursday tomorrow, man. It'll be fun. So make sure you all do that. If you haven't hit the like button, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you guys, hey, no new members. Can we get 2 new members to the channel? People that are watching, if you enjoyed the show today and you enjoy the show on a weekly basis or a daily basis, sign up, become a member to the channel. Would love to get 2 new members to the channel. So sign up today, become a member of the channel. And like I said, the first person to donate that $50 for that Super Bowl box will get the Eric Ezukama autographed rookie card, as well as the box number 18 in the Super Bowl box pool. All right, so that's what we're going to do tomorrow. It's going to be, or today, whoever the first person to do it's going to get it. And then, yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun. So I love you guys. You guys are the best. Absolutely amazing. And, keep watching, keep supporting, keep donating, and keep liking. I love you all. It is the #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Oh, hey, one more thing. Want to remind you, if you enjoy Solo D's got a new song out. Solo D's got a new song out called Playoff Time. New song by Solo D called Playoff Time. So make sure you guys listen to his new song, Playoff Time. I put the link in the chat. You guys can go listen to it. It was a lot of fun. I'm doing this and doing the video. And matter of fact, you know what? Here's what I'll do. I'll stop Tua time real quick, and I will play this song for y'all to end the show today. That's what I'll do. I'll replay the song to end the show today. And that's what I'll do to end today's show. My brother from another mother, Mr. Solo D, the Honorable Solo D, with his new single, Playoff Time, right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network.
Turn me up.
Playoff time. I've been working hard. You cannot take what's mine. Keep that pressure, can't recline. CEO, I can't resign. Underdog. You ain't gotta have me on your radar. Fine. I show up in playoff time. We show up in playoff time. Playoff time. I've been working hard. You cannot take what's mine. Keep that pressure, can't recline. Star player, I can't resign. Underdog. You ain't gotta have me on your radar. Fine. I show up in playoff time. We show up in playoff time. You ain't heard of me. Rap mechanic. I just come to service beats. Get that shit back running perfectly. Go ahead, turn the key. Pirelli's on the Formula One. I'ma burn the streets. What you talk is not concerning me. Won't get a turn to speak, cause I be in my own zone. Moving vertically. Say you coming for me, hurry please. To get lonely here. Leaving Earth before my mission done. That's my only fear. So every day I try to get it done. I know it's gonna appear. We ain't waiting. Heard it's hot as hell. We went silk for Satan. They been talking about what's real or fake. And they still debating. Fool's pleasure. If you confident, can't feel no fool's pressure. Knew better, do better. Stand firm on whoever. Trends come to ends. I'm thinking we need some new setters. I'ma keep shit sweet like Nutella. I'ma drop my anchor in the deep. I'm a news teller. Solo media. Don't get too caught up with that news, tell you. Cause it's playoff time. I've been working hard. You cannot take what's mine. Keep that pressure, can't recline. CEO, I can't resign. Underdog. You ain't gotta have me on your radar. Fine. I show up in playoff time. We show up in playoff time. Playoff time. I've been working hard. You cannot take what's mine. Keep that pressure, can't recline. Star player, I can't resign. Underdog. You ain't gotta have me on your radar. Fine. I show up in playoff time. We show up in playoff time.
That's Miami Sports Music's The Honorable Solo D. The link is on his music YouTube channel, The Honorable Solo D channel. Make sure you go listen to all the music and subscribe to his channel. Shout out to Solo D. Make sure you guys download the new song wherever it is. Spotify, Tidal, Apple, YouTube. Download the new song, Playoff Time by The Honorable Solo D. We'll see y'all tomorrow right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Peace.